finding those levels too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing, a masterclass. And Shakur meeting him with a straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Just Do shine, busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Just Do boxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Just Do. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
The truth gonna tell on your ass what you doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell rings, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. The people you can get killed in this shit,
man. Is this thing on, man? Is it safe? Is this thing on, y'all? Is it safe, man? We got a good show on the way, man. We back to build on this boxing and give it its just due how only we know how to do, man. Y'all know what time it is. It's 4 p.m. Well, it's a little after 4 p.m. because I was running late. But you know, it's about that time, man, to get boxing its just due, man. And I'm laughing already. I ain't even said nothing yet because it's funny how the tables is turning, man. Man, oh man, what we got going on in the boxing world, man, huh? Ever since Saturday, man, it's been a lot of chirping. It's been a lot of, going back and forth. There's been some call-outs. Guys are self-proclaiming fights, the biggest fights in boxing. I don't know, man. It's a lot. It's a lot going on, but we got to figure it out. We got to get to it, and we got to figure out what they talking about in these streets, man. Haino's clan, man. Where y'all at, man? Trying to holler at y'all real quick, man. I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see something, man. Shit changed fast, huh? That shit, it was just yesterday. Just yesterday. And like literally, like just yesterday, they was talking about the 25%. Now today, you fast forward to today, and somehow, some way, this the biggest fight in boxing right now. I don't know, man. Haino said that guy that was offering 25%, yeah, he was trying to lowball it in. Now you talk about you reverse, tables reversed. Now the fight big. See, out here, he been getting called out since he was at 35. You know what I mean? They've been calling his name, right? Before he even fought Teo, they had his name on the list as a lightweight. Now it's the biggest fight in boxing. None of the guys at 47, not going up to 54, not going up to 60, which would be 5 weight classes for you. None of that. Shakur Stevenson got to move from 140 after having just one fight. He got to go to 47 to make the biggest fight in boxing. Let that sink in, my people. Let it sink in, man. Let it sink in. Let me say what's up to the fam. And we're going to get to this, man, because there's some things we're going to talk about. Shout out to pugilism, man. Say Devin Haney be great. Make them fights do it now. If Haney makes the fight close, might be able to milk some rematches and trilogies along the way. Time running out. Man, after all the smoke clears, Tank returns back in the mix, back to original scheduled programming. That's a possibility, man. In boxing, it can happen. DP Rocker, my dog, was good with it. Shout out to Forever G's Ace, my dog. How you been, man? G tatted up in the building. Was good, Brody. MLC in the building. Shakur proving exactly why he shouldn't have taken that 25%. Now, Devin, hey, bro. Tables are turning. All things, my dog. You know what I mean? You say, so boxing is for Shakur to stay at 140? Nah, I think Shakur going to do whatever makes the most sense. Shout out to Daryl G. Tatted up in the building, man. My dog, man. 2026, it should be a great year. Dub J in the building. Drew the Vision. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yes, sir. CEO Films. I ain't reading that frequent flyer. What it do, my dog? Teach. What's good with it, man? Say Wiley Moses already training of the year. You get me? You get a Teach. BJ, what's good, family? How y'all feeling? The like buzz up to the channel, man. Support the grind. We got another show on the way, man. As we get started, man. Hey, man. Hey, Teach. Hey, man. They were just talking about the 25% Teach. They were just talking about that, man. Yeah? They were just talking about that. Now it turned into the biggest fight in boxing. What happened, bro? Like my guy MLC said, man, Shakur is showing you exactly why you should have never taken no damn 25%. See? He showed you exactly why. Hey, man, y'all wanted them to sell out for some belts. You get me? He said, nah, you're going to pay me how I weigh. You're going to pay me what I weigh. It ain't going to be no fight. I ain't eating no sandwich for you, G. You hear me? Man, oh man. I'm telling you, hey, Motown, what it do, man? It's changing. It's changing, dog. It's changing, G. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're going to get that off, man. Get you out of here. Pack you up. Hey, for each dumb comment, you getting timed out longer and longer. And you reach too many dumb comments with nothing to add besides rhetoric and bullshit, I'm going to just permanently ban you. And we're going to pack you up. We're going to get this started right. We talk real boxing. We don't want to hear what your hating ass think from the sideline. You probably can't run a mile, punch a bag. You probably got chased home from school. You get what I'm saying? You probably ran from people in your life. You probably was a scared little dude. Probably still is one. That's why you come in here every day with something negative to say about grown men that are some of the most successful in all of their sport. I'm sick of listen, it's a fucking standard over here. And I don't care, big channel, small channel, growing channel. I don't care. What I'm saying is this. Do not, and I want this to be known, so you can know very early if this is a channel that you can rock with. I'm not saying you can't have your opinion. I'm not saying don't criticize it. That I'll never tell y'all that. But if all you got is like negative rhetoric, slander, this is not the channel for that. I'm telling you, I don't care who you is, how you feel about it. Like, yeah, as adults, you should get tired of hearing like adult men tear each other down. That shit should be whack. You get what I'm saying? That shit should be played out by now. You get what I'm saying? Like, constantly just, going at these guys. I don't want to hear it, man. I don't want to hear it. If you can't beat these dudes in a boxing ring, I don't care what you think. You get what I'm saying? I don't care what you think. You know what I'm saying? Give these dudes the credit they deserve, man. Stop tearing down boxing with your irresponsible comments, man, because you don't understand boxing. You get me? And then let's keep going, man. Let's get to it, man. So, yeah, man. Hey, y'all, tables are turning. Wheels are turning, man. Didn't I tell y'all when the smoke start clearing up, when the pictures start getting a lot more clear? I told y'all, man. I said it. Told y'all Youngin was going to be there. Told y'all his name was going to be all in the mix. They wasn't going to stop being able to say his name for better or for worse. I told y'all this day was coming, and I'm enjoying it. And I'm enjoying it. And it's like the Keyshawn news is icing on the cake. I told y'all them two Olympians was cold, man. Told y'all them two youngins, man, they really like that. And as long as they in the sport of boxing on top of their game, they going to give the boxing world hell. They're going to give their opponents hell, bro. Like, I don't care what you say, how you say it, bro. They going to give you hell. Keyshawn, they went out there and tore up MSG, bro, and sold that bitch out. I don't want to hear no hating ass comments. Now ain't the time to be talking about somebody being boring. They had a sold out crowd. Sold out. That crowd at MSG says otherwise. I don't want to hear no negative, goofy ass dude that can't fight talking about, yeah, it was so boring, but you probably watched it. Guarantee you stole the fight. Guarantee you stole the fight. Guarantee you stole the fight, man. You stole it. You know what I'm saying? You don't get to even have an opinion if you stole a fight like a goofball. You know what I'm saying? You fight stealing ass dudes, man. We don't care what y'all think. You know what I mean? Show us that you'll pay for a fight before you have an opinion on it. Support the sport. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't like Shakur, if you ain't like Keyshawn, you had Shoot. You had other guys on the card to support, man. You know what I mean? You had Amber Williams out there doing this thing. You get me? Big CP. You know what I'm saying? You might fill out court saying rehydration calls for any 147 pounder, no more 160 on fight night. Yeah, man. Look, CP, I think at the end of the day, Corey ain't stupid. He ain't stupid. He ain't stupid the same way, most of these other guys is. The only problem, CP, the main reason why I don't have an issue with it is because I understand why rehydration clauses are in place. And I've said this on multiple live streams at this point, right? There's a lot of misinformation that, a rehydration clause is in place to weaken the fighter. But dig this, CP. Don't the IBF have a 10-pound rehydration? You get what I'm saying? Think about it. You get me? He's saying like no more than 160, right? Think about that. He ain't trying to fight a light heavyweight on fight night. That's just being stupid, especially when you already would be campaigning or competing, should I say, outside of your natural weight class. You heard him say he make 135 comfortably, right? He looked really good and solid at 40 for his first outing. It looked like he can stay right there if he need to, but I always thought 47 would be, the absolute max and pushing it, right? Because of his frame and natural frame and size, right? So I don't have the biggest issue with it, but at the same time, me as a fight fan, I don't think he need that shit to win a fight against dudes at 47. You know what I mean? You taking certain fights, the Devins of the world, right? I don't think you need no rehydration clause to beat him. Respectfully, Devin is a phenomenal boxer, very disciplined, highly skilled. You get what I'm saying? Very hard worker. You know what I mean? You name it. You know what I mean? He got a lot of positives about him. But with all of that being said, I still think Shakur Stevenson is a bit different than him. You get what I'm saying? And I feel like he'll beat him regardless of the weight. I don't think he need weight stipulations. But at the same time, this ain't about like trying to be tough or prove to the people at home that you ain't scared. You seen what he just did to Tio. Went up with no problem and did it because 140 ain't too far out of his grasp, right? 140 ain't too far where it's like, all right, these dudes running around here super big. And the fact of the matter is these guys know how to kind of game the system. They take advantage of the loophole that exists in boxing where you can make weight and then pack on a ton of weight between the weigh-in and fight night, right? And call yourself a welterweight or whatever you want to call yourself. But I think we got to take a deeper look into that and stop making it about guys being scared as much as it's about guys wanting crazy ass weight advantages. Let's be honest about this. Why do they have weight classes, y'all? Why are weight classes in place? Y'all understand what I'm saying? Why don't light heavyweights fight welterweights? Why don't welterweights fight lightweights and so on and so forth? You understand what I'm saying? Why is that not the case? Because it's weight classes for a reason. The shit could get dangerous. And because people want to be, look, to each his own, but don't try to make me feel like I don't know what I'm talking about or I'm scared to see a fighter challenge himself when we really seeing a guy want to have crazy ass weight gains and weight advantages like it don't matter. You get what I'm saying? There's weight classes for a reason. If you somebody that believe that, and I said this before, you can understand a rehydration clause because you got guys that can blow up tremendously big. And like I said, we covered this before, like months ago. They said that could be worse than steroids at this point, packing on all that weight. So it's something to be brought to the forefront, and people will try to dumb the conversation down by making it sound like it's not a legit conversation. It could be a concern in a lot of different instances, right? That shit is crazy. You get what I'm saying? It could be harmful to the body, but some people have grown accustomed to doing exactly that. And it's like different strokes for different folks. If you fighting somewhere where it's clearly within your grasp and your weight limit, then you shouldn't be talking anything about causes. Go in there and fight. But I think when you start venturing past where you thought you was going to be at, that's when you start to think about the weight and how much you'll be giving up. Because it's all about advantages. And people, hey, Shakur ain't no different than any other fighter. He don't want to be at no crazy disadvantage. You get what I'm saying? Like, he don't want to be at a crazy disadvantage. People could try to make of it what they want. But the reality of it is if this is the biggest fight in boxing, then you're gonna be having to you should be willing to negotiate the biggest fight in boxing. You should be willing to meet in the middle. The same way you're not coming back down to 140, even though your trainer and Mickey Bay says you can do it. The same way Shakur is not going to be campaigning at 47, right? So what do you do in a situation when you got, and I'm glad Devin Haney came out his mouth and said that, this is the biggest fight in boxing. I'm glad he said that because you got to come to that negotiation table and you got to be realistic. You can't have it all your way. As much as your fans want to say, oh, man, you the ace or whatever. I don't even care about none of that. It takes two for it to be the biggest fight in boxing. And I'm glad he was the one that said it. So, again, will you be willing to negotiate? Or are you looking at, he got to come up to 47 or that's it? Get what I'm saying? It's going to have to be some type of compromise. It's going to have to be some type of give if Shakur is, like, stuck on the rehydration, which – if I get a chance to talk to him in the near future, which I'm planning on it, I'll tell him straight up, I don't think he need it. I don't think he need a weight clause for anybody. I think he that kind of special. I really do. I really believe from what I've been watching since the Olympics, all the way as a professional, his first fight to his 25th, I think we talking about a generational talent. And I ain't the only one that say it. You got the legends and the Hall of Famers of yesteryear that say it. So I'm not alone in that thought process, right? We talking about a really skillful individual, a really smart fighter that really understands boxing. And again, just he's so intelligent in there. He very he limits his mistakes. You get what I'm saying? He don't give you a lot of opportunities to capitalize off of, man. And that's a really tough guy to beat. Not impossible to beat. Not invincible or unbeatable or none of that, but very, very difficult to deal with. His style is legit. And you heard Russ Abner break it down. When it comes to textbook boxing, man, it ain't too many people that do it better and more consistently from round to round than him. And we got to see his jab on display at a level we never seen it. You know what I mean? At the highest level in his biggest fight, man, you get what I'm saying? He took Teo apart with a damn jab. You get what I'm saying? That shit was it's phenomenal. So it's a great conversation. But because I'm real, shout out to OT. Let me say what's up to the rest of the fam pulling up. OT was good with it, fam. Emmanuel, my dog, Joe, my guy was good with it. No, I mean, he did say that. He did. Now, look, said just a little water weight, Josh. You know, just a little water weight. Look, I think he could do it without it. Marcus was good with it, homie. Look, we're going to talk about it. Damon was good with it. I think because I'm fair and I could speak on both sides of it, you know, now I'll speak on Devin Haney's side for a second, right? You know, his stance is very well understood because his weight struggles is documented, right? Well documented on a scale. You've seen him where he stayed at 35 for arguably 3 fights too long, and he killed himself to do it, right? Still won the fights. He got through that very last fight, which was Loma. It was tough for him. He went up to 140. He took that fight there, right? You get what I'm saying? With Regis, he beat him. They said even making a 140 was a little difficult. So you talking about a guy that in the weight class where he spent the most time at and he's the most accomplished, which is lightweight, he struggled to make weight in like the last 3, maybe even 4 fights there. And then so he moved up. Now he already behind the 8 ball. Now he get to 140 and he was saying it's a little difficult there, right? So what did he do? He fought there, tried to fight Ryan at 140. Ryan blew weight. We all seen that. He got cheated. He ended up fighting at a catch weight and then moving to full-fledged welterweight. So if just simply put, you know, with Devin Haney blowing up in between camps, like he said, he a fat kid at heart. He like to eat, all that stuff. He's a bigger body than Shakur. He's a little bit taller. I think his arms a little bit longer as well. Give him saying different body frame. He blows up a bit differently. You could understand why he's sitting comfortably at welterweight. He probably at a weight class that he's been at in years where he doesn't have to kill himself. So just to be real to the conversation, you could understand Devin Haney's side that like, man, hey, Core, this the biggest fight, but man, you got to come on pair. I'm done at 140. You know, I struggled at 135, right? It was tough at 140. This is documented. So I went to 47. Now I'm fully here. I'm not trying to go backwards. I can understand those sentiments completely. But here's the interesting dynamic. This is why you have negotiations, right? This is why you have negotiations. Now, look, the rehydration clause is one thing. Let's put that to the side for right now. But let's entertain the catch weight. Why I don't think a catch weight is unreasonable, because it's something that you've done in the past and not too long ago. So it's not impossible for you to give just a little, especially with your trainer saying you can make 140. Do I expect you to go back down to 140 to make the fight? No. But I do expect you, if you feel like in your heart this is the biggest fight, to at least be willing to negotiate somewhere, meet in the middle. Because other than that, I don't see how the fight gonna happen. You can't say it's the biggest fight. Biggest fight meaning you need that dance partner. You're half of that. The other half is Shakur. You got to be realistic. It got to be some give and take. The same way you feel like you're not a 40-pounder, he's not a 47-pounder. So what do? Tell me I'm lying. Did anybody see Shakur campaigning at 147 pounds? Jordan, my dog, let's be honest. You get me? So I'm just being as fair to both guys as I can. Devin is well understood what his weight struggles has been from 135 and even 140 once he got there. He spent so much time, I think, at 35 that when he got to 40, it wasn't as easy as he would have anticipated or liked it to be. So what did he do? He took one more fight. He took his ass up, right? Rightfully so. Fought the catchweight with Ramirez, then fought Ryan Norman 147 pounds, right? We get it. So I understand. So is Devin Haney being scary if he say he not coming down to 140 to make the fight? No, I don't want to hear that weird ass shit. Ain't nothing scary about him. But I think they're gonna have to try to meet in the middle somewhere, or it's gonna be next to impossible to make it happen. Nobody has all the cards in their hand. They both could use each other for some of the same reasons and possibly some different reasons. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. But I think that's the most realistic I can be, right? You got the IBF that people fight for all the time. That got a 10-pound rehydration limit. So it's not like Shakur just invented the rehydration clause. It is what it is. Is he being unrealistic by saying if he fighting guys at 47, he'll want a clause? No, he not, because he campaigning outside of where he gonna normally be at, where he gonna fight at. So he giving up a lot, and he want to make sure he ain't giving up too much. It has nothing to do with being scared. It's being smart. This shit is business, and it's all about being smart. The same way Gervonta Davis, when he fought Barrios, fighting out of his natural weight class at 140. What did he do? Rehydration. Not because he was scared, because he's smart. I'm fighting this dude that not only got me by several inches, he's 6 foot, maybe 6'1", right? You get me? He been at 140. When he rehydrates, there's no telling what he gonna be. Super middleweight, damn near in the ring. Who knows? At least you get me a damn middleweight, right? So I'm gonna cross my T's and dot my I's, and I'm gonna level the playing field. I'm not gonna allow this dude to get too much bigger than me because I'm already giving up something because I'm fighting out of my weight class. So it has absolutely zero to do with being scared as much as it do with being smart. Guys, they willing to take risks and they'll take challenges and different things like that. But at the end of the day, it got to make sense. And nobody wants to be at a complete disadvantage, no matter what you're saying or how tough you think they may be. When it comes to this business and putting their name on a dotted line, signing that ink, putting that ink to paper, you're going to make sure the business is straight before you step in the ring, before you sign anything. So I think if this fight is to happen, that's what it's going to take. You get what I'm saying? It's going to take guys having to meet in the middle. It's going to take some negotiations. It's going to take some give and take. I'm just being real. You're not going to hear this conversation nowhere else. You're going to hear, Shakur need to do X, Y, and Z. And Devin is this, and he got to come up, and he got to do this, or he's scared. He said this about the rehydration cause before. Now he's saying that. You're going to hear all of the same shit over and over. But at the end of the day, if you are trying to make the biggest fight in boxing, which you said out your mouth, you got to be willing to make some concessions. You got to be willing to negotiate at the bare minimum and see if that fight is something that both of y'all can do where it makes sense for both of y'all. That's how you make a fight. It's not you got to just do what I say and that's it and that's all. It don't go like that because truth be told, you put his name on the hit list while he still was at 135 pounds. So you got to be real about it at the end of the day. And tell yourself you got to be willing to come to the table and make a real decision because, I understand how you struggled at 35 and you stayed there too long. I understand how even 140 was a bit tough. And I also understand how you feeling good at 147 pounds. And that's where you want guys to see you at. I get that. I get it. But you got to be realistic again. Now, again, if Shakur Stevenson was a 40-pounder, with plans to moving up to 47, I'm not trying to hear no clause shit whatsoever. But because that's not where he's planning on campaigning at, the same way you don't plan on campaigning a weight class below 47, you gotta understand you're not the small guy and he's not the big guy you are. You're not the same size as that guy. There's some discrepancy in size, and I think y'all gonna have to work that out in negotiations. That's for y'all. But to me, I see those dudes as legit fighters, man, and I just hope that they can meet somewhere in the middle and make the fight happen for real. Not all this stupid rhetoric about who's scared, who ducking. Get the hell out of here, man. You think somebody's scared that you don't make it to be a 4-division champion with 25 fights being scared of shit. You get what I'm saying? That you get there by standing on business and being about your business. So, you let the handlers speak. You let the people, the multiple different people that work with Shakur, they tell you straight up, this guy ain't turning down fights. It's not somebody that's going in there saying, I don't want this, I don't want that. He ain't turning down shit. So if it makes sense, he'll make the fight. You get what I'm saying? And that's what I believe, man. So you got one guy that's a bit bigger than the other guy. You know what I'm saying? And he's campaigning at a weight class where that other fighter is not going to be at. So it comes down to how much does Team Haney want to fight as well as Shakur. I think it's a fair amount of accountability on both sides to say, what are y'all willing to do together as teams and fighters to try to put on a fight like this? Because we're not going to ignore the fact that if Shakur is to go up to 147 pounds, that's him in his 5th weight class. I'm not against it. I want to see him be great. But at the same time, maybe he got other plans. I just don't know. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna see. But it's a healthy conversation when you're not being toxic about it. If they really serious about it, if they can make it happen, you get what I'm saying, Joe? If they can do it, I'm with it. Shout out to my dog Jordan, man. What's good with it? Cal, cooler blessings, family. You already know, man. Sign the clause, make the fight. Don't be scared. I like it, man. To Sizzle in the building, my dog. You get me? It's just all about being smart, man. It's all about being smart. It's all about being smart. Yeah, he just wants some attention, bro. He just got to sit back and enjoy the show. I'll clear it up real quick just because I hate misinformation in the chat. Shakur Stevenson never turned down Undisputed. For the people that's a little bit, they might have rode that smaller bus. For the people that your classroom had 2 teachers, 6 students, and 1 window, and that was on the door. For those people, because you just process shit just a nice bit slower than the rest of us. And let me run this down very quickly because it ain't gonna take long. There's a big difference between turning down a fight and not accepting an offer. This is why it's called negotiations. This is why people do business and sit at the table, right? This is why people get on the phone, make phone calls, X, Y, and Z, right? Shakur Stevenson understood as a fighter, he never had to accept the first offer given to him from Devin Haney, which was lower than he knew he was worth, him and his team, which is why they went to the sanctioning bodies. They wrote the letter. From then on, Shakur said, if the sanctioning bodies would have came back and said, yo, you still getting a 25% split, he said he would have been cool with it. But that never happened because before that could take place, Devin Haney already made his mind up, vacated the titles, and moved up to go beat Regis' ass. It's just that simple. Nobody ducked or ran from each other, if you're really being honest. But the 25% was a PR move. And I got to give them credit, even to this day, as a great PR move, because still to this day, it got people like you talking about he turned down Undisputed when we know, in fact, that is not the truth. And like my guy MLC said, when we first went live, when I first started the stream, today is a prime example of why Shakur Stevenson should have never accepted 25%, because all he did is exactly what I said he should do. Don't take that shit because it's less than you worth. You don't got to satisfy a couple of fans at home that just want you to take the shit end of the stick because it's their favorite fighter that's offering it, right? Don't do it. I said, in fact, Shakur should just keep winning, beating everybody that's willing to get in the ring with him and keep building that way. And fast forward to 2026, he got T.O. head on a stick, and what is he doing right now? You fast forward to now, that shit went from take a 25%, take it or leave it, to now this is the biggest fight in boxing. Y'all make it make sense for me. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Before he was only worth 25%. Now in 2026, it's the biggest fight in boxing. Somebody was lying, man. Somebody was lying. It was full of shit the entire time. I ain't got to point no fingers. Y'all know who was on some bullshit. I need for y'all, and I rock with y'all, because y'all know I rock with Haney. There will be no Devin Haney slander coming from Just Do Boxing platform, from Just Do ever. But y'all just need for y'all to keep it a buck. That 25% was a PR move. Just keep it a buck, bro. I just need y'all to be real. Y'all know that, because you know how I know y'all know that? Because y'all in the same breath will tell me, man, you know he was drained at 35. So again, which one was it? Was he drained at 35 and wasn't going to fight because of it? Or was Shakur should have took the 25? Which one was it? Because if he should have took the 25%, then never mind him being drained. And that's y'all admitting that he would have took the fight drained. And y'all telling me, y'all just told me he wouldn't do it. You get me? I'm a real one. You're not going to get this conversation nowhere else. You're going to get some slander on one way or the other. I'm not going to do it. I'm as solid as they come, bro, but I'm a real one. That shit is a PR move, man. He kind of little boy. All right, I'm in position. I got the cards. Let me do this. Ha! You don't take this shit. You can't say I ain't offer it to you, right? And that's exactly what people are doing right now. They like, man, he offered you this, right? He offered it to you. You ain't take it. You turned it down. But nah, he just didn't accept it. And that's different than turning down a fight. Turning down a fight wouldn't be writing the letter to the sanctioning bodies for them to determine a split. Turning it down would be, yo, I don't want the fight, and that's it, that's over. Then Haney vacates and moves up. That never happened. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. I follow this shit too close on everything I love. The minute Shakur Stevenson turns down a fight and it becomes real knowledge and factual, I will be the first one calling it out. I guarantee you I will. But I'm not going to put no lie on his name the same way I ain't going to tell y'all Devin Haney ran from him or he's scared. I just think time got in the way of that. And why I say that, because if you look at how many fights that he stayed where he was at, had he moved up, this conversation is not even a thing. By the time Shakur get to 35, Devin is at the next weight class, and we not having this conversation. But I'm telling you, I think shit kind of switched when dudes ended up in the same weight class. Now you had that little back and forth in the ring, right? I'm number one for now, bro. Like it's alpha male energy. It's like, bro, I'm here now. What Devin say? Ain't gonna be another undisputed champion at 135. He said that, and then Core, I still remember how that shit started. And he spoke up, and then that shit became more of a thing, and it was a conversation. You get what I'm saying? But I'm no fool. These are two real ones. This is why a lot of the smoke is cleared. And who is there? You can say what you want about Devin. He's a 3-division champion, very accomplished, still undefeated. He got his O intact, and he survived getting cheated by a dude that's been given nothing but another opportunity. And I hope, low-key, off topic, I hope he do win the fight. Nothing against Barrios, only if he going to get the rematch with Devin. If not, I hope Barrios cook him. Other than that, but real quick, let me say what's up. Let me read the super chat. Shout out to Damon, man. Appreciate it. He said, Just, you can't quote Dev and say he said it's a big fight and not quote Cord telling Tank he don't agree with Tank draining guys. See, you jumping like that. Y'all gotta listen. Focus on this situation. I don't want to like tie Tank into this. Tank ain't got nothing to do. This is a way to have this conversation without bringing him up at all. I'm just trying my best not to do it until that man is back off the bench, right? He in recess, right? Till he back recess. I get it, bro, but I'm not. How many times can we reiterate this? Let me do this for you because you super chatted and you my guy. Let me do this for you, bro. When Shakur spoke about Tank and the rehydration cause, said that's some bullshit. I don't agree with it. You know, whatever he said. I'm just paraphrasing, right? I remember that. I heard it, right? But you gotta listen fully to what he said. Don't just stop there, right? What did he say? He putting all these clauses on all these people. What does that sound like when he's saying that? It's 2 clauses out of 31 fights, a lot. You get me? Listen to how he sound. To me, you're repeating what people say about him because it was people spreading that misinformation. He always got a clause on everybody. No, he didn't. You get what I'm saying? But he also said, but you know what? Shit, Ryan, he signed it. So, hey, nah, man, you signed up for it. You can't complain. You get what I'm saying? So, and let me say this. He knocked it for Tank, and now he's saying something different. That's speaking out of both sides of your mouth, but also adding context to it, right? Tank Davis put rehydration clause whenever he fought outside of his weight class. Am I right? 136 with Ryan, 140 with Barrios. Same thing Shakur is talking about. I believe if a guy's going to fight outside of their weight class where they naturally campaign at, I don't see it being an issue. So, it's not so much I can say. I can say what he's being hypocritical, speaking out of both sides of his mouth. Same thing. I can hold him accountable for that. You said one thing then, and then you saying something different now. I hope that satisfies you so you can know I acknowledge that. But how much am I going to stay stuck on that? We're going to keep arguing about it, or are we going to make it make sense? In reality, you get what I'm saying? If you're going to make this fight, there's clearly a discrepancy. If Shakur goes up to 47, that's 5 weight classes as opposed to 3. You clearly see it's a difference there. So it's like, what does that tell you? Well, one guy just taking a fight up at 140, never really planned to fight at 47. If you could tell me in his career where he was talking about, I'm going to be fighting at 47, instead of taking certain fights, then I'll give you one. Going up there and fight Devin, 147 pounds, and take his belt, which I want to see anyway, because the catch weight ain't going to be for the belt, and I need to see that for the belt. I would love to see.
What's up, Just?
Because it's history. What's good with it, man? Real quick, let me he said after seeing Dev drop Norman, nasty work, draining guys and change your mind after you see Dev drop Norman. Tank don't drain a guy, man. I'm gonna pull up the rehydration clause business for y'all too. Joe, what's good with it? Let me get this real quick.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Mike Magic, man, in the Cash App, man, supporting the grind. Real quick, Joe, I got you. He said, "Cook." Shout out to my guy Joe. What's good? Talk to me.
All I wanted to say was, like, ain't nobody really ducking nobody right now. They just need to talk and negotiate.
Right.
Because I don't think Dale gonna take a catch weight, but he might. I mean, a rehydration clause, but he might take a catch weight. So they just gotta talk it out. But if they can't come to an agreement, ain't nobody ducking. Because Shakur said he don't see himself at 147, and Dev said he don't see himself at 140. So
At
like, if they
140
can't,
again.
if
You
they
get
can't
me.
come to an agreement, ain't nobody ducking.
That's what
We
and
got
that's what I'm saying. Nick
it's
was
other
good
fights
with it.
out there.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Y'all hit the like button, man. So you get me, Joe. I'm gonna be most
Yeah,
sensible with it. I ain't here for no duck talk. Those dudes
yeah,
are two of the most accomplished in the game. You don't get there ducking and being scary, but it's gonna be business, man. And I get it. And I'm telling you why I give Shakur, I kind of grill him a bit because you can't go off of what you hear. There's misinformation. It wasn't him putting clauses on all of these people. You get what I'm saying? And if you think
yeah,
about the time that you thinking about one, it's the same thing Tank did. It's fighting outside of his weight class. Tank is smaller than you. So his 47 for him is 40, right? You get what I'm saying? You're a little bigger than he is, so you might can go
yeah.
up a little bit higher. You get me? So he did it, and that's when he put the clause on because he knows what? This guy is going to be extremely big. So what is a rehydration clause in place for? Despite what these uneducated ass boxing fans keep saying, it's not in place to weaken the bigger fighter or give the little guy an advantage. It's to level the playing field. I'm going to pull that shit up for y'all, and y'all going to see exactly what I'm talking about. So I get it. Some people just not a fan of it, and I feel like it applies. It makes sense for certain fights. If you're not willing to go all the way up, the same way Devin is not willing to come down, do that make any of them scared? Right?
Nah, they just gotta
Too
come
big
to
for
an
40 and
agreement.
one guy is undersized for 47. Are they lying? Shakur Stevenson like a 47 pounder? Go ahead and lie. And I know if you say that, I know you ain't seen him in real life. That dude is not big. Respect to him. Corey through his stage is not no super big ass guy. He even said it. So you get me. So you meet in the middle. When you got two accomplished guys, two of the absolute best, you negotiate. That's all I'm saying. And I can't work it out for him, but I think
Yeah.
that's sensible. Because you could cry all day. Well, he got to do what Dev said. Dev just told y'all this the biggest fight, right? That
Nah,
mean
he
it
don't
take
gotta.
two, bro.
He Dev ain't no big A side over him no more. So like, they
Mm-hmm.
gotta sit down and talk.
You see, right, right.
Like when
Right.
at 135, that was different. But also, the offer got sent like that because like the week before, he did do the bottles girl stuff. Like he was doing a little bit too much.
Yeah, nah,
And
they
Dev was
was
like,
having
"Yeah, I'm
fun, bro.
finna." Yeah,
They
it
was
was a
having
lot
fun with
going
it.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, man,
Dev
that
said,
shit is
"Yeah, I'm finna put him in
bravado.
this."
But he didn't
Yeah.
do that. I want to I be knowing little stuff. He didn't do that. He was there, and it looked like on his behalf, but that wasn't him that
I
sent the
think it was
bottle.
Jay Prince
Hey, you
Jr.
get what
that
I'm
sent
saying?
it.
They
Yeah, but
having fun with it.
that's his
I'm like, I
side
thought
though.
that
That's
was
his
cool.
side. So
I thought
Dave
that
thought
was a
he did
funny.
that.
I thought that
Yeah,
was a good touch, Joe. I like the bottles.
yeah. So Dave was like, "Ooh," you can see he was so mad. He
Like,
was like,
okay,
he blowing
I
my
got you. And
okay.
Dad said, all right, I got you. 25%. Take it or leave it. Oh, you don't want to
Yeah.
see y'all? I offered it. He ain't wanted. I'm going up to 140. And that's how I go. So it's a lot of people that still like, see, you turned down undisputed, yo.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, man. So here we are again. Like my
Mm-hmm.
guy said in the beginning of the stream, it's good to know that he didn't accept it because it went from take it or leave it 25% to in 2026 being the biggest fight.
Yeah,
Coming
everybody
from
calling
Devin
for
Haney.
it. All the
Love it.
celebrities calling for the fight.
I love
Like
it.
everybody calling for it. Like this
I
is
love
a
it.
mega fight.
I
And
love it, bro.
and I feel like right now they gotta do what Spence and Crawford did. They gonna have to get on the phone and talk.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we know Turkey
Mm-hmm.
putting up the money, but it's just like stipulations and this is what
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take, what I'm not gonna take. They gotta
Right.
talk on the phone
Right.
and get that
No
handled.
social
Like,
media, just the phone
yeah,
numbers, man. Y'all
yep,
ain't beefing. Y'all got mutual
yeah,
respect for each other. You can tell by the way
yep.
y'all saying y'all feel like y'all can beat one another. See what I'm saying? There you go. The opportunity is there. Look, I'm all for this. I'm not going to beat this
Mm-hmm.
conversation in the ground, but I like it. I'm not mad at it. I think it's a possibility. It's a possibility that it could happen. I do think it's a possibility, but it's going to be up to them. I hope they
Mm-hmm.
understand the power that's in their hands, and I hope both are realistic about how this
Yeah,
fight
both
could
of
be
them hold
made,
the keys right now. It's
right?
on them. Like if
Shakur got
they
to ask
can't,
himself a question, man.
yeah.
If you go to 47 and fight this dude, look, he just tweeted tables turn. If you go to 47, you're a 5-division champion, bro. That's that Bud Crawford shit, Core. A catch weight ain't gonna do it. The clauses are all that they might knock you. I don't know the clause thing. That don't mean it still can't be at 47, but I just want to see a healthy fight, and
I
I
think
just
if they
don't
fight
think.
at the catchweight, won't it still be for the belt? Because that's still
Nope, they
147.
got to make that damn weight limit, man. And see,
I
but
don't
I
know,
think
but you remember Adrian Broner? He used to fight for belts like
You could.
So I don't know.
I think you
I
can.
don't
You
know.
can now. I think with a rehydration, you can still fight for the belt because you can still fight. You know, come in under the contracted weight, but then can't rehydrate but so much.
So how was
I heard
AB fighting for the belts
Shakur.
though
I heard
when
him
he was
clearly,
doing that?
bro. I heard what he was saying. You just don't want to give up too much, bro.
Uh-huh.
That's what that is. I hear it. Like when you even set a specific weight, you ain't got to be fighting dudes over 160 pounds, and you got it in your head like it's only so much you want to give up, and I get it, but shit, man, you done gotten there with bigger guys than that. He done did some shit, so I know he could do it.
I just feel like they had a roads right now, like Devin
Yeah,
saying what he want and Shakur saying what they want. So it just look like they gotta talk. But if
yeah,
it don't happen, ain't nobody ducking because
nah,
like
yeah.
they on two different
Shout out to
paths
my
right
guy
now.
Blue. I ain't catch nobody videos, but shout out to my guy Blue. I'm sure he broke it down, but you know, it's just real. I think me and Joe was doing a hell of a job breaking it down. It's simple. Like we don't know we ain't got all the answers. We ain't talking like we do, but we being very reasonable. You got a weight discrepancy, right? It's a
Mm-hmm.
disparity there. You got a guy that started at 26, a guy that started at 35, somebody that ventured in his fourth weight class, a guy that just got to his third. What do you do there, right? Now, and that's the question for Shakur, man, because how great do you want these people to look at you? And look, this is where I come in as a real one. I'm a genuine, legit supporter of this man, right? I don't give a about no rehydration. I don't even care because I don't
But it's a
need
question
it,
for
kid.
Dev too, though. It's a question for Dev too. How
Yeah, and
great you
then
want
look,
to
the reason
be?
why I say that with Core, because what you say just recently, you want people to talk about how great you is. You want to be,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. This right here does that. This right here. I'm not saying no other way does it, but this right here leaves no question on some Bud Crawford shit, Shakur. And then when I get a chance to talk to him soon, I will say it. This conversation will come up. This is something I definitely want to ask him about because I want to say it, bro. I don't think you need nothing for nobody, bro. I think
Yeah.
your skill set
This
is
is
more
the
than enough.
fight to get both of their names stamped in history, though.
Mm-hmm.
This is the fight. And no matter who
Mm-hmm.
the winner is, like this is the fight. One of them gonna
Right.
be 1A and one of them gonna be number 2. So like it gotta
Copper
get
was good
stamped.
with his fan. Shout out to everybody. Reap was good, my guy. So I ain't tagging the name, but that's facts. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Yeah, man. So I just hope they because it's peaceful, and that's the good thing. It ain't no like no beef, right? Which is good. That's good because a lot of times that muddy the waters when somebody cross the line, something gets said. Right now is mutual respect, and that's what I love. Both guys like, look, he a great fighter, a tremendous fighter, but hell yeah, I could beat him, and vice versa. That's what you want now. Y'all need to strike while the iron hot. Come on now, get to us. Now I'm saying. Told y'all them youngest was gonna be around. That smoke start to clear up just a bit. It ain't done. It ain't over. But you see the picture shaping up, right? And you see the guys that they written off and shitted on. I watch people go at these two in particular for years, and I'm still watching it. And right now, say what you want, but both of them still relevant. Devin Haney just jumped in his third division, snatched up a belt. Say what you want. Shakur Stevenson just went and took T.O. shit. They stripped him. Now that might force him to look in another direction to make fights. It might. Maybe he starts staring at the landscape of 140 a little bit more. Maybe you start entertaining a fifth weight class with a particular fight a little bit more. You just don't know. So,
But we gotta remember these ain't their only options. Like both of them
nah, it
got the
ain't.
world in front of them. Like
Yeah.
Dev can move up, go fight Xander. Shakur can go fight Dalton Smith. Like the whole landscape of 140 is just crazy right now. And he got so many options. It's just like if it don't happen, I ain't gonna be mad. So
I think he always. I think I see you G tatted. I feel like the 147 talk always been I don't know, a little touch and go. Like I never personally seen that. Now I've heard him speak on it different times, but I've never really envisioned him here. But I like campaigning, competing in a weight class, and campaigning is different, right? Campaigning meaning you gonna really be there is what like Devin Haney is doing right now. He's planning on campaigning at 147 pounds. I don't know if I see him doing it, but again, I've always seen it like if it makes sense for a certain fight, and I think Devin Haney is that fight because of the history You know what I'm saying? The backstory, the competitiveness between the two, right? They've known each other for so long. It's just all the reasons for them to try to make a fight. So let me say this, just so people know I'm putting everything out there. I've heard about the rehydration talk when it pertains to Tank. And I've always said this, it's easy to speak on something to that same situation is in your lap. And now you start thinking more like that fighter because you understand that move that he made was out of, being doing smart business and not being dumb, because now you're doing the same thing. So, you know what? In a weird way, I'm kind of glad that this situation came about and he made the statements, because now you're able to see like, damn, this shit ain't had nothing to do with trying to drain somebody or weaken them. These dudes out here running around set, just multiple weight classes above where they weigh in at, and guys ain't trying to give away too much, especially when you already giving up something. And you know how boxing is give and take, bro. Some dudes willing to put it all on the line, some dudes not. Look, case in point, Conor Ben, before the Chris Eubank thing was set, he was running around. You seen the interviews. I'll fight him at any weight. I don't care about no calls. I don't need this. I don't need that. And then when it was time to do it, what happened? End up putting the claws on him twice, because it's easier to talk that shit than when that situation is in your lap. And again, I don't think Conor Ben was scared, but I think it's obviously a concern. And it's, if I can do this and get paid while I'm doing it, I'm going to do it. You clearly don't want to give up too much, because if that wasn't the case, then why implement the clause? So again, I don't look at Conor Ben as a scary guy. I just think, decisions are not made as individual fighters. These dudes they got teams for a reason. Dudes gonna do what makes sense. So for me, my question would be to Shakur, in respect to him, because he said it, right? Shout out to T Hood. What's good, bro? You want people to look at you as a great. So look, Devin Haney got a belt at 47. You fight for that belt. That make you a 5-division champion if you win that. Shout out to TL. So you get me. I gotta motivate you. And I done heard the stories. I know what you can do against a bigger frame, a bigger body, and he can handle himself really, really damn well. So I just hope it's something that he consider when it's all said and done. You know what I mean? I could say what I want about what I think about his skill set. He got to feel that same exact way. And again, it's not that he don't believe in himself, but it's how much you're willing to give up, though. Right? How much is that concern to you with him being really, really big in there?
If that fight happened, where do you think they'll fight at, Vegas or New York?
Man, with the success that recently happened with Shakur and Tio, that wouldn't surprise me, but that seemed like a Vegas fight, though. Seemed like it. Seemed like a Vegas fight. Really do. This dude.
Yeah, I'm only asking that because
Dev,
he banned from the Barclays. That's the only reason why I'm asking that. I mean, he banned from the MSG, so they can't fight there because this whole team banned from there.
Right.
So that's the only reason why I was asking that.
Right. Vegas, more neutral, but MSG would be fire, yeah. You know what I'm saying? The way he just sold it out, I wouldn't be surprised if they, went back to it. But again, Vegas is always a go for a big fight. You get what I'm saying? Y'all dudes, you got to be a miserable man or adult person to type all negativity all day. You gotta be a super weird person. Gotta be a super weird person, bro. This is what's wrong with boxing. And I swear, like, I'm going to say this again so y'all can avoid getting blocked if y'all trying to really build in this chat. If the only thing you got to offer is like slander and rhetoric, I hope y'all know, y'all look up the definition of rhetoric. You probably don't know what I mean, but look it up. That's all you got. This ain't the channel for you, bro. Like, something that I deeply don't respect about any adult person that's calling these grown-ass successful young men frauds because they're not doing what your soft ass think they should do at home. A lot of y'all dudes is soft. And how I know it? Because real men don't carry themselves like that. How do I know it? Because I'm a real man, not a real nigga. I ain't no real nigga. I'm a real man. You don't run around just with negativity spewing out your mouth. You don't carry it like that. You move a certain way. Like, oh, this is that. This one is a fraud. This one is soft. This one is that. He'll beat you up, your whole family, your pets, your babysitter. You get what I'm saying? Your grandparents, like all of them, your soft-ass uncles, your soft brothers, your soft-ass daddy, it beat all of y'all asses. But you're calling a dude soft, man. You gotta be a real sucker, man. This ain't the channel for slander. Man, yeah, you can talk some shit. You can critique them. Go in, talk your shit. But the slander isn't, this ain't the channel for it. This ain't the platform. My shit is not going to represent like slow people in the chat just typing the same shit over and over. You take a real man or woman to get in that boxing ring. JP, what's good with it? Ain't nothing soft about none. I'm tired. I mean this for every analyst, content creator, this for all of y'all. Ain't shit soft about what these people are doing for a living, bro. You know what percentage, what is it? Less than 1% of people in the world that fucking box? And y'all out here typing just to be typing. This one is soft. This one, he got to do it like this. Shut up. Sit back and watch. That's what's
You
wrong
ain't
with
soft
boxing.
if you getting in
You
that
got
ring.
soft, out of shape people that don't understand the sport, ridiculing and criticizing fighters that you could never do what they do.
Facts.
Devin Haney ain't no run-of-the-mill type of fighter. That's not a guy that you see every day. I don't give a fuck what his biggest hater is saying. Shakur Stevenson, the same difference. All of these guys that y'all calling soft and frauds, all of them, bro. You couldn't walk a day in their shoes. You couldn't do none of the shit that they do. This is a channel that really deeply respect boxing, bro. I don't want to hear no slander about how these is frauds and soft because they're not doing what your soft ass think they should do from your seat. I heard somebody saying the other day, whining, talking about, Shakur, he calling for the counter bend. We ain't asked for that. Bro, it's his career, his life. He taking the fucking punches, not you. At what point, as boxing fans, do you respect what the fighter want? Yeah, I know what you want. That's why, from the rip, you have a choice. Oh, Shakur fighting Teo, huh? Yeah, that ain't a good enough fight for me. I'm good on that pay-per-view. You had an option to do that. When they give you something that's worth your money, you pay for it, but you don't think that these fighters are supposed to move based on what you want from home? Selfish ass boxing fans, these grown men, they taking brain damage. They leaving these fights never being the same again. And you think they doing it just for your acceptance at home? Just so you can say they not soft? Y'all weird, man. I don't respect nobody, man, woman, I don't give a fuck what you are, that sit up all day trashing our athletes and fighters, bro. Go somewhere else and do that. This ain't the platform for that, bro. We really build boxing up over here. I don't give a fuck what no other content creator do, bro. I don't care. I don't listen to these dudes because they negative and they pushing narratives. You ain't, like I said, before I even went on this rant, and y'all gonna get the Just Do rants from time to time. You ain't gonna hear nobody have this conversation about Devin and Shakur and hold both of them in an equal light and just get them their credit. I'm tired of all this simple-minded little kid, nana boo-boo, he better than him, he doing. Shut up. The fact of the matter is, when we discussing them two of the best pure boxers in the sport, argue with your mama. I don't want to hear that shit. This one's a fraud, this one ain't that. I don't want to hear it, bro. It take real courage to get in a boxing ring, bro. Some of y'all ain't never even slap boxed a day in your life, let alone get in a boxing ring. You ain't never put on no boxing gloves. Talking about these dudes is fraud. That shit really burns me up. This is something wrong with our community, bro. We got to do better at calling this sport. This is why this shit suck. It's not because of the fighters. It's the people that speak on this shit on a daily basis. We don't do a good job. We have no fucking integrity. Everything about views and slander and different fan bases and fighters. What part of the game is that? At what point you tune into some of these so-called channels, bro? I don't even know what these people call themselves. You won't even hear people talking boxing at all. It'll be all slandering. Stupid ass Twitter beefs, break that, man. Kill that shit. We just witnessed one of the best boxers in the world stand on business this past Saturday. I don't give a fuck who don't like it. Cry in the car. Cry. You witnessed Devin Haney prove a shit ton of people wrong when he beat Norman. Tell me I'm wrong, and I was one of them. Man, these dudes, they like that, both of them. That's why their names always coming up in these boxing circles. That and damn person that don't know who these dudes are, man. I don't want to hear how they frauds because they're not doing what your uneducated ass is telling them they should be doing. Y'all crazy. Y'all think boxers make their moves? Oh, yeah, man. They said on Twitter, yeah, they ain't asked for this fight. Simple-minded ass dudes. Yeah, you got guys asking simple questions like, why would you want to fight Conor Ben? I don't do nothing for you. No, it don't do nothing for you. Speak for yourself. He talking about fighting in a fucking stadium. Have you ever seen Shakur fight in the stadium? Have you ever? Over there in the UK, did he ever fight over there? Talking about you don't know why he'd want to fight. Y'all selfish. Y'all really think these boxers that when it's all said and done and they hang them up or they lose, take a loss, look how y'all shitting on Devin. I don't never want to hear nothing about y'all talking about what y'all asked for. Because a lot of y'all asked for him to go out there and stand toe-to-toe with Ryan. When you seen it, look what you did to him. Threw him away. He wasn't shit. He soft. He a bitch. You got MMA fighters coming out their neck talking crazy. They just piling on. And none of these dudes, all of these dudes are conveniently forgetting the fact that he was fucking cheated. That's why he was suing. I don't like these people. It wasn't about no assault and battery. Yeah, that shit look good and it's funny for some jokes and laughs. But when you talking real boxing, remove the Ostarine, there would have never been a lawsuit. And not to mention, it was his fucking dad pushing a lawsuit, not him. These people piss me off, man. Man, y'all don't like boxing. Just let me tell you something. I don't care about subscribers, none of that shit. If you like boxing, this is the platform to come to. Not if you don't like it. This ain't the one. I don't want to see. I get tired of seeing it because I know the average person typing, somebody's a fraud or they soft. You can't fight. I know it. I know it. You can't fight. And if you seen one of them fighters in real life, that's the last thing you will say to them is they're fraud. They can't fight. Man, educate the people, man. Be a part of the conversation. Talk about something good that you like with this shit rather than shit on people that's far more successful than you and probably anybody you know. I don't want to hear that. You don't get to call people frauds for being at the top of their profession. Get the hell out of here, man. You talking about the top of the top, bro. I'm not going for no boxing slander ever. Yo, listen, everybody in here hearing me going on this rant, you're never getting slander from me. I will talk some shit. Yeah, I push the envelope just a bit, but it ain't never going to be slander, bro. Y'all different, man. All day, grown-ass, unhappy men. Go argue with your girl or something. Better yet, go get a girl. Go on a date. Go take a walk. Go swimming or something. Whatever. Go surfing. Whatever it is y'all dudes be doing, man. Go do something, man. Don't watch boxing. This ain't the platform to sit here and shit on boxing all day. A difference of opinion is always welcome, but slander, take that shit somewhere else. I don't want to hear it, man. We talking about some of the best athletes in the sport. I don't want to hear it. Like you sound like little boys. I don't like this. This one is soft. This one is that. Yeah, he didn't make this fight. He didn't do this for me. The dude sitting up with brain damage. Just like prime example, bro. People talk all this shit. Look at Teo just lost the fight. And whether that story is 100% accurate, but we're going to get into that. Look how they said the man was left hanging. Nobody there. Sitting there by himself. And that's exactly what it felt. Where do we be at when these dudes getting stitched up? Do we be in the medicals? Is we sending them get well cards or any of this shit? Shut up about crying about what fighters is not doing based on what you asked for. Selfish, man. Your one pay-per-view buy to determine who these guys go fight. You get to determine when a fight is made, do I want to support that? Is that shit worth my money? If not, then I got the option to keep my money in my pocket and move to the next fight. All this whining about what somebody ain't asked for, you entitled ass fans, man. I'm hearing people complain about fights that they're admitting that they won't pay for. Make it make sense. And y'all think that's like something to brag about. That's what's wrong with the boxing space. We're happy not supporting boxing, but we have no problem getting in somebody's comment section and complaining the whole time while somebody trying to cook and talk real boxing. Your goofy ass in the chat typing about what you don't like and how grown men is soft. Grown men that you and nobody you know can beat, for that matter. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to hear that type of talk. Talk real shit, man. Talk like as if you would if these boxers was right there in your face. You wouldn't be talking that weird ass shit. You'd probably be smiling with your phone out, snapping pictures like a little girl. I be seeing y'all dudes. Man, I'm telling you, bro, the way they talk about some of these fighters online, I tell every last one of y'all, if y'all ain't been out to a fight recently, go to a fight, especially when you see the guys that get hated on the most and see how much love they get in real life. Yo, the internet is a fake place full of like toxic, soft ass men that got chased home, that's scared to get punched in their face, probably got punched on all their life. You get what I'm saying? Those are the men that's running through all negative all day. Your life is good. You're not watching boxing to be negative. These young men living out their dreams and you watching them. That you know who they are, not the other way around. Think about that the next time you talk about how somebody don't know somebody, or this fighter don't sell this, or this one is soft. You sit up and spend a lot of your time talking about those individuals. You know them, not the other way around. Man, I needed that rant. I had to get that out. Y'all are weird to me. Y'all gonna get this work. If you could spend hours on end trashing boxing, I'm gonna spend hours on end building that shit up. Y'all are some weird people, man. I don't want to hit, and it ain't about any one boxer. It's about the sport. This is why this shit don't grow. This is why every sport is outdoing boxing. This is why. This is why you got this shit is the wild, wild west. The fans help it. We dumb, and all we do is be divided and argue with the fan bases, and this fighter ain't shit versus that fighter ain't shit. This fan base ain't shit, man. Listen, man, ain't no toxic boxing talk over here. We building that shit up brick by brick, man. Like I was saying before I went on this rant, I don't care who you think is soft. If you can't beat them, shut up. If you don't box for a living, if your hands ain't nice, if you ain't willing to step in that ring and fight one of them dudes, I don't want to hear about how soft they is because they ain't fight the guy you said from your computer chair, mind you, from your computer chair, being overweight, spitting all over your computer screen, telling them they should do. You can't run a fucking mile. You can't go outside your house, apartment, or your mom's basement, whatever it is you in, and run a lap around your house. But you got the audacity to think because you're going to steal a fight, you get to tell the guy who he should fight next. Y'all out here telling guys what to do, and you're not even supporting it when they give you the fights. Miss me with that. Build boxing up. That's why boxing suck, because the people that speak on it the most got the worst opinions in the world. All y'all do is run around on some soft shit. And I know for a fact, if most of y'all had the box to have an opinion, a lot of y'all wouldn't even be typing. Y'all type a full paragraph of all negative shit, and you will spend 2 to 3 hours typing over and over. That shit is weird. Take that to another platform where they like this shit on boxing. Over here, we like to be a lot more positive. You don't like it, this ain't the channel for you, bro. Simple. I don't give a damn. We gonna build, man. Y'all talk too much. Y'all act like y'all could get in the ring and do what these guys do. The nerve of some of y'all really like some soft ass individuals. Yeah, man. Yeah, he's a fraud, man. Yeah, man. Why should Shakur go over to the UK and fight in a stadium fight? You know, and fight a Conor Ben that just won the biggest fight in his career, made the most money he's ever made, fighting in front of the most people every year. Why go over there and fight? Who asked for that? I ain't asked for that. Yeah, I'm fat, overweight. I can't run a mile, but you shouldn't fight Conor Ben because I said so. I don't want to see that fight. I ain't paid for the Teo fight. Yeah, but I stole it. But I ain't asked for that fight. Man, shut up, man. All y'all do is complain. You don't even support the sport. Try to support it before having an opinion, bro. Spend some money on it. Because I guarantee you, go spend your money on the fight, sit down and enjoy a car, and maybe you'll have a different opinion on it. The people with the most negative boxing opinions are the people that don't watch the fucking fights, bro. They watch the big fights, and they come in here and run their mouth based off some headlines or something, man. Get that shit out of here, bro. That's why boxing sucks, because the people that's supposed to represent it don't do a boxing a service when we speaking about it. All we do is complain and cry and whine and discredit and talk crazy. Real men don't walk around life just talking crazy like that, bro. Shout out to LW Boxing. I seen the plug in here. OP, shout out to my dog, man. That was just my Just Do rant for the day. Now we getting back to this cook, man. Just like we ain't never left. So like I said, man, some people would be like, hey, why you talking about this? This ain't next. You just don't know what could happen. It's a good fight if they could make it. And like I was saying before I went on my rant, my question for Core would be, how far are you looking to push being great? Because, you stepping in another weight class, you're fifth, man. You put you in some rare kind of company. So I think that's a conversation for them. Them too. Like I said, I like that as mutual respect, because you got less shit to iron through if they to get on the phone or something like that. I said this before a couple years ago. I feel like that's the new way to make fights. I feel like guys need to get on the phone and cut out all the extra shit and make that shit happen. You know what I'm saying? I would love nothing more than to see them two dudes mix it up, because it's a great fight. Two of the highest skilled boxers in the game. May the best man win. You got the Olympian, and you got Devin Haney. He took the Mexico route. but he got it out the mud, right? He worked extremely hard to get to where he at. You got him versus a guy that's looked at as a potential generational talent. You know, some people will argue that Devin Haney is also a generational talent. Why wouldn't you want to see that? I would want to see it. If I had it my way, y'all, I say, Core, go be great. Go get that 5th championship. That's just me as a boxing fan. But I know maybe he might look at it different. Maybe he might feel like he's giving up too much. Who knows? But I do think it's a good conversation. It's a good fight if they can make it. I'm all for it, man. These is 2 of the most talented guys you got. And I like the fact that Devin Haney viewed this as the biggest fight in boxing, man. That's what's up. It's a good scrap if they can, you know, iron out the differences and figure out that weight discrepancy. You know what I mean? You might have something there. But something I want to talk about before I get into this Andre Ward and Roy Jones interview, man. Something I just wanted to point out, right? Now, I'm assuming if people are talking about this fight being put together, I'm just assuming they thinking it'll be facilitated through Turkey. Turkey will be involved. Now, this is just me. I'm just speculating based on what I've seen. We all know about the recent situation with the Tiger Johnson thing. You know, the little brawl or whatever the case. You know, to my understanding, Devin Haney was supposed to do the broadcast. And, you know, he was taken off the broadcast and replaced with Malik Scott, if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to L-Dub. And then on top of that, he was supposed to be on the show. You know, they got this, you know, I like this show, the little inside ring show. I like it. He was supposed to be on that. But he got snatched up off of that because of the brawl as well. Now, just for conversation purposes, just looking at everything that went on, shout out to Howard. What's good, homie? I hope that this situation, and I mean in the brawl, didn't affect them moving forward in terms of getting opportunities. This is why you hate to see shit like that happen, because you got to think about that bag, and it always will be the talent that suffers the most, right? That stands to lose the most. The talent being Devin Haney, right? The entourage is the entourage. They could go on, you know, to do what they do and whatever, because not only this, you know, MSG, Blaze was good with it. MSG had put out a statement as well, and it was, you know, they listed a prior incident with the UFC in this brawl situation, and they were saying, you know, they don't condone violence, you know, of any sort at any events or whatever the case, and they were saying people could be banned for life across all venues. So all I'm saying is there was a brief moment where you seen Devin Haney on camera. You never seen him physically do anything, but it again, if it's your people, it's going to be connected to you, and it seemingly is going to affect what's going on. So I don't know. There's just something to think about moving forward. That's why I feel like Devin Haney initially made some changes to his entourage before, when he said, right, he cut down on the entourage. Too many people, it lead to some BS. Now, as far as the brawl, from what I could see from the videos, all the videos that I've seen, I pretty much seen, I ain't gonna say all of them. I know it's a lot more, but I've seen all the different angles and stuff. It looked like that could have been avoided. And cooler heads got to prevail in situations like that. I don't give a damn what nobody say. If you justifying it, nasty work. If you saying that Tiger Johnson, he deserved it, that's crazy. That's weird, man. Hopefully they don't end up being banned permanently from the venues because of this situation. And like I said, more importantly, you know, hopefully him not being removed off the broadcast and pulled from the show is not a sign that Turkey is like, you know, this dude. You get me? Because I would hate to see anything get in the way of him making fights moving forward, whether that's with Shakur Stevenson or any other good fight for that man. Just want to see good boxing. So just something to think about, man. Something to mention real quick, man. We don't know if you know, if that affected in a crazy way. So hopefully it has, man. Hopefully it has. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got 90 people in the building. Hit that like button, y'all. Blaze, what it do, man? So expect the big names toward the end of his career. It's time Shakur and Keyshawn win, unlike Roy Jones losing to Joe. Yeah, light-skinned business. Brian Floyd said 10-4. Man, so let's keep building, man. We got this good interview that we're going to break down, man. We're going to listen to from Roy and Andre Ward, man. They do a great job. I like they Hall of Game. They was touching on some different things, you know, that happened over the weekend and the fights and different, you know, they was touching on some different things, man. I wanted to listen to some of that with y'all, man. Hit the like button, sub to the channel, y'all. We're gonna keep rocking. Devin is in the bro out there. Cause he, you know, look, I seen a little video with him kind of like running, but I didn't see him do anything. But the thing is, Damon, who you think gonna suffer if it's his entourage? You get what I'm saying? If it's your entourage ain't the boxer, they not the talent. The talent is the one that's always gonna suffer from the situation the most. So that's why people gotta keep their head and be mindful, you know, read the room type shit. Some shit ain't worth it, man. That was definitely avoidable because that was ugly. It wasn't like just a little wrestling match, man. Dude was getting jumped. They was stomping. The videos of him getting stomped was disgusting, bro. That shit should never happen, bro. They was really stomping dude. I'm like, that's wild. And I think Bill got some of it too. Some people will say good or whatever. It is what it is. I just, you know, avoid shit like that because that stuff like that go left, man. We ain't here to see outside the ring scraps. I'm here to see it in the ring. Tiger and Dev would be a great fight in the ring. You know what I mean? I know I ain't the only one that think that. That'd be a good one. But we got to get to this. But let's get to this, y'all. Let me pull up Sunchild. What it do? Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Yes Indeed Boxing, the Queen Shower. How you feeling? Let's get to it, man. Yeah, they always do good interviews together, man. I meant to catch it yesterday, but we ain't have time, but we gonna make time for it today. This was a good one, man. They do some really good work, and they always touching on some things. They hit on the they touched a little bit on the Teo situation too, man, because I don't know if it's any truth to him being left hanging or whatever have you, but I know that was nasty for him to be, you know, left alone if that was the actual situation. So we'll see though. We'll see. Shout out to him though, man. But let's get to this though. Get to this, man. Tiger on a good streak. All right, let's get it. Let's get it, man. Let's get it.
Hanging out with my man, Andre Ward. We two Hall of Famers will bring y'all a show called a Hall of.
Yes, I know I'm not where I normally am. I'm on the road. And normally Roy Jones is on the road and I'm at home. And he's at home and I'm on the road.
I don't know, man. Maybe I don't know. I know I was just back ranting a minute ago, man. This shit, listening to these dudes, I'm not saying I'm Roy or Andre, but their perspectives and their energy towards the sport and the way they call it is a much different. If y'all ever notice, bro, and y'all know these is two of the realest that ever laced them up, right? It's funny that they do a show together. It's actually great. Look at the way that they talk boxing, right? Coming from some people that actually done it. That's what my frustration be with the people that all they got is negative shit to offer. Like, bro, are you miserable? Are you good at home? Like, why are you mad at these young men being successful? It's like all negativity. Look how two Hall of Famers, two of the best in their respective times, right? Look how they call the sport in a much different fashion than somebody that can't do none of the shit they done in their life. It's crazy. Talking about a dude that ain't lost since he's, 12, 14 years old. Gold medaled and all that shit. Get what I'm saying? How many people could say that? Some people been getting beat up since they was 12 to now. You know what I'm saying? Look how they call the sport, though. With like integrity, with respect, man. It's different because they actually done it. Now, I haven't done it, but I could only imagine how hard it is to be as good as what Roy Jones was and to be as great as what Andre Ward was, respectfully. They both had two of the most successful careers, and you can't tell them they don't know no boxing. You get what I'm saying? It's content creators be bugging, man. Fans be bugging, bro. I like to hear from the people that know what they talking about. These two definitely know what they talking about, even if you don't agree. These dudes know how to cook. This is real boxing conversation. Everybody should have a standard. They setting the fucking bar high, and people should aspire to set the bar the way they do instead of joining in being the next toxic, fake-ass Stephen A. Smith. Nobody knows you. Stephen A. Smith got rich doing that shit. It ain't working for y'all. Switch it up. These dudes call boxing the right way, man. That's why I rock with them. Let's get into it, though, man. Elijah,
Las Vegas.
One of the best
just
fights
got
in
done
boxing,
calling
Elijah,
the
I think
Zuffa
so.
2 card with Joe Tessitore, Max Kellerman. It's the boxing promotion headed up by Dana White. Man, there was
Shout
some
out to
great fights there
OTB.
last
My bro
night.
was good with
Very
it, man.
even matchmaking. That's one thing that Zuffa has gotten right out the gate. But I got to get into the huge boxing weekend that we've been talking about and promoting these last couple months, which is the Ring 6 card this past weekend, January 31st, Madison Square Garden, a sold out Madison Square Garden between Shakur Stevenson, Teofimo Lopez. On the co-feature, we had the return of Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn Davis has been gone. And, you know, when you don't fight, people, they whisper, but they're not really talking about you like they once were. And he was in there against a formidable contender, Jermaine Ortiz. He's the type of guy that if you're not right and if you didn't prepare properly, or if there's any holes in your game, he's going to push you to that point where he's going to show it. That was a great co-feature. We're going to get into that. And also on the undercard, Bruce Shushu Carrington versus Carlos Castro, or AKA Shoe York City, as he likes to say. This is his first title fight in the featherweight division, the WBC title. Man, great fight. Shushu got tested in that fight. We're going to get into that as well. And Xander Zayas, man, I hate that Xander and Shakur fought on the same night. You want all the eyeballs to be watching one card if possible. Xander headlined a card in his home country, Puerto Rico.
I don't want to ever come off like I'm policing people, because that ain't like, feel free to have the opinion, but have some, like, I don't know, man. Have some respect about you. I just can't respect all day talking tough. And then I know if somebody was in your face with a pair of gloves on, y'all be ready to shit yourself. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't be talking crazy like that. It's just like the internet age has birthed some real soft individuals, man, that have been too accustomed to talking crazy with no consequence. That's why people are so willing to disrespect and talk crazy like that. Like, I heard somebody disrespect Andre Ward's career. I ain't saying we all got to love everything he did, but to understand boxing is knowing Andre Ward was one of them, right? You gotta like him, but you can say, yo, it was one of them. What's so hard about that? But people will really get up on a platform like this, on a YouTube channel, right? Not like this, because they ain't nothing like this, but they'll get up on their shit and try to tell the people how Andre Ward wasn't, in fact, one of the best that do it. I don't know how he's a Hall of Famer. All he did was jab and grab. But that's for a person that don't know no fucking boxing. Like I said, to understand Andre Ward in boxing and know he was one of them ones. Saying shit like all he did was jab and grab, you telling me you don't know shit. You get what I'm saying? People think they be cooking too. That be the sole purpose, like that be the highlight of their day. Let me start this YouTube live stream up and talk as disrespectfully as I could about some of the people that represent what we about at the highest level in the shit that they do. Yeah, that's how we do it. Yeah, because that's keeping it real. Let me tell you how this dude really ain't shit. Oh, that's the dude y'all like? Yeah, let me spend the next 3 to 4, 6, 7 hours telling y'all how he fake. He really ain't that good. Everything about him ain't shit. Like, you get me? That's what people do. And I ain't on that. I ain't never going to be on that type of time. Y'all weird, man. Boxing need better supporters, man, and reporters, content creators and all that, fans and all that. Support these dudes, man. See how hard it is to box a couple of rounds, and you'll have a different opinion on calling somebody a fraud or saying somebody soft or some shit like that. Take a different person to get punched. I'm telling you, for a living at that. Bad in the pocket. You get me, OTB? A bad boy in that pocket, man. Yeah, the SOG slander is wild. And he really get back to the people. Best work in the business. My bad, y'all. Let's get to it, though.
His WBO belt, but he also got some more hardware. He gained the WBA belt and unified the titles over 80 people Saturday night. And Xander is the youngest current unified men's champion at 23 years old. Man, these boys, they doing a lot of great things, younger and younger and younger. The last thing we're gonna get into is
real quick, Xander Zayas, bro. I criticized him, but I think I'm fair. You get what I'm saying? It's people that'll say how he ain't this and that. But he's very accomplished right now. If he retired and hung him up, he got a very successful career. Young as hell, youngest unified champion. That shit ain't nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, that's some matchmaking and opportunities and all that, but that's a lot of hard work that goes into these boxing careers. And I feel like as a boxing fan, that's the least we could do. We gonna talk boxing is really speak the real. You know what I'm saying? Not just your opinion and how you feel about it. You get what I'm saying? Right, man. Just hitting the bag for some minutes, bro. See how difficult that is. Holding your hands up for 3 minutes at a time. See it while somebody punching at you. You get what I'm saying? Then people start talking a little different, Cal. Let's keep going, though, man. My bad, y'all. Let's go.
Something at Madison Square Garden that I had never seen before in all my years of boxing. You know, I like to tell people, man, there's nothing I ain't seen in the boxing rings, nothing no style, no antics, no nothing on the business side. Man, I seen a man in a heavyweight fight. And in the middle of the fight, got hit with an uppercut. Man, hairpiece came on, Roy, in the middle of the fight. Jerel Miller
hello.
Hello. Man had a hairpiece in the ring and got lifted off the top of his head in the middle of the fight, early in the fight.
Early.
And he had to fight the rest of the fight with a little ring of hair around his head. Brother, never seen nothing like that in my life. We're going to talk about that as well. But I want to get into, I'm going to start with Shushu Carrington on the undercard. Bruce Shushu Carrington. He's a Brooklyn native. This is a homecoming fight. This is a dream come true for you to fight at home, but to have your first world title at home. I had a similar situation. It's exciting, but it's a lot of pressure. It's one thing to be in a foreign place, another state or another country, right? That's a different level of pressure to perform and want to win. But when you at home and all week long, do you got tickets? Do you got tickets? Hey, man, can we get in the back with you? Do you got a credential? All that type of stuff is happening because most of the time, family and friends don't understand that this is a party for y'all. This is an event for y'all. This is a war for me. So while y'all trying to figure out how you going to get my third cousin in, while y'all going to figure out how y'all trying to get my third cousin into the fight or get him in the back of the locker room at the press conference, I can't do nothing but think about war and trying to figure out how I'm going to pull this off. Shushu went in there, Roy, and he got tested. He said that was the first time that he's ever been hurt in a fight, a real fight. It was some rough moments in there, and I don't dislike that for him. You can get a false sense of yourself going in there and blowing a guy out in 2-3 rounds, raising that belt on your shoulders,
to what
and you
Andre
start to
Ward,
think that most nights.
Real quick, y'all, I just want to highlight. Listen to how he's describing somebody being tested, and this is coming from somebody that was in the driver's seat before, so he know full well what Shushu was going through, right? But a fan to get up here and tell you how Shushu defense, all this and that, man, and he need to do this and do that. These guys need to be tested, bro. Getting hurt in a fight is not a death sentence, bro. You need to know how you're going to respond in those moments. We need to see that from these guys. You got people still asking that about Shakur, right? They want to see him get cracked to see how he going to respond if he get hurt, right? You seen it with Shushu. It's not a death sentence. He responded and he stopped his guy with like a 4 or 5 punch combination. Beautiful work. That's how you grow as a fighter. You probably learned more in this one fight about Shushu than you did in most of his other fights combined, bro, because he got tested more than he's been tested in any other fight. And in his biggest moment for a world title, he shined. But a fan to get up here and tell you how his defense is so bad and somebody going to beat him eventually. Look how we call the game. We don't even look at it for what it is. He got tested, had to dig deep, and he was able to do it and get a fucking knockout. Impressive doing it. He looked good doing it. That's why they're giving it the performance of the night. This is why, and I don't got no argument with it. Beautiful work from Shushu, man.
Are going to be like this. Shushu had to really get it out the mud. He had to really dig into that bag of intangibles. He had to really show that he can weather the storm. He got visibly hurt, and Carlos Castro did what he was supposed to do. He jumped on Shushu. He weathered that storm well, and it didn't discourage Shushu. As soon as his head cleared, he sort of changed the game plan and stopped moving as much, started making some better decisions defensively, and then he started letting them hands go to get that knockout. Roy, what did
you seen? For the people that didn't catch it in real time, he made the adjustment like Ward said, and he got through it, and that shit guided him to a picture-perfect knockout. Best performance in his biggest moment, in my opinion, because he got tested by Carlos Castro, who was a vet in the game. We seen Carlos Castro test Cool Boy before Cool Boy ended up beating him, right? He came out here, he tested Shushu, and he got through it, bro. Got through it. This shit gonna make him a lot better.
Fight?
I loved everything I saw from Shushu. The fact that he was able to weather that storm during a big fight like that says a lot, because in your hometown, like you said, there's always a lot of extra pressure, a lot of added pressure. Now, to his defense, you also had a Keyshawn Davis coming after you, and you had a main event with Teofimo Lopez and
Yeah.
young man. So with that being
Yeah,
said,
Shakur, yeah. Teofimo, Shakur Stevenson, yeah.
yeah, it was pressure on you, but it wasn't as much that could be, because I'm sure when you did it, you probably was the main event, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So when you're the main event, it's a little bit more pressure, but that pressure still is there. It's just that he had a few other people on the undercard to catch it if something didn't go right. But to me, I thought Shushu probably fought the one of the better fights of the night too, because it was entertaining. It was back and forth. He got hurt.
Yeah,
Then he
shoot
came back,
nice, yo. We got over 100 people. Y'all
survived
hit that
that,
like
and then
button.
took
Double
the guy
tap the
with a
like button
5-punch
on the vertical
combination.
side, y'all.
That's
Bang,
Get the
bang,
likes
bang,
up.
bang.
that was good stuff. You understand? So Shushu definitely game I respect. I love the fact that he was able to put on a performance like that for his New York home, for his hometown fans. And I thought Shushu just did a great job. Yep.
Yeah, Shushu had
Right, yeah, BJ, that shit was beautiful work, man. You just get excited because when you watch boxing from a standpoint of like you just trying to enjoy the shit and see all that's right with it instead of being this negative guy, you genuinely find yourself going crazy. I know I was going off when Corey was cooking Tio the way he was, because I'm thinking about all this shit that people was talking beforehand and seeing them just like do this shit in real time. I love seeing it. Zeke, what's good, homie? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Listen, Shushu in the driver's seat to make some other big fights, man. He talking that anyway stuff, man. I like Shushu, man.
Shushu, the rest of the guys on the car, and then Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo, man, they brought out Spike Lee, man. Spike Lee, shout out to Spike Lee, man. Spike Lee was out there early. I was out there for the undercard because I knew it was gonna be a great card. And Spike was out there early, man. Front row in his seat, supporting all the fighters, but supporting a New York guy in Shushu, man. So I love to see a guy of that stature having his having his mind on the game and really knowing who's who and who's up and coming and supporting another Brooklyn guy like that, man. That was dope to see. And I was really excited and eager to see Keyshawn Davis and Jermaine Ortiz. I'm not just a guy that focuses on X's and O's when a big fight is coming up. I'm a storyline guy because I know it's so many things that are happening surrounding a fight. And I want to see, I like to judge a person's temperament. I like to listen to what they say because that's really their heart.
He another one, y'all. He another one. He made a mistake in real time. And I heard like some of the worst shit that you could say about a person, all because he made a mistake that directly affected him. People wrote him off. They didn't even give him a chance to bounce back. Now you fast forward to today. You gave this man another opportunity. He told y'all he was going to give y'all a knockout, and he gave it to us in the last round. You get what I'm saying? We be too quick to write our own off. We feel like these guys can't make mistakes, bro. I just don't see how they above making mistakes. Unless you tell me they not human, they going to make mistakes. That probably won't be the last mistake he make, but hopefully for his sake, it's the last mistake of that magnitude and, of that caliber. You know what I'm saying? For him.
Speaking, and I want to see, do I believe you? Are you believable? Are you just talking? Do you seem nervous? Or does the moment seem too big for you leading into the fight? You can't find out everything with a press conference or interview, but you get little clues if you know what you're listening for and looking for. And I've been watching Keyshawn to see how are you going to respond to this adversity that you've been facing. And in
126
many
is
respects, and
featherweight.
he's admitted it, that came by his own hands. You had a lot of motion, you had a lot of momentum, and then it abruptly stopped. You changed your team managerially, you
Right.
changed your trainers, and you kind of went back to your roots. And you got a lot of people questioning, are you still a blue chip guy? Are you still a contender? Are you still a guy that could be in title contention in the next year or less? And it was against a solid dude, Jermaine Ortiz, who had never been stopped. And Jermaine has fought good competition. He's fought some elite guys. He's come up short, but he's always fought hard. He's never been stopped. I thought Keyshawn looked really, really good early on in that fight. He looked very poised. And Jermaine was fighting a fight that you typically don't see him fight. Jermaine is known for being very physical, very rough, and he's going to make it dirty if he has to. He was laying back. And it looked like he was allowing Keyshawn to take some ground and get established, but then Ortiz flipped the script and changed the game plan. He started to get into his normal bag. of roughhousing and making things dirty. And I said, man, I like that. I was telling Shakur, I was in the locker room watching. I said, I like what he did right there because he went away, let you get comfortable, and then he said, no, here I am. I'm going to be the guy that you actually thought you was going to be fighting, but I'm not going to do it in the first round. You saw Keyshawn have to make some adjustments too. And I love when, whether you're in title contention or a prospect, you got to make some adjustment. How deep is your bag? How quick can you process? How quick can you make adjustments? Do your boxing brain work, or do you need a coach feeding you instructions every second of every round? You saw Keyshawn have to make adjustments, do some different stuff because Jermaine Ortiz changed up his game plan. And all of a sudden you start seeing the power and the precision. It's not just power, it's power and precision from Keyshawn Davis. Those are some of his greatest strengths is the power, but the ability to get that shot in at the right spot. He did that in the 11th with a body shot. He did it again in the 12th to end the show. Great performance for him. And it was one of the performances that basically tells the boxing community and those in your weight class and around your weight class, I'm back. It wasn't a performance that screams I'm back, but it definitely said, I'm back. I've heard all the whispers and I'm here. What you think about that performance of Keyshawn?
Yeah, and look, Keyshawn, he handled business, bro. Shit, it might do scream a little bit, bro, because he dominated. He ain't lose around. You know what I'm saying? Then dropped the dude with body work. You know what I mean? Didn't forget about the body, bro. He was smart with his approach. He was surgical. Jermaine Ortiz didn't have no answers. You've never seen him that outgunned in no fight. When he went up against the great Vasil Lomachenko, he didn't look like that. He arguably makes the case for beating Teofimo Lopez. Definitely didn't look like that. But against the guy with less fights, he looks like that. I wonder why. I'm trying to tell people Keyshawn Davis, fully focused, is going to be one of them. He is that. Like, it's all you got to do is stay locked in. Right now, real talk, people like him in his career, right now, his biggest challenge, respectfully, is him. It's him versus him. As long as he keep Keyshawn in check, boxing world in trouble. Them opponents stay out in trouble, bro. Youngin like that. He like to fight. He mean. He patient at the same time. He's smart. He's defensively sound. Defense underrated. You got a nice bag of tricks to deal with when you in there with Keyshawn Davis. You better be sure. Better be prepared because he gonna get you. Jermaine Ortiz found out the hard way. Nobody else beat him like that. Not only did he dominate him, he stopped him too. He never been stopped. Stopped him, dominated him, then stopped him. You get what I'm saying? Impressive. Impressive for the youngin'. Like a dog, my guy. How you feeling, bro? Appreciate you always in the building. Say, just listen. Appreciate you, fam. We're going to get to it's over 100 people. Hit the like button.
I don't think he really said, I'm back. He said, I'm different and I'm back because y'all couldn't stop Ortiz. I did. So I'm different and I'm back. You understand me? So I think he made two statements at one time. You understand me? Because nobody else has stopped Ortiz. You understand me? That's the first time he's ever been stopped. That means you do that, you're doing something different. And you're doing that after this long layoff. So he's saying a whole lot in that one performance. That was also a brilliant performance. Why I rank it so high too is because it was three great performances that night, but they all had different things to them. I love the fact that Shushu went through the adversity, but I also like the fact that Keyshawn was able to change up when it came time for him to change up. Yet he still kept that same pressure on. You understand me? The guy saw right away that he couldn't outbox him, so the guy changed up and tried to come at him a little bit. He took that too and kept fighting the same way. Then when the guy tried it, that was everything he had. Then Keyshawn immediately started going back to that body. That says also a lot, but for a guy with 14 fights, he remembered to go to the body, and that was that's really what came to
you understand me? I love it, Shower.
When you find a young guy that's willing to go to the body like that, even late in a fight, that's top level stuff. That's high class stuff. So he is different. He is at that next level.
Shout out Jermaine Ortiz. He's always going to be tough. He's always going to stay in there as long as he can.
It's a recurring theme for the co-main event and the main event. Both of those young men were faced with, on paper, what was supposed to be their toughest challenge to date, and they both dominated the competition and made it look relatively easy. You know, not saying that the fights were easy, but they ended up making those fights look like some of the easiest fights that they've had in their career, respectfully, right? And it's not easy to do that. And think about it, Keyshawn did it off a layoff, to his own, his own mishaps, right? He doing it off a layoff, inactivity, the ring rust. Think about it. You didn't even think about that. I just gotta point that. I ain't about to overstate the win, but I want the record to reflect he did that coming off what you look at as a layoff, inactivity, right? He ain't fought since June. He messed the fight up in June, didn't fight in June. And notice you ain't even think about ring rust with this kid. I'm telling you, man, not all guys can get right back in there and just like hit the ground running. It's like you pick up right where you left off. Keyshawn Davis was able to do that from round 1 all the way to round 12 up into the stoppage. Boxing Dad, what it do? Facts, man. SOG is a GOAT, bro. Shout out to Like a Dog in the Cash App, always supporting the grind. My guy, appreciate you. Shout out to my guy. Appreciate you. Let's keep going, man.
It's a lot of heat you got to deal with those kind of body shots. I mean, they were well-placed body shots. Well-placed body shots right on the money. And those are two things that seem so common and that are talked about so much, but are the most neglected in the sport of boxing. And if a fighter, y'all fighters, listen to me at every level, not just young fighters, if you can make your jab your lead hand, whether you're right-handed or whether you're left-handed, make your lead hand great. What does that mean? That means start to use it more. Learn when to use it, how to probe with it, when to use a power jab, when to use a flicking jab, how to come behind the jab. And for all you power punchers,
Facts, Brief.
Man, make your jab.
I just be wanting y'all to enjoy it when y'all get here. Like this be the break away from the stress. I try, you know what I mean? I try to.
Great. So you can hide your
Got him,
greatest gift,
shot
which
him.
is your
What up?
power. Because even an average fighter, if you telegraph and tip him off on what you're going to do, he can either get out of the way, block it, or take the shot. A fighter takes the shot a lot better when they see it coming down the pipe. Get your
I
jab
love
great.
hearing from
And the
an
second
expert,
thing
man.
is what we just talked about. Learn to work on the inside. Learn to hit both sides around the arms, up the middle to the gut. Nobody likes getting hit to the body,
Nope.
but a lot of guys can't take it to the body. You want your knockout ratio to go up?
I'm telling you.
Start going to the
Cook
body
Dre.
in a ferocious way with both
Cook
hands.
Dre.
If you want your game to improve, get that jab working overtime
Cook Dre.
and learn to hit to the body. Some
Big
guys can
tax,
take it
what
to the
he
head,
do?
Roy. I don't know
Cook
how,
Dre.
but then all of a sudden, you say, let me go and check over here and see how you doing down here. All of a sudden, they can't take it.
Yep.
Man, you
Most
gotta love
guys.
to hear that broken down from one of the best, man. To do it. Roy's sitting there with a smile on his face. Tell me they ain't, hey, OTB, hey, family, tell me they ain't got one of the best shows, if not the best show in boxing, bro. I'm telling you. Z said, I just started working on my inside game. Shout out to you, homie. Keep working, too. Love to hear it, man. Love to hear it, man. But, man, they two of the best. They one of the best duos in the game, man. I'm telling you, they doing the good work, man. They out here fighting the good fight, man. They educating and
Last thing I'm gonna say about Keyshawn
real quick,
Davis.
they have conversations that will make you want to watch boxing, and that's the goal. I try that. I'm not them, but I do my best, right? Make you want to say, "Damn, what fight he talking about?" Right? Go breaking that shit down. Go watch it, man. You see, they on their Ann McQueen wave, man. Hey, where you at, Professor? Where you at, man?
He called somebody out after the fight. The new and improved Devin Haney. Devin Haney just came off a much-needed dominating performance against Brian Norman. Brian Norman, before the Haney fight, came off of a knockout of the year type of performance. Devin Haney being 2 fights removed from the Ryan Garcia situation. The low-hanging fruit in the headline was, can he take the punch? He showed that he can take the punch, but he also delivered a punch. So now he's back in the driver's seat and can make whatever decision he wants. But Keyshawn Davis, who's one weight class below Devin Haney at 140, Devin Haney being at 147, he called Devin Haney out. What do you think about that fight if it's 1 or 2 fights away?
It's kind of a tough fight right now because Devin Haney is right back at the top of his game. Devin showed that the weight loss was probably causing him to not have as good punch resistance, and it also probably wasn't causing him to have as much power or explosiveness as he has. He showed tremendous power, tremendous punch resistance in that fight against Norman, and for him to do that means that the weight was probably an issue. Now, if Keyshawn comes up, or if they even do a catch weight, a 143, 144, it's going to be a very interesting fight because I think Devin has more tools and more IQ right now, but Keyshawn is different. So when you got a guy that's different, and that's why I also said that he's not just back, he's different. You understand me? So when you got a guy that has that intangibleness about him, where he can be a different guy when it's time to be a different guy, you can never count him out. However, if I was pushing Keyshawn, I would have another fight or two before I fight Devin, just for experience purposes. And if I was Devin, I would try to jump on it right now before he gets those couple fights, because the more experience he gets, the harder he's gonna become to beat.
And that, look, you don't have to agree with Roy's sentiments, but it's very fair. You know, there's a case to be made that there's a fair enough gap in pro experience, right? Even though Keyshawn has that Olympic pedigree that sometimes cancels out some of his pro experience, as you've seen in his fight against Jermaine Ortiz. If you follow Keyshawn Davis's career, you know that they've been putting him in there very early with very experienced guys, very early in his career, with guys with way more fights than he had, right? So it's been something that he's accustomed to. But now when you're talking about Devin Haney, you're talking about one of the best elite talents in the sport on a boxing level, right? He got tools in his bag. He's a vet in the game. He know how to use it. He got a lot of experience where at this point it could be a factor. So it would make sense if you're Keyshawn to get a couple more fights before chasing that. But at the same time, you strike when the iron hot whenever that opportunity presents itself. If you on it, just you on it. But you seen that tweet that I pulled up from Devin Haney. He said he okay with the big brother first too. So, you know, that's the fight that's more in line. I think if I had to say which one was likely to happen out of the two for Devin, it would be Shakur, for obvious reasons. The point that he's at in his career, further along the history, you know, where Keyshawn is the newer guy on the scene, but he right there, and he a couple fights away from getting another opportunity probably to be a champion somewhere. So you're going to see, man, how all this unfold. But I like this mix up. This crop of talent is real, man. It's a matter of these guys staying locked in, fully focused and motivated. And you're going to see some interesting fights, whether that be from Keyshawn, Devin Haney, or Shakur Stevenson. I think they all showed you that. Devin Haney proved a lot of people with the Brian Norman fight, right? You move on to Keyshawn Davis after the layoff from June and the missing of the weight. Came back and looked great, phenomenal, made weight and pitched the shutout and got to stop it. Shakur, phenomenal win over Teofimo, dominated pretty much with one hand. Didn't even get out of first, second gear for real, you know? So they all in position to make more meaningful fights. It's just a matter of which order these fights gonna come. But I like this conversation, though, the core and the Devin talk. I mean, look, it was inevitable. It was inevitable. I always said that these dudes going to be winning, and when it's all said and done, they're going to be right there, and people going to be asking them to fight, and look what we got. Just is what it is.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
gonna be a
surprised.
tough fight,
Nothing we seeing right
you
now.
know,
From the
for Keyshawn
Keyshawn,
Davis. And I
people
think
having to
in many
second guess
respects,
the way they
Devin Haney
look
too.
at
You can't take
Keyshawn
Keyshawn Davis
from
light. He
Shakur,
can really
and
fight.
even
He's really
that.
like that. The weight difference is a concern, and it's a fair question. Is he ready now? Is he ready a fight or two from now? But that's the fight, really. If you really want to scream, "I'm back." That's the type of fight that you want, because obviously it's in the Turkey Al Sheikh universe, and that's a fight that's gonna get made. You're gonna make a career high payday. But if you are able to beat Devin Haney, brother, when I say the sky's the limit, the sky is the limit. But that ain't gonna be no easy pickings for both guys. The weight is a concern, but I would love to see it happen.
What up, guys? It's your boy I teamed up with DraftKings Sportsbook.
I'm
The
with
next
Dre.
great playoff touchdown is coming.
But before we get to the main event, we got to talk.
Yeah, him and Court older than Dev. Keyshawn not. Shakur a little bit older, not by much. You know, you got Dev 27, Court 28. Keyshawn, I believe, is 26. I don't think he hit 27 yet. I think Keyshawn is the youngest out of the three.
Talk about
Blaze,
this
what it do, homie?
Jerel Miller situation. I ain't even talking about the fights. I ain't talking about no punches that were thrown in the fight. It's something else happened in the fight that got my attention way more than any punches that were thrown in that fight. It was the undercard fight between Jerel Miller and Kingsley eBay, right? We thought it was just another heavyweight fight with two guys trying to elevate and try to get themselves in position for a title shot. We are done. I don't care if you win the fight tonight or not, because you weren't thinking about me when you decided to put that on your head before this fight. You didn't have me in mind at all. We're supposed to be a team, right? We're supposed to be together. We're supposed to be like that. We're supposed to be together. Man, all the hard work over 8, 10, 12 weeks was supposed to be the main thing people talk about is that we got the win. Hopefully we look good and we moving on to bigger and better things. No matter what happened in that gym, the only thing they talking about is your hair getting lifted off your head by a punch. Brother, I wish you the best. I love you. I'm praying for you. But I can't work with you because you wasn't thinking about me when you said yes to putting that on your head. And I got to think about that. You wasn't thinking about me. So I'm going to either send you a text, I'm going to call you and say, man, respect. I wish you nothing but the best, but I got to go.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a little bit better instructions probably than Teofimo Davis gave him. I'm going to be telling you, I'm going to ask you as soon as you get back, who in the hell authorized it?
See?
Who authorized
See? See? I was saying that, y'all was like, man, who authorized this? I said it, remember? I said who authorized it. Now look at Roy saying the same shit. Who authorized it? I told you that was wild. That hair, that toupee piece, that was out of control. Diabolical, man. And he say he spent a quick $700 for that. Bro, they said he needed to go get about $650 back, bro. Telling you, that was wild,
and coming
bro.
to a boxing match where you know you're gonna get hit upside your head. You know you're gonna be sweating.
You're gonna be sweating,
you know you're gonna be
everything,
getting elbows and stuff. How could you put it home in a fight in Madison Square Garden that's gonna be aired on the
yes.
You get hit with upcoming and say, oops, yep.
Drake
like, what the hell is that? So then you get back and you got smart enough to just say, forget it, put it out and throw it into the fans, throw it to the stands. That was a great thing. Then one of your future opponents,
Drake went on camera for a second.
You know, just you messed. That was a bad move.
He's still laughing, bro.
They got us all talking about him now. Everybody's joke is
that shit was crazy,
Mr. Miller today. So that's a good thing because his name blows up even more now. So, I mean, it's two ways to look at that. Like they told me, all publicity, any publicity is good publicity.
Crazy, bro.
He got good publicity.
But I'm gonna go ahead and also say this. You know, like if that can happen to anybody that can laugh at themselves and have a good response, is Jerel Miller. You know, some people be mortified, man. They be trying to hide under the earth, and that brother didn't blink.
Yeah,
that thing came
under
flying
earth
off,
is crazy.
and the punches kept flying at the same time. So shout out to that brother, man, for taking a.
Yeah, man. Drake said some people be trying to hide under earth after that. I'm telling you, they get low. He had to snatch that off his head, yo. His shit started looking like remember Harry from Home Alone? Remember where he flipped and stuck his head in the toilet, and I think it was the kerosene in the toilet, and it burnt his hat like while it was on his head. That's how Jerel Miller looked when he snatched the toupee off. Looked like Harry with his hat burnt to his shit. I was like, bro, what is going on, man? That shit was out of control, man.
Unbelievable, unthinkable situation.
I had to show
that happened in front of the whole world. And I mean, it made it on Sports Center, not top 10.
So he cried for an hour that night.
But Miller, he was able to laugh at himself. He said, "Man, I'm losing my hair."
Was crazy, man.
He just laughed at himself, man. So shout out to him, man, for being able to do that, man. It makes life a lot easier when you can have things happen and you don't take yourself too serious. So I want to shout that brother out for that. But if I was a trainer, we done. Because brother, you wasn't thinking about me. When you put that on your head. Let's
Drake
get
said
to
as the trainer, that would have been their last fight. Drake said he would have sent you that call and that text, man. Like, yeah, that's it. I wish you nothing but the best. You wasn't thinking about me. You put that on your head, bro. Out here. Because y'all seen it right before he had to snatch it off. It had got like scuffed up. And I'm like, what's going on with his head? Remember, I was like, why is that big line through his head, yo? And I didn't know it was a hairpiece. I'm like, wow. It's a whole hairpiece. He out of control. He out of pocket and out of control all at the same time, bro.
Main event. And I think I mentioned this at the outset, but I'm gonna say it again. This was a sold out
Madison Square too, bro. They all
shout out to Teo and Shakur's debates about who brought in more. I'm gonna give them both credit. They sold out Madison Square Garden. 21,324 was the reported attendance for this fight. It was good to see Spike Lee and other celebrities. You know how it is, Roy. Most people love boxing. A lot of actors, other athletes, they love it because they know this ain't really something I can do, but I love to watch it. I love to argue and debate about it. And it was just great to see, A-listers in the building on the night. But let's get to the fight. Right from the first round, you know, this is something that I told Shakur, and Bud Crawford also told him. I said, Teofimo Lopez has two types of fighters in him. He's got the guy that beat Lomachenko, but he's also got the guy internally that lost to George Kambosos. He's got two people that he's constantly fighting with. You cannot allow Teofimo Lopez to get confidence. You can't allow him to get comfortable in the fight because he's a lot harder to beat. There's ain't no disrespect to the young man. I know he's holding his head right now and he's dealing with a lot of stuff. But I said this in the beginning when we were promoting this and talking about this on our show, is that Teofimo had moments where he almost looks like a great fighter. It's like, man, I seen him.
Hey, Dre, I heard that slip up. Damn, didn't it sound like he just called him Teofimo? I know I'm being a little petty, but it did sound like it for a second. It sounded like he might have called him Teofimo by mistake. Hold on, bro.
That he's constantly fighting with. You cannot allow Teofimo Lopez to get confidence. You can't allow him to get comfortable in the fight because he's a lot harder to beat. There's ain't no disrespect to the young man. I know he's holding his head right now and he's dealing with a lot of stuff. But I said this in the beginning when we were promoting this and talking about this on our show, is that Teofimo had moments where he almost looks like a great fighter. It's like, man, I seen a flash there. I seen something. But it's not consistent. It's not sustained, which raises questions for me when I'm watching him as a fighter. But I've also seen him very confident. I've also seen him in control. And he's been in positions where his father didn't have to be a great coach because his son was doing all the work.
Remember, I was saying this,
in the ring. So he could say whatever he wanted to say, and it looked like it worked. That guy exists.
Man, oh my God, he talking that talk. This is why I love listening to them, man. If anybody listen to me, I told y'all, man, he been winning fights off athleticism and limited instruction, yo. No disrespect to his pops. I think his pops obviously knows something. You know, I wouldn't say Teofimo got that far without his pops, but in his toughest moments, they both highlight how he mostly wins fights with his athleticism and his raw, pure talent rather than the great coaching instruction. You've seen that in the Kambosos fight and more recently in the Shakur Stevenson fight. You really seen that. Dude don't be coaching his ass off at all. He don't.
Confidence, that's the guy you're going to have to fight. But if you step on him right from the beginning, I don't mean slugging. I don't mean going punch for punch. I mean, be assertive. Allow your dominance to be known in the arena, those watching, the judges, as well as Teofimo Lopez, by how you get down in that first, second, third round. Establish your game plan. If he misses, make him pay. Let him know it's not going to be that type of party tonight. And the first chance you get to yoke him up and let him feel your physical strength, do it early and let him know what time it is. And Shakur did that. And I saw at the end of the first round that Teofimo Lopez had no answers, that he was reduced to just a big punch. I still saw the explosiveness. Some of them punches was landing heavy. He still got the power, but he didn't have a deep bag. He didn't have a second game plan. I'm not even sure what the first game plan was, because the first 30, 40 seconds, I said, Teo is going to try to back Shakur up, and he doesn't mind trying to walk through something to do it. That's what it looked like he was going to do. But the master distance and range that Shakur puts on these guys is spooks.
Hit that like
we
button
think
on both
that only punches landed spooks or scares a fighter. What spooks and scares a fighter, probably up there with even getting hit with a big punch, is when you try to reach and you miss and you get hit with a shot and the crowd goes crazy. That does something to your mind. Shakur started that right away. That right jab was clicking. Bing, bing, bing. Got that eye opened up early. And I saw Teofimo Lopez without answers, Roy, after the first round.
Yeah, he didn't have no answers after the first round. Like I told you in the broadcast we did beforehand, his whole thing was to try to make Shakur mad enough to come out and try to trade with him early. That's why he had all the jokes he had. That's why he was doing all the antics. It was strictly just to try to piss Shakur off, so that maybe Shakur would come out and try to land a big shot on him. He knew that was his only chance. And I knew that was his only chance. So if Shakur came out and went right at him like that, that would have gave him a chance to try to land something big and lucky. Other than that, he's never had the feet to keep up with to keep up with Shakur, because Shakur Shakur has some of the best feet in the game, and people don't understand that.
Told you, that's another one. Teddy Atlas was one of the people that said he got top 3 feet in the game. Now you hearing it from Roy. I was hearing people thought Teo had better feet, but I was like, where? He got that wild ass stance, and he's been known to trip over his feet in multiple fights. You've seen it. He get impatient, he overextend, lunge in. Hell no, he ain't had better feet. You know what I'm saying? And you seen it. It wasn't even close in that department.
His foot game is so on point that he can make you miss this much. Because now, used to be he would jump way back. Now he's not doing that anymore. Now he's just stepping back just enough to make you miss so he can get what he wants after you miss. That makes him highly dangerous. And to see him improve on that and come bring it to the forefront in the biggest fight of his career is great. But I want to say something else to both of those fighters. For you two guys to go out there at 28 years old when y'all in y'all prime and put it all on the line, that's what boxing is really about. That's what we've been missing in boxing. And thanks to Turk Al-Sheikh, because without his pockets, they may still not have done it. But because he has the pockets to make it happen, now we can get the fights that we want to see. And that was also a great thing. That was a whole great night of good fights because Keyshawn fought a really good fighter. Shushu fought a really good fighter. And that main event was 2 great fighters in their prime. You understand me? And we're not gonna say Teo has gotten to a great status, but he is a good daggone fighter in his
solid
prime.
fighter.
You understand me? Very solid in his prime. So that was a great night for me. Great
Shout
night
out to Lance.
boxing.
Good, homie.
Great night for boxing.
And shout out to Turkey Al-Sheikh, not just for the deep pockets, but the vision. You can have deep pockets. We've seen deep pockets come in the game many times. It's been a lot of people that came in and threw.
Man, it ain't too many of them that's gonna fit that list. Shit, he fought Jamel Herring. He was a black fighter, right? For what it's worth. But I get that, man. We just got a different rhythm. So I understand it, man. I think Devin Haney would be that guy for
a lot of money at fighters and said they're gonna do a lot of different things, but they didn't have the vision. You got to give Turkey Al-Sheikh credit for the vision that he has for the sport and for the fights. He envisions these matchups and says this is going to be a good one. And they picked the right one with Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson.
They did.
Man, it was I don't want to say shocking, but you just expected Teofimo Lopez to have at least a game plan B. I wanted to see, did you have any adjustments? And we got to call out Teofimo Lopez Sr. because, sir, in these moments, this is when you really earn your check. It's not at the press conference. It's not when you're in front of a YouTube channel. It's not any of that. We don't want to, that's cool. If you want to do that, do that. But in that moment, when your son needed you to give him sound instructions, to settle him down and give him 1 or 2 things that he can do to change the course of this fight and possibly try to win or catch Shakur or do anything, you as a trainer did not show up. When you start saying stuff like, bro, where's your power? Do you not realize that when you face a boxer like that, that power can get put in the trunk and you'll never see it? You don't have no other game plan other than power? Bro, what's wrong with your legs? He's fighting better legs. Where's your footwork? He's fighting better footwork. Y'all didn't know this? Y'all been seeing Shakur since he been a kid. Y'all came up together. That was the moment where Teofimo Lopez Sr. was supposed to earn his money. And I believe in that moment he failed his son.
I agree 100%.
Told y'all I feel better that it came to Hall of Famers. Look, everybody ain't got to agree, but I told y'all it's going to be an interesting dynamic with, Shakur and Wally Moses with T.O. and T.O. Sr. And I said when he get in his toughest and roughest moments, he can't look to his dad for the answers that most fighters can look to. And a lot of people made fun of Devin Haney and Bill, you're right, when he was your brick stronger than his brick and all of that stuff. And they was making light of it. But Devin Haney went out there and figured that shit out and got the close-ass win. No matter what nobody said, right? Teofimo got ridiculed. Where's your power, bro? You're going to hate yourself in the morning. All that stuff. And it was like, bro, you telling him the wrong stuff. He need motivation and encouragement. He need direction, how to get from A to B, B to C. And you over here asking him where his power at. You got to hit him, duh, bro. But you're not teaching him what to do. You're not instructing him on how to get from A to B, like I said. And he just didn't have answers, and you didn't have the answers for him either. So I'm saying, so it's tough. It's tough. Y'all hit that like button. We got 120 some people in the building. Hit the like button, y'all.
Because you had no plan B. It's like what people don't realize is that that's why you're a team with your coach. Because when everything you think seems to fail, he's supposed to have something else for you to try. If he don't have nothing else for you to try, then what are you paying him for? I mean, yeah, we all go out with an idea and a fight plan in our minds. Sometimes that fight plan don't work. So if that fight plan don't work, I need you to give me something new or something different to try to make adjustments on the fly if I can't figure it out. Most trainers nowadays, they don't really know boxing because they haven't fought themselves. So of course they don't know how to figure out what has really happened or what's going on. If they fought themselves, they understand how to do that. But because they didn't fight themselves, it makes it kind of tough for them to make those calls. I mean, if my coach ever would have told me, you got to hit him, yo. I'm like, hit him with what? I mean, you got to hit him. Come on, bro. It's not that simple. But if you haven't been in there, you think it's that simple. It looks that simple from the outside. Inside that square,
Roy and them talking that talk.
Them feet are a very deadly thing to deal with. If a guy has better feet than you got a problem on your hands. Trust what I tell you.
Big problem.
Told you.
Big problem.
Yeah.
And you're not only missing and unsure of yourself. Like I knew Teo didn't have a game plan B when he started doing this funny thing where he throw a right hand and bring his back foot forward and then kind of leave himself out there and then kind of reach back. And a lot of times Shakur following him back, bing, bing, or at least with a jab, bing. Brother, come on, man. Teofimo Lopez, I think, is a better fighter than what he showed that night. But man, Shakur Stevenson had a lot to do with that, right?
He did.
And I'm gonna say one more thing about the corner. You know, them elite coaches, they not only tell you what to do, they tell you how to do it.
How to do it.
Or why you doing
it. You got it.
Why you doing it?
Why you doing it? What you need to do, and then how to do it. Give me that instruction to say, man, that right hand is wide open. Cool. Next thing I'm listening for is how do I get there, coach? You got to come behind the double jab. Trust that you're gonna get there with the double jab. Let the shot go. Don't throw it hard. It's gonna be there.
Man.
That's what I need right there.
Do none of that.
Teofimo Lopez Sr., all the rah-rah stuff. Bro.
You got it. Hit him, bro.
All that rah-rah stuff is out the window. And I told Shakur before the fight, I said, hey man, do not get caught up in the antics. Stay locked in. Because the only reason why he's doing this is because he's out of answer and the first bell hasn't even rung yet. Because when you really like that, when you really know you got a deep bag here, you got a deep bag here, and you know you got 2-3 game plans, and I can revert to anything that I need to try to win this fight, you preserve your energy. I ain't got time to be no clown on stage. Right?
What happened to your fucking power, bro?
Ali did it. All these guys did it. It's part of boxing. No. That stuff, what he was saying and how he was acting, that's not part of boxing. You want to be a showman? You want to talk your talk? It's a war getting ready to happen. Talk your talk. I'm not talking about.
I told y'all that stuff he was talking was, I didn't want to call it fear because he taking the fight, but he was uncomfortable and I felt like reality was setting in. He didn't have no other answers. And I said it, y'all. Roy and them probably ain't catch it or Ward probably ain't think of it. But remember, he played the race game already. He can't play that game no more. That shit almost put his career in a funny spot. You get what I'm saying? And he knew he couldn't play that card. So what did? He started going a disrespectful route with Corey, and it got weird and awkward. Corey never got up and walked over to somebody like he was going to do something to him, right? But at that point, it's like, as a man, bro, stop playing with me like that. Like, not that you about to mess up the bag, but it's like, bro, you're going to have to feel my energy. Stop playing, man. It's a lot of other shit you could be saying, talking shit, but that's not talking shit. You being weird. And I'll make you pay for it. And I'm glad he busted up his eyes, swelled up his eyes, took his confidence just like he said he was going to do.
I'm talking about the contents of his message and what he was saying. It was hollow. Yeah. I told Shakur, do not get caught up in the clown game. If you start trying to clown and get that crowd going, stay locked in. He's doing that because he doesn't have any answer. Shakur Stevenson put on a great performance, but when you great, the standard is high, right? Yep. So me and Bud, we didn't even really let him get to the locker room before we said, brother, we think you could have stopped him. He was like, nah, every time I try to step on him, he would punch back. So, you know, we always gonna challenge him in that way. Like, I believe that Teo was looking for a way out the door.
He was.
Teo is a tough fighter. Been fighting his whole life. He ain't just gonna quit and lay down. He's a tough kid. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You got to help him. And I think if Shakur would have hit him a little bit more to the body, because
Me
when he
too.
hit him to the body, he got reactions. And Teo had some good body attacks too. I think Teo maybe won the 6th or 7th round because Shakur kind of took it off. Teo pressed forward. He felt Shakur taking his foot off the gas, and he landed some good body shots as well. But if Shakur would have stayed in the body and really made up his mind that he wanted to stop him, I think he could have. And you got to challenge a great fighter like that to always be reaching until the day that he
I
retires.
agree.
Shakur Stevenson became
Blunt was
a
good with it, bro.
4-division
150
world
people in
champion.
here. Hit that like button. Support the
126
grind, y'all.
pounds,
Sub to the channel.
130 pounds,
Double tap. Hit like button.
135 pounds, and now 140 pounds. And I love it when you start getting into them weight classes. You start getting into 3, 4, 5, 6 weight classes. Now your intro for Michael Buffer gets a lot longer because Michael Buffer got to go through your resume. Michael Buffer got to start naming off them weight classes. He's a former 126-pound champion, 130-pound champion, 135-pound champion, the reigning 140-pound champion. Come on, man. I love it. So shout out to Shakur for what he did. And where are the people that said he wasn't a draw? And I didn't nobody want to see him fight. I'm going to leave that for another show. Shout out to both the brothers, man, for selling out.
I wish he would have cooked them on it. Nah, Dre, get their ass. All that he ain't a draw. They pushed that shit for years. And then the first chance he get for that to be put to the test, he passed with flying colors. Now they want to overlook it. They made all types of videos. Oh, nah, it's this many tickets, that many. Man, 21K, man. Over 21K. Talk to him, Dre. Get on their ass, bro. Get on their ass. He said, watch the course say, be careful what you wish for. Nah, bro. It ain't a weak response. I can't tell you. If you think that's weak, Eugene, that's you. He telling them, be careful what you wish for because you might get it. Now, you asking for it, and you've been in the ring with some guys, but you ain't been in the ring with no Shakur Stevenson. And that's evident. That's what he telling them. Like, this shit can happen, bro. So I hope they make it happen. I hope they meet in the middle, or a matter of fact, I hope Core go to 47 and take his shit same way he did Teo, straight like that. Because I think he can do
this
it.
Arena. And
I think he can do it.
To your point, Roy, man, just being willing to say yes.
Yep.
They said yes to this because bar a draw happened. It's gonna be a winner and a loser, and it's a fallout for the loser right now. Teo going through it, and some of it is part of the game. It's just what it is. You do not show. You talk like that and you don't show up, man. You gotta deal with that. Just come with it. But I want to shout him out and tell him, man, listen, you came up short, brother. Process this however you process these things. If you want to fight on, you can fight on. And, we respect you as a fighter, and we respect your willingness to say yes.
Yeah, me too, man. And shout out to Ward and Bud Crawford for challenging Core in that way and letting them know, yeah, he could have done more. You could have put more on his ass. I think you could have put him under more stress, could have attacked that eye a little bit more, and I think he would have got him out of there, truth be told, man. And, I know Core is in there, and he might seen something differently, but telling you, man, shit, trust in yourself, trust in what the OGs is telling you. If they telling you could have did it, you got to believe that you could have done it. And I feel like he's great enough where he could have forced the issue. Think about the story would have been had he stopped Teo. Oh, man, what would they been saying then, bro?
I agree. We do respect him as a fighter.
You already know, bro.
His willingness to say yes. And I also respect his willingness to stay there at 12 rounds because he didn't have to. You understand me? And it's like outside looking in. It's like people all the time, I know, and I look at this a lot of times, even when I train guys, but it is what it is. But to have his dad not understand that, listen, sir, you got your son fighting one of the best fighters in the world, and on top of it, 2 of his best friends are basically Hall of Famers, Andre Ward and Terrence Crawford. Do you know how much knowledge they're going to pour into this kid throughout the training camp of this fight? You better bring somebody else with some knowledge too, or you're going to have problems. You understand where I'm coming from? I mean, think about that.
His best friends is Ward and Bud. It's crazy. And then his brother is Keyshawn Davis, a young firecracker that all he want to do is fight. Telling you, he got the right people pushing him in his corner, and I hope he keep those same people around him for his entire career, because I think they all want the same thing, the best for each other. And I think anytime you're in a situation as a collective like that, y'all can all win on different levels. You see Keyshawn shine. It didn't take away from anything Core did. They both held up their end of the bargain and put on. You get what I'm saying? And I can't wait to see the next show.
Nacho Bernstein is somebody that can match the mindset. You feel me? He got two guys with incredible minds.
Yeah,
How you
Wally
gonna
Moses
get
and Ron
by on it?
Sims,
And he a
man,
good
can't
fighter already.
lose.
With
Floyd, man,
two guys with two awesome
OTB got the
blueprints
goats
already.
rocking
How
with
you gonna
him.
beat that, bro? How you gonna beat that? Are you gonna come by yourself?
Yeah,
It's just
I
tough,
told
bro. I
y'all
mean,
it was gonna be Wally Moses and Core against Tio. It was Tio Senior was there, but I told you it wasn't. It was gonna be like he was. I knew it. I was like, yo, when that shit get thick, he is not gonna have the answers. I seen it in the Kambosos fight, and Kambosos ain't Shakur. Kambosos had him sounding like he ain't know what to tell his son, and I'm like, yo, Kambosos can do that. Shakur definitely can do that, and he did it ×2. You get what I'm saying? Shit crazy.
I didn't understand that either. I mean, at least go get you somebody that has that experience. You understand me?
He gave that dude literally no success.
We also got to shout out the
fight.
whole squad, the whole team. Shakur Stevenson's team, Wally Moses, the head trainer, Edward Jackson, assistant trainer, Coach Ron Sims, James Prince, Josh Dubin, Julie Goldsticker, everybody. It's a team effort, man. It's a team effort. It takes a lot of different pieces. Paulina and Denise from Vital, who kept his weight on point, nutrition on point. It's a team effort, man. It really takes a village to get something like this done. And just want to shout out the whole team, Team Stevenson, man. Y'all did that.
And I want to say this too. Stevenson looked really, really good at that 140-pound division. You understand me?
He did.
His body was filled out. His punches looked and sounded harder. He looked really good at 140. I mean, I know he probably gonna want to go back down to 35, but he looked really good at 140. I promise he did. His body filled out perfect for that weight class.
I'm gonna say one more thing to Teofimo Lopez Sr., man. You know, it was sad, man. I heard that, you know, that Teofimo Jr., you know, he's getting his post-fight medicals and different things like that, that he was all by himself. No team members. No rah-rah. No, none of that. All right. I can only imagine what his circle would have looked like if he won that fight against Shakur Stevenson. Maybe caught Shakur with a punch or whatever the case may be. He got his hand raised.
Right.
Man, that's weak, man. And I don't, you know, it's really sad, man. And I hate that Teofimo Lopez has to go through things like that. I mean, some of the stuff he gets, Roy, like, is warranted because of the way they talk and the way they present themselves. But get past that, and you get to the humanity of the person, man. You should have been with your son as if he won that fight. Yeah, your heart is heavy. Yeah, you know it's tough. But when I'm being here with that's my baby. I don't care how old you get. You're gonna be deep down. You're gonna be my baby. He didn't have his father there, and I saw a post-fight interview with Lopez Sr., and he did the number one thing you're not supposed to do as a coach when something like that happens.
Talk about it.
They said, "What happened in the fight with your son?" Oh, he didn't listen to me.
See?
In other words, I did my part, but he didn't do his. And if he would have did his, I don't know what happened to his power, his speed, everything was gone. Then he started making a bunch of excuses. Yeah, it's because everybody was against him. And da-da-da. Listen, son.
Yeah.
You wrong for that, man. And you got to be there with your son and be there for your baby boy, just as if he won that fight.
Yeah.
The fallout from a fight like that is going to take weeks and months, not just that night. Your son needs you there saying we and us, we didn't do it. And man, if we got to go back to the drawing board and we got to figure this out, man, I should have done better at camp. Maybe I should have got you some different work. Whatever you got to say, you stand as one team united with your son, because I guarantee you, if Teofimo Lopez Jr. won that fight, oh, we would have got more of Teofimo Lopez Sr. than we wanted.
Yeah.
That wasn't right. And that's not the way you do your son. And I just hated to see that, Roy. I hated to see him get thrown under the bus a third or fourth time after the fight. He already had to deal with the fallout of the fight. He's dealing with, you know, the natural stuff that's going to come. You got to stand on that. You got to shoulder that, bro. But then this stuff over here from my daddy and my coach, I just didn't like to see that, man. That hurt me to see that.
Yeah, it hurt anybody to see, Andre, and it's like a lot of times, you know, I don't like to speak on it much because I do understand. I went through it a lot myself, but this is why sometimes, at some point, as a man, you got to go get your own team. You understand me? You can't be there and just depend on that, because a lot of times fathers get mad and they're gonna blame everything on you because they are the father. They feel like, well, he didn't do what I told him to do. But at some point, you got to stop allowing him to tell you what to do, so that you can't never blame that. He can't never blame that on you. But if you let him keep telling you what to do, I'm just keeping it real.
Right.
You feel where I'm coming from?
That's real.
I'm just keeping it real. So I understand both sides, but it's like the father gonna say, well, he ain't listen to what I say. Well, I mean, really, at this point, somebody should really be listening to what he say more. You feel where I'm coming from? Because
he should listen. He shouldn't have listened to what he said in the corner.
That's what I'm saying. But what I said,
he didn't give him much to listen to in the first place.
He didn't
Matter
say
of fact,
that.
he didn't tell him nothing. He in the corner asking questions.
Yeah.
What?
So
You asking me questions? I'm dealing with these punches and this jab. Give me something, bro.
He ain't got nothing to give. Like I said, he ain't got nothing to give him. And at that point, you got to realize that, like I said, I understood that, but I don't want you in the corner or come and tell people, well, he didn't do what I tell him to do, because I might not have agreed with what you said anyway. So why would I do what you said to? Hit it, bro. That's not enough. You feel me? So, and I think they went through this before. Gio just didn't do what he probably should have did.
Don't like that one.
That's why
at that time, you're right. You
understand me?
They
So,
did have a shakeup.
You understand where I'm coming from? So I don't like I said, I don't want to get into it, but you can't blame it now, because when God showed you what it was, you didn't do what you should have did. So now you got to suffer consequences. These are the consequences of you not doing what God tell you to do. And I'm done with it.
That's a wrap, man.
Great
things up ahead for these young fighters who are carrying the game right now. Boxing is in good hands. Boxing is not dying. It's alive and well, and it will be here for a very, very long time. We signing off. Appreciate y'all. I'm going home. I'm tired. I done been on planes. I'm tired of hearing myself talk. I'm trying to go to the house and
it'd be like
we'll
that.
See y'all next time.
It'd be like that after talking for 4 hours straight up here, y'all. I'd be like, bro, I don't be wanting to hear my own voice. I can relate to that. Shout out to everybody. We ain't done. We got more. We're going to follow up, because we going to build on it. It's still more to build on. So y'all seen all of that, and I'm glad that they saved that part for the end of the show, because it makes perfect sense for me to segue into this next video. And I know a lot of y'all probably seen this already, but I meant to play it and speak on it. But this is why, as a father, he wasn't supposed to be saying that shit that he was saying to him. This is why that what he was saying to his son, it wasn't motivating, it wasn't encouraging, it wasn't, lighting the fire up under him. It wasn't making him want to. You get what I'm saying? Like,
what's up?
You gonna hate yourself in the morning. All right. He ain't even have to wait till the morning. Like, look at how dejected he sounded in this. So, you know what I'm saying? And I get it. It's still emotions high, right? Adrenaline, possibly. You just fought not too long ago. Shit, you still got, your blood, your wounds still leaking for all you know, right? But this shit took effect. Them words resonated with him.
The zone, Teofimo Lopez. I'm just going to say, firstly, I think it's about 3 o'clock in the morning, but thank you to you, because the last thing you probably want to do is have a microphone shoved in front of your face, but here you are, still giving me some of your time.
No, it's cool. You know, people need to hear this as well. They need to hear the other side. So this is how we do it.
Initially, let's just say a record attendance here at MHG.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Tonight, and a lot of those fans coming out for yourself. Proud that you've been able to do that as a New Yorker yourself.
Yeah, I'm actually grateful. I'm grateful for it. It's definitely something that was a dream of mine, and we accomplished that. We didn't get the win that we wanted to tonight, but no matter what, we did something more than anything. We brought everybody out here to watch and witness. Just a greatness, yeah, really greatness.
When I saw you walking through the corridor, I said, "How are you?" And you said, "Hey, I've got to take my losses like I take my wins."
Yeah.
Obviously, you have been in this position before, but you seem like a man who, obviously, a little bit deflated, but understanding that that's
what
part
you
of
talking
life
about.
And it's part
what you talking about, Willis? What you talking about?
He tried to play it off.
No, honestly,
he was saying that. Look, he looked deflated. You can see he trying to smile through it. You know what I mean? And look, I think his dad, came up how he came up, and he made, in many ways, maybe he don't lead by the best example, but overall, I can't say he failed his son. He did make his son out to be one of the most successful boxers in the sport today, right? He's at the top of the game. I think there's a lot of, to appreciate about the success they had. Now, as far as the character flaws, now that's another conversation, but as far as the talent and them two working together, they've been very successful, you know what I'm saying? And I think if he's not too egotistical to bring somebody else in. I think his son could get right back at it and still operate at the top. You know what I'm saying? But I think some changes definitely need to be made. If nothing else, definitely make some changes or additions in that corner, man, because your father threw you under the bus and he left you hanging without a paddle. You get what I'm saying? You was just out to dry. You get what I'm saying? You just had no answers, yo. So, I mean, shoulders slumped, head all down. You get what I'm saying? Shower, like, he trying. This what having no power does to someone's face. Hey, man, I guess, Marcus, yeah, this what pillow fists do to your face, right? Having no power.
I look at it like this. It's a prime example. When life comes at you, it'll come at you in many ways, and you gotta treat it like a champ. That's it. You gotta treat it like a champ. Tell yourself it's okay. I learned from it, and I treat it like a champ every time. So if you're going through hard times in your life, whether it's from any sports or academics or anything like that, it's okay. You're still a champ.
Throughout watching the fight week, a lot of people were saying that you were in Shakur's head.
Yeah.
It definitely seemed like that. Do you think maybe there was a chance that you maybe used up too much energy in the build up to the fight?
No, not at all. I think honestly, it's just the way things played out, the cards that were at hand. The dealer, I was gambling, and the dealer didn't play my cards right. That's all.
Talk to me about the fight itself. Just what was it like in there? How come you didn't really feel like you could get into the rhythm as such? I mean, just your perspective on it.
Yeah, I think I was just honestly too focused on one particular objective, one particular thing, than really enjoying what I could see opening. I was catching him a lot with the body shots a lot. So I think that was one of my effective arsenals that was getting him every time. But I think just more combinations, especially finish with left hooks and stuff. I did poorly on not listening to my team. That's on me. Take it on the chin.
See, and I got this is why I could respect him, because he's taking the onus and accountability, saying he didn't listen to his team. But we know, based on some of that audio that surfaced, that his team, being his dad, wasn't giving him no great instructions to go off. And he still took it on the chin. But what did his dad do when he went to the media? Threw his son right under the bus to a degree, talking about, power, stupid stuff like, where is your power, bro? Power is not going to be present if you can't land it. Won't you tell him how to land it? Won't you tell him how to neutralize or, counter something that Shakur was doing? I heard none of that from you. So credit to Teo for taking it on the chin, because your dad didn't have that same energy. It's kind of like he kind of disassociated himself with the loss. It's like, well, look, that was on my son. My son, he looked like this, and my son with this and that. He said Devin would get cooked bad by who? Teo?
Team did a phenomenal job. They had great guidelines. They had great instructions. I just didn't listen tonight.
I suppose now, obviously, you wouldn't have had a chance to watch it back or think about it back. But was there anything that surprised you about Shakur Stevenson in there?
No, nothing. Honestly, I knew about his jab. I honestly, I took myself out of the. I'd say just the distance. I was playing it too much to his game. That's all. Yeah.
The atmosphere in there. Special.
Yeah.
I know it kind of doesn't matter too much now, but like I say, that.
Oh no, it does matter. What you mean? This is Madison Square Garden. This is the home of the Knicks. This is the home of the Rangers, New York Rangers. This is the home of many people, many historical people, including Muhammad Ali.
Real quick, now listen, I'm with you. I kind of agree with you. I kind of agree with you, bro. Look, I said this too. I said his dad is a big reason. I mean, I said it, he wins off his physical gifts and his natural talent a lot more so than sound instruction from his dad. But I think there's been some guidance along the way from his dad to help him get to this point, right? But his dad is not like a game changer in the corner. And at this point, operating at the highest level, his dad has proven to be somewhat of a detriment and not even a crutch, somebody that he could lean on when they get rough. So it's a tough situation to be in, especially when you want to be at the forefront of everything, right? You got to bring somebody else in to help you, bring another set of eyes in that you trust. And y'all both have a common goal to make sure Teofimo gets the absolute best out of himself each and every time he in the ring. That should be the goal. We game all night was good, family. You get what I'm saying? It's tough. So yeah, Teo Senior got some soul searching to do as well as his son, man. You didn't in in the moments he needed you. You was questioning him. He already had questions probably in his head. You made him more, you know what I'm saying? You made him question him. Where's your power, bro? He probably like, damn, I ain't got no power. Like, you get me? Probably start questioning himself even more. He needed to hear encouragement and sound instruction, not criticism from the dad, bro. You get me? Skills, my brother. What's good with his skills? So that power will be nothing if it's not landed. You get me? He can't land it. He out there fighting ghosts. You get me? Skills. There's nothing he could do. He just needs an extra set of eyes, I think, man. The reason I won't say get rid of his dad completely, because I feel like in a grimy sport like boxing, you need to keep the love around, right? Somebody love you, keep them around, but also know when it makes sense to add to your corner. Like Devin Haney's dad at once upon a time took a step back. Maybe Teo Senior could play the back just a bit more and bring somebody else in. Y'all could work cohesively to the same goal, and that's to getting the best out of Teofimo. If y'all not on that, then it's going to be really tough for him to get to where he's trying to get to. He want to be a world-class top guy, a champion. It's going to be hard for him to get a title back fighting these kind of guys, man. You got some real talented boxers up at 140. You got some talent at 47. It's not going to be easy regardless of where he goes. So they got some soul searching. They got to go back to that drawing board collectively as a unit, and they got to figure some shit out.
Sugar Ray Robinson, and so on and so forth. So to
real
be here,
quick, man, I'm so tired of people using Sugar Ray Robinson when y'all lost, bro. Respect to anybody that lost, man. I support fighters win, lose, or draw, but they got to stop saying every time they lose, the greats that lost, Sugar Ray Robinson and Sugar Ray Leonard. You ain't no sugar, man. Respectfully, bro. Like, everybody, like, we got to start saying something else, right? Like, losing is part of the game. You win some, you lose some, but stop using the Sugar Ray Robinsons and the Leonards as example when y'all lose, because respectfully, dudes don't even be on that level to be making them type of comparisons. So knock it off.
In this moment, whether you win or lose, I mean, Joe Frazier dropped Muhammad Ali here, in front of the whole world, in front of everybody at the Garden. So it happens.
Well, you mentioned that you're in the New York Knicks locker room here.
Yeah.
Teofimo Lopez, who grew up in New York, to even be in this position here, you'd be incredibly proud of yourself, right?
Yeah, this is an accomplishment within itself. Where do we take it now? We'll see. Right now, I think for me, it's more so of healing this cut and just getting back to the drawing boards. See where we go. See if I move up. See what we do next.
Do you give yourself time to reflect and appreciate how well you've done so far in your career?
Right.
No, not at all. I hate myself for it, but it's part of it. It's just part of the life.
You got to appreciate it as well.
I don't appreciate it. That's why.
Oh, yeah.
I don't. I think that I get butchered, and I think God punishes me a lot for it. So I'm just a punching bag to that. So one day I'll get, maybe one day, but not yet.
We appreciate you, though, brother.
Not yet.
These guys appreciate you too.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I just never got my fair share. I never did. Not once, man.
See?
Not once, but hey, that's just my journey. I guess I just never took on Baphomet, so I just got to keep it moving.
Final message to those fans and supporters of yours who've always stayed by you.
To all you.
He's trying to say he never sold out. That's why he's saying he never took on Baphomet. He's trying to say he never sold out, but that ain't got shit to do with it. You just got beat. See? But when you're not led by a guy that's giving sound instructions and guidance, you say stuff like this, and even though you accept accountability to a degree, you kind of allude that it's something bigger going on as to why you lost. Oh, I never took in Baphomet. Nah, it's not got nothing to do with that, bro. You got cooked by Shakur Stevenson, the kid from Brick City, the guy that you said once you get past his jab, he lunch food. Yeah, that guy got in there and cooked you. He stood on everything he said. You was talking, you sold it, you didn't perform. And, credit to you and your dad, but he didn't help you in this situation at all.
You guys, man, honestly, I appreciate you guys more than anything. Don't ever quit on the takeover. We'll be back in some way, some form. And nevertheless, God is still real. And, I think you guys all know that you just got to fight harder. Tonight, I didn't fight too hard, so we got the decision that we got. But for everybody, I pray and hope that you all still support me after all this.
I just want to say myself personally, just quickly before I do wrap this up. Like I said at the start, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I think it says a lot about a man to still sit here in the position that you're in now. So I think credit to you, and I think you've got to give yourself a little bit more respect, because that says a lot about a human being.
No, thank you. I don't mean to down it. It's just I grew up. I grew up with always. I grew up hard. I grew up hard, tough. So I'm always hard on myself because of it. But it's nothing to take away from the fact that I am in a good position to be here and take it on the chin like a true champ that we are.
Teofimo Lopez, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, guys. Love you.
Right. So see, so I start talking about how he hated himself and shit like that, man. It's like the message that his dad instilled, that shit sunk in quick, didn't it? Shit ain't take no time sinking into his mind. You start talking down to yourself. But good thing for him, man. He was right back in the gym, working out, hitting the bag, shaking out. And I seen him running, getting some miles in. And he posted like a positive story on his positive message on his story or something to that effect. So, you know what I mean? Let's go to some. So look, that's the end of them. Unless I ain't gonna say the end of them. That might be the end of their run at the championship level if they don't address and make some serious changes and hold themselves accountable as a collective, not just Teo losing. So let me I wanted to play something. So as much as Roy Jones and Andre Ward gave Shakur credit for his performance, Cecil, what it do, homie? Much as he gave him credit for his performance, James Toney, who's a guy that has a different opinion. I'm gonna play that just for anybody that might agree with James Toney. Shout out to fighter James Toney went in a little bit.
Gotta make a short video. He did what he supposed to do. He took care of business, and much love to him.
What makes him so special, Shakur?
Well, it's your wheelchair. Come on, man. He has pushed the ball. It's coming. Give him a few minutes. Bigger fights now. Bigger fights. Then you be a man.
Who would you love to see him fight? Anybody?
Man, it's hard for me to tell because I really don't watch boxing no more because I don't say fights. I like knockdown, down fights. Fight like that, it's good for him, but bad for me. I'm an old man, I won't go to bed.
Right. So, what did you see the fight?
That's also, I saw the first 6 pounds, and it was boring. All right, see, if he did like I did, combinations and punches and boom and push it together, it'd be exciting. But it was, come on, dog.
So what did he need to do to improve or to make?
Shout out to Shaw News. This Sauce experience, man. Over here we rock with Jahad Tucker, man. I was been supposed to lock in an interview with him a while ago, like when he was first getting started, man. But we still gonna make it happen because I definitely rock with him, man. Jahad's fighting for the IBF middleweight world title. Keith Thurman Fundora undercard. Yes, go against Hernandez. Shout out to Shaw News, man. Jahad Tucker, shout out to him and Pops, man. I rock with them, man. Heavy. But look, James Toney said Shakur, man, at the 6th round, he watched the 6th round. It was boring. He said, man, he's supposed to be throwing combinations and them like I did. Look, all due respect to James Toney. I don't make jokes. I don't take this lightly, but the reason why I could respect Shakur, because I think if you pay attention to the fights, you really understand how he fight, and you look at the numbers and you see how efficient he is offensively, he throw his hands. He's number 2 in combination punches landed, percentage-wise, right? Number 2. Only one ahead of him is David Benavidez. Think about that. How many punches he throw, right? So Shakur right there. So I don't think it's a matter of not throwing punches, but I'm going to just call this shit what it is, man. I've been watching the kid all his whole career. Seems like people ask him to be somebody that he not, right? He show you how great of a boxer he is. We ask him to be a knockout artist, right? He show you how high of a percentage he land his combinations at, and how high of a percentage he land his power punches. We still asking him to knock more guys out. Do it like this. Do it like that. So look, everybody got a preference. James Toney ain't wrong for having a preference. He like the kind of fight he like. You get what I'm saying? He like what he like. He fought a certain way, so he could talk that kind of shit, right? That's why I say fans talk like they had the kind of career why I can respect it, even if I don't see it the way James do, is because he got in there and mixed it up. He fought a certain way so you could understand why he want to see you fight a certain way. But nah, I love the way Shakur Stevenson fight. The less you get hit, the longer you last. It's about longevity, the long game. Ain't shit cool about taking punishment. Pretty boy, I mean, you know, Money Mayweather taught us that, right? The less you get hit, the longer you last. And ain't shit cool about getting beat up. So it's other ways to show dog. He went on to say Shakur ain't got dog in him. Like Andre Ward showed you, man. There's more ways to show dog than getting beat up. If I'm beating your ass and outboxing you round after round after round, I'm a dog. I don't give a damn what you say. Just because I'm not taking part in you beating my ass don't mean I'm any less of a dog. I'm still a dog, but I'm doing it in my own way, bro. You get me? He could put some hands on you. He do got a little bit of mean in you. He do. You get what I'm saying? He pinata T.O. face. You get what I'm saying? So, look, you know, I know you probably don't have all your faculties. He addressed that before. He said his motor functions and motor skills is fine. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But, I mean, you listen to it, it sounds a bit different. But I'm not knocking him. He got his preference. He fought a certain way. He backed it up. He was one of the best at his time. Shit, dude still might be fighting, man. I don't know. JP was good with it. Behind the hands, TV, my dog. I'll take Bourne over deteriorating motor skills any day if I was a fighter. Facts. Longevity, getting to that bag, making the most money you ever made in your career. That's what Shakur is doing, man. So he doing it his way, and you just got to respect it. One thing I appreciate about Shakur, and I'm going to play the rest of this video. He's going to do this shit his way. I love that about him. He ain't going to try to do what you do best, except if your name Williams and Pater. You know, he had a point to prove there. That's the anomaly. But other than that, he going to get in there and do what's best for him to win that fight. He going to put himself in the best position to win, regardless of who don't like it. And he going to come out unscathed. Look how clean he left that fight with Teofimo. He had a couple little glove burns on his face and nothing more than that. That's impressive, bro. 36 minutes for the world champion, the longest reigning champion at the time at 140 and the most established guy there. You could argue about who you think is the best. I ain't here to complain, but Teo was the most established. He dispatched that guy with relative ease. Relative ease. You get what I'm saying? With ease. So I appreciate the way he fight because he stays within himself, and it's gotten him to this point. And now his name is being mixed up amongst the biggest fights in boxing, and he's making some of the most money he's ever made in boxing while looking clean, doing it, swimming without getting wet. At a championship caliber level, he different, bro. He different. So respect to James Toney. I just see it differently, but I understand where you're coming from. He got a preference. You got to think of what kind of fighter he was. This doesn't surprise me for him to say this.
Put the dog in. Get the dog in there. Get some dog. You know what I'm saying? He has to get the dog.
All right. What do you tell Shakur Stevenson?
Hey, Shakur. Ain't no hate coming. I don't hate nobody. I have mine. I'm saying, get some dog in, son. What's up? Huh?
Would you make a Crawford retiring?
Who?
Crawford.
Shout out to James Toney, man, but he went in a little bit, man. He said, you know, Cora ain't got no dog in him, and again, I don't think that's the right way to frame it. I don't think it's a lack of dog, it's temperament. I think he's a more defensive, safety first guy, and I said this before, being a finisher, you know, a closer, I think is a part of his game that he continues to work on. You know, because that's not naturally who he is. He showed you who he is naturally, and that's pretty damn hard to deal with. So I'm telling you now, the worst thing for his opponents is for this guy to master, you know, or you know, get better at finishing, closing, whether it's putting combinations together, whatever it is. That's the worst thing. That'll be the worst news for one of his opponents, because I'm telling you now, any better than what he's been able to do right now, I think he does start to get those stoppages. Like, we stopped watching fights saying, damn, I think he could have stopped him. Like the Artem, people feel like he could have stopped Artem possibly. You know what I mean? He did a good job surviving, by the way. But Teo, people felt like he could have stopped him. Ward, Bud, I said the same thing. My bro said the same thing. A lot of us felt like he could have if he really, really pressed it. But again, you have to understand the kind of fighter that you're watching. He's a safety first, you know, smart guy, mistake-free type of guy. So I think anytime you're asking him to go outside of that to be more offensive, it's a process. It's work to be done there. It's not the cleanest, right? It ain't the best. he ain't the best closer or finisher, but I think he is mean enough, man. When he really got you, he got you, right? T.O. was never really like wobbly, visibly so hurt, right? He was still fighting back. He always had some fight up in him. And I think that's what Shakur seen, and he wanted to respect that. So I think ultimately he made a good decision. Rather I see you box, be clean and smart like that, than the box wouldn't be winning every round and get stopped late like I've seen a multitude of guys through the years watching boxing. I've seen it happen too, right? You be winning the whole damn fight and get caught late. You know what I mean? Just ask Toney Harrison. Or wasn't a rehydration clause with Dev. Or carried T.O. I think he could have stopped him too. So I was good with it, man. Look, we were talking about that a little bit earlier, but I know he wasn't in here. I'll go over it briefly. You know, look, I understand that once upon a time he said one thing when it pertained to Tank, as far as the rehydration clauses, but I think the way that the information was put out there about Tank was a lot of misinformation, right? It was this thought that he puts clauses on every fighter. So I think when Shakur was speaking on that, he was coming from like you fighting whatever way you fighting in these weight classes, you putting clauses on people. Don't make a lot of sense. It seemed like some bullshit. So he gave his opinion on it. People didn't like it. Now, his opinion from the first time he spoke about it with Tank to when it was on him was different. It was like night and days, kind of contradictory to what he said the first time. But again, I said it, context matters, man. People have, for whatever reason, put out the information that Tank put rehydration clauses on everybody, and that's not true. It's only been 2 opponents out of his 31 fights, right? So that's 2 guys, and both who he fought outside of his weight class, which is 135, and he put rehydration clause on Barrios at 40 and Ryan at 136. Ryan was dumb, and Barrios, I thought it was business. He was already giving up a lot of height and size at 140, and I don't think he wanted to give up but so much weight as well. It was smart business from Tank. So that's why I never criticized him for it. You know what I'm saying? Never criticized him for it. I ain't never think it was an issue for me. But as far as what Shakur saying, what he's doing is what Tank would be doing, fighting outside your weight class, your natural weight class at 147. And that's why he would want to implement a clause, right? He figure you fighting somewhere where you don't campaign that and you giving up a lot of weight. And I think that's about leveling and evening the playing field. The rehydration clause is not in place to weaken one guy or the other. So a bit contradictory, right, for him to want it. But then he also say, if you're going to accept it, which Ryan did, then you can't complain about it. So, you know what I mean? I don't have a big issue with it. But for me, as a fight fan, I feel like his talent is great enough to go up there and full-fledged 147 pounds and take the belt from Devin respectfully in a good fight. I do. Not saying it'd be easy. It ain't supposed to be, but I think he can beat him. I think he can beat him. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he need a clause to do it. You know what I mean? Hannibal was good with it. Hey, J-Rock, let me ask you this. Do the IBF got a rehydration clause, J-Rock? Do the IBF got a rehydration clause? My bad, John. Just responding to a text. Well, no, I don't think he need one, Hannibal. But I understand what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to think when a guy's, if you're campaigning outside of a weight class where you're not planning on like spending multiple fights at, like if that's not going to be your foreseeable weight class, I could understand why you would say something about a clause because you feel like you've given up so much already. And to add further, validity to, I think what he's saying is just think about something. Shakur started at 126 pounds. That's featherweight. Devin Haney started at 35. Am I right? That's lightweight. That's 2 weight classes up. Shakur goes to 147. He's in his 5th weight class. Devin Haney would be in his 3rd. Let's not be silly about this and act like there's not a discrepancy or a considerable weight disparity between the two. You see it. One guy is comfortably at 135. where he took the fight with Teo because it made sense. It was more accolades and he wanted to prove himself. He needed the name on his resume and all that, right? But one guy could comfortably make 135 and don't rehydrate that much, while another guy would damn near die on the scale to make 135. Do you see the difference? Devin Haney can't even come to 140, he said, but Mickey Bay said he could. But Devin Haney said he had 47, and I respect it because he felt like he outgrew the weight. Shakur felt like I'm never really going to campaign at 47. I'll take a fight there. But if I'm going to do it, man, rehydration clause, because he's saying fight a guy at like 160 or something, but more than that. Now we talk, now it's getting crazy. And again, if you're a person that says it's weight classes for a reason, then you understand what Shakur is saying, whether you understand that or not, right? Because you get what I'm saying? You got guys that make the weight, but then by the time you on fight night, you're 3 weight classes, 4 weight classes. That's a lot of weight, bro. That's a lot of weight to be putting in over a night. And guys try to have these little unfair advantages. So, you know what I mean? There's nothing you can do about it. You know what I mean? There's nothing you can do about it. So, and again, boxing with 2-4 was good with it. You said Terrence Crawford did it, just be great. That's the thing, man. Terrence Crawford is Terrence Crawford. What Terrence Crawford did is what Terrence Crawford did. Maybe Shakur don't want to do what Terrence Crawford did. I don't know. But if I get a chance to talk about it, I'll say it. I don't think he need no clause. I know what I see with the talent. I don't feel like he need to give nobody no type of room for no excuse when he win, because I know what he gonna do. At least that's what I feel like, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So he's been being great. Just because he's not willing to concede to everything Devin want to make him comfortable, don't mean he ain't being great. Him entertaining a fight with Devin Haney in what more than a 4th weight class. I mean, a 5th weight class. If that ain't being great, then I don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? The entertaining a fight alone with Devin Haney is proven to be great. You know, so we got to stop trying to look at greatness in the same package. Yeah, Terrence Crawford did it. That's Terrence Crawford. He's at a different point in his career. They built totally different. You get what I'm saying? They got 2 totally different builds. Terrence Crawford was also a guy that was at welterweight. You get what I'm saying? He moved up, and they just not the same guy. So I don't think that makes him any less great. Maybe he don't want to take that kind of risk. Maybe he don't want to give up too much, right? And again, you got guys coming into the ring fighting at welterweight, being a couple pounds shy of a light heavyweight. Miss me with the dare to be great shit. Because again, are y'all same people that's telling Shakur to dare to be great? Are you telling Devin Haney to go up to 54, fight Boots for one fight, right? And then go up to 160 and fight a champion? That'll make 5 weight classes for him. That'll make 5 weight classes. Shit sound different, right? When you telling him to do it, right? Oh, Devin, go be great. Yeah, tell him to move up to 54, go fight Boots. And while you at it, go move up to 160 again and then fight another champion. So to me, one guy starting, one guy starting from 2 weight classes below, you can't act like it's crazy when he say something about a weight clause. It's not about being scary, soft, none of that. If that's soft, then what is wanting to weigh 3 to 4 weight classes above where you weighed in at? That's not soft, that's normal. Knock it off, man. We got to be real, man. So at the end of the day, they're gonna have to meet in the middle. They're gonna have to figure it out. I think he can do it without the clause. I don't think he need it, but I understand why he's saying it. So it is what it is. Floyd Mayweather didn't get clause, so what we talking about? Shit. You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure? Why do we keep doing this? Why do we keep interjecting? One fighter has absolutely nothing to do with the next, bro. Floyd Mayweather. Y'all say it all the time. He ain't Floyd Mayweather, right? That's Shakur. Man, so again, man, y'all could chase y'all tail on that conversation all you want. It's either you understand it or you don't. You get what I'm saying? You either understand it or you don't. It's not that big a deal to me. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I think he can do it regardless. I don't think he need it, but it's up to him. If he want to do it, if Devin Haney agreed to it, then he do. But like I said, it's a two weight class disparity between the two. You got to acknowledge it. Shakur is. I don't want to hear this about Crawford or that one. We talking about Shakur. We ain't talking about Floyd. We ain't talking about nobody else. Because if I was making a comparison, somebody would be quick to tell me how he not Floyd. So I'm not going to put what Floyd did on him. He different situation. Different situation, man. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button, man. We got one more video we're gonna go over with Wilder before we get out of here, man. Did he meet Teo in the middle? You asking silly questions, bro. He met Teo where he was at, but is Teo at 147, bro? Is Teo at 147? Did he fight Teo at 147 or 140? That's a silly question. We know what he did to Teo. Is Devin at 140 or is he at 147? That's his 5th weight class. You could ignore it if you want to, but hey, man, you gotta take that up with him. You know what I'm saying? It's a 2 weight class difference between them two dudes. You have never heard Shakur packing on 25 pounds after the weigh-in. You have never heard that shit. Guys do that, and you act like it's perfectly fine to be 3 to 4 weight classes above what you weighed in at. That shit is crazy to me. It's the closest thing to a legal loophole in boxing that they got. You get what I'm saying? But Dev, the A-side, just right. Right. You get me? Right. You guys dudes why people want Tank to fight both of them. I mean, because they was all in the same weight class, bro. They was all in the same weight class once upon a time. I don't know why y'all always bring Tank into it, man. Tank ain't going up to 140 no more based on what he said. So I think that disqualifies him from the conversation unless Shakur goes back down and he comes back after he get his situation settled. So shout out to Tank. Hopefully everything works out in his favor and we get to see him back. But I don't think we could really put him in no fights right now. They wanted Tank to fight him when they was all in the same weight class. They wanted Tank to fight when they was in the same weight class. So again, once you dip your toe in 40, they feel like you could fight somebody at 40, you could fight somebody else at 40, but it's up to him. So, you know what I mean? And low key, people just telling you how great they think of Tank when they saying he should go up and you know, do X, Y, and Z, fight guys at 40 or give up all his physical advantages and stuff like that. You know what I mean? They telling you how good they think he is, whether they want to admit it or not. You know what I mean? That's another reason why they add Mag 7. Some people want to see just how great he is, or some people think he can do it regardless of what weight class. They feel like Tank could go in there and smoke some shit, you know? And shit, they wouldn't be tripping, right? Tank will go in there and smoke some shit. So we're gonna get to this last interview, man. With Wilder. This one got a little heated, man, with my guy Wilder, man. He wasn't going, man, with them UK guys, man. He snapped a little bit. Wilder wasn't going for the BS, man. Let's get to this, man. It's the last one. Hit the like button. Y'all sub to the channel, man. Interpret trauma together. You stupid. Yeah, I feel you, but Tank too small for both of them. I don't think he's too small. I mean, maybe for Devin, but him and Shakur, I don't think he's too small for Shakur at all. Because Shakur could still make 135 as of now. You know, he only had the one fight at 40, so Shakur definitely ain't too big for him. Shit, he fought big-ass barriers. He could definitely fight Shakur. You know what I'm saying? Take 5'5.5" or something like that. Shakur like 5'7". I mean, some people think Shakur too big too, but I think it's a good fight at 35. Anything outside of that, I don't think it happens.
Like time on Jordan, what did you see on the on the sofa.
But I've never told you to retire fighting.
You're hooked. You got the disease. You're a junkie. That's it. Even see when I'm hanging out with Mike Tyson.
I made a comment about the artist formerly known as Prince, and I described you as the fighter formerly known as Deontay Wilder. You saying that someone like Fury cheated you in those fights.
I don't want to talk about him.
I think is kind of disappointing to me
You can say
about
what you
because
want. I know the truth. I have the facts. I got the proof. I got the people to tell it. I come in and try to give you a vision, a little insight of what we go through as black people, man. Let me get the out of here, bro. I'm out of here. The cheated. Tell him to sue me.
Welcome to a special episode of Talk Boxing with Simon Jordan and Spencer Oliver, where today we're joined in the studio by the former heavyweight champion of the world, Deontay Wilder, and national treasure and two-time heavyweight title challenger, Derek War Chisora, ahead of their clash on April the 4th at the O2 Arena here in London. Fellas, how are we?
We're doing well. How about yourself?
Very good, very good. So, back in the UK, Deontay.
Yeah, man.
Been here, you came over here in 2013, retired Audley Harrison. I suspect you probably think you're going to retire Derek Chisora. Do you like it here in the UK?
Well, he did, didn't it?
I do like it in the UK. You know, when you're in the boxing.
He said that was for those saying Crawford didn't need one, so be great. So I'm saying Floyd put away calls on the fighter, but he's still great. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. That's why I asked Buddy, was he sure? I guess he stopped talking. Maybe he went and did his Google research or something, but I don't know. We just got to stop comparing one fighter to the next. One situation to the next. Every situation is different in boxing, man. It's got its own, like, you know what I'm saying? Every fight is his own situation. No two fights are alike. And no two fighters are alike, for real, if you want to be technical. So shout out to Ryan. What's good with it? Talking about being oppressed and all you do is hire white people and pay them, make it make sense. Ryan from the 6. I don't know. It's tough, Ryan, man. I went on a whole little rant earlier. Not little rant. I went on a whole rant about people calling fighters frauds. I don't know. It's tough, bro. It's tough, bro. It's tough. It's tough because if you know how I know, he got both people around him. He don't just got white folks around him. You know, like I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you were aware of that, but yeah, you know. And again, I don't know. That's a tough conversation. Shout out to you though, bro. Big Dog Willie, my guy. Haney Co's on their BS again. Core Duck Talk. Yeah, man. But Core the biggest fight in boxing. How could he be ducking, right? Let them you know, that's how they cope with the fact that it's a real challenge. Notice, Big Dog, whenever it's a real challenge for Haney, they're gonna go the duck route first. They're gonna always go the duck route. Trust me.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to my dog Ryan, man. Appreciate you, Big Dog. Appreciate the love, man. Dante, what it do, man? He said Haney fight Ryan. If he win, rest is pump faking. Yeah, we'll see what he gonna do. Let's get to it though.
Business, and you know, when you come over here, you know, there's some of the best boxing fans in the world that lives here, you know, so it's only right to come here to experience experience the excitement of the boxing fans. So
you was here actually you boxed in 2013, I think it was Audley
Harrison. Most definitely. That's what I was about to get into. You know, I haven't been far as fighting wise. I haven't been here since then. So I'm very excited.
You were sparring with Adam Booth, weren't you, at one point as well?
Over with David Haney.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
That was,
you like the UK?
I do. I enjoy some of the people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, it's very delightful to come around and see the surrounding people, especially when they like you and they want to do so much for you. Every time I come over here, it's nothing but I don't get nothing but love.
Respect,
nothing but love. You know, walking the streets and everything else.
Are you a Trump man in your part of the world?
I don't really get into too much of the politics.
Unlike him, because you might be politically, ideologically unaligned with him, because he's a big supporter of the Reform Party, so who's a Trump aligned. When we asked for you to come on, the first question I wanted to ask you was, why are you fighting Derek Chisora? What's the motivation for you to take on Derek Chisora?
Well, the history with me and Derek is, you know, we supposed to fought like maybe a decade ago. You know what I mean? So it goes way back then, and then fast forward, we supposed to fought in December, and then in February, and here it is in April. You know, so we have had a history of aligning fights together, but it hasn't been the appropriate time. And I'm a type of person that believe in, you know, things may not come when you want it, but it's always on time because I serve an on-time God, you know. So this is the moment that it fits the bill right now at this moment in time, especially the things that I've been through in my career and stuff. Like I've told Derek before and the media and people, I need him more than he needs me, you know. This is he said this is a retirement fight. And for me, I'm looking for more things, you know, to come after this. So with the attributes that he has to offer, with the pressure that he brings, you know, I said pressure break pipes, but it also build diamonds. I'm looking for the diamond, you know, end of it. And I just needed
Wilder
to
still want
see
smoke,
if I'm
man. He
truly
looking for more.
mentally back like I feel that I am. And there's no other perfect opponent for me than a Derek Chisora. And then I love the environment that I'm coming into his territory.
Why, when you say he's the perfect opponent for you, why? Because he'll stand in front of you?
Yeah, he's gonna stand in front of me. He's gonna come forward. He's gonna put that pressure on me. He's gonna throw everything in the kitchen sink at me. He don't care where he hits, you know. And I need a man like that, and he's not afraid. I need someone like that at this point in time for me because I know what I'm gonna bring as well. You know, it's gonna be an all-out war. You know, so
that's what
I'm
we're looking
forward to it.
That's what we're looking forward to. Derek, for you, Deontay Wilder, your 50th fight.
Yes, sir.
Now, we all know that you say, and we'll talk about that a bit later on, this is your final fight. For you, is this kind of win-win? Because it's a very credible name with a huge amount of gravitas and a big reputation. So either which way, if you go in there and you win the fight on your 50th fight, and we'll talk about whether that leads to something else for you, despite the fact that your wife tells you that it won't. But if you were to lose, you lose to arguably the heaviest hitting heavyweight in the history of the division.
Yes. Yes, so I think the only way I could lose is if I get knocked down.
In the first round?
In the first round, and I can't get back up. And I wake up and I'm like, what happened? The doctor say, oh, tell me out.
Al Booker, my dog was good with it, bro. No. Appreciate you.
But
Sorry,
I don't think this fight will go past 8 rounds or 6 rounds. I don't see it.
I know you haven't been in with him yet, but in your mind's eye, you've fought a pantheon of fighters, right? Is he, in your mind's eye, likely to be the hardest hitting heavyweight? I know we talk about the fact his reputation precedes him, and people talk about that as a matter of course of his 97% knockout record. Is he likely, from your point of view, to be the most jarring puncher that you've been in with?
Deontay is very strong. I already tested his strength already. He knows it already.
I'm still
he's very strong. Pushed him around.
Shout out to CJ.
You know,
my dog been a member for 3 months. Pro wrestling retirement match narrative. They both could sell off into the sunset with some wins.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well.
Shit.
I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
How to all the channel members, man. Appreciate everybody being a channel member. If you ain't got one, get you a membership and come rock out with the family, man. But yeah, man, they could both retire happily after this, but Wilder said he want more. I seen somewhere where he said he in his prime right now. I was like, damn, Wilder. I'm always someone supporting rock with him, though. But let me try to get through this.
He's very strong.
Just so is the man. I
don't know yet.
I like his fighting spirit, man.
Both of you guys have been written off in recent times, you know, at the world level, at the highest level. You know, what do you say to the people, the fans that have written you off, you know, and you're still going at this stage? Because a lot of them would say, you know, at this stage of the game that maybe both of you should have retired.
I think those people call out retirement. It's like time when Jordan was just on the sofa every time, just shouting for everybody's retirement.
I've never told anyone to retire. I've told you to retire your mouth a few times, but I've never told you to retire fighting.
But retirement is what, though?
I don't think you should retire. I think you should do what you want, mate.
You say that now, though, but when I'm not here, you say something else.
Rubbish.
Yeah, but anyway people say, like, couch bunnies. Like,
Superman was good, homie.
Oh, not a great fight. We don't want to watch that game. He should retire. But really and truly, I enjoy boxing. This guy enjoys boxing. It don't matter how much money you have.
The membership, man.
Boxing is...
Appreciate the love, man. Y'all shout out my boy if y'all get that membership. Shout out to CJ, man.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Appreciate the love, homie. Let's
Just
go,
got those
man.
demons. Even when you retire, it's just like it calls you back and back and back again.
Well, that's the point, that you want to retire from boxing before boxing retires you, right? And there's a very fine balance to that. With both
No.
you guys at that sort of level.
100%. It's just, listen.
Finna get the
The
Euro
moment
step
you
Wilder.
walk in the boxing gym as an amateur, yeah, you're done.
Shout out to Born Power already,
you got a
man.
disease.
Appreciate you,
You're a
man.
junkie.
Hit the like
That's
button,
it.
sub to the channel. We're gonna get
I
this.
remember
This the
when I
last
walked in the
interview
gym.
we're gonna play before
Yeah, I
we
was
head
okay,
out.
fine. The moment I left, I'm waiting for the boss. I started shadowboxing like a numbnuts, crazy by myself. You know, that's when I knew I was done. And then from this day, I'm still shadowboxing. I even see when I'm hanging out with Mike Tyson. He's sitting out, and you see him moving his hand. I'm like, what are you doing? You understand? So it's difficult for people to understand that because they've never been in this game. Yeah.
But I think in fairness to you, Derek, and not to cut across Spencer, the only reason people have ever mentioned retirement about you is because somehow you've managed to achieve this national treasure status that I indicated at the beginning of this conversation. And people only do it from the position of being concerned because every fight that you go into is a war, hence the moniker. And so people looking at your career, and that's the only reason people have ever talked about you potentially retiring, because I've never begrudged you at this renaissance at the back end of your career, getting yourself in a position where you get all the rewards that you might have not got at the beginning. But as far as retirement for you, Deontay, and I listened to the Rick Reno conversation that you guys had, which is interesting because he's the only person I've seen on camera that dresses worse than Derek. But as far as your sort of retirement concerned, people saw this bronze bomber that went into fights, whatever they thought about your technical ability, but it was undeniable what you did to people. And then they saw this very different animal in the two fights against Joseph Parker and Zhilei Zhang.
Correct.
And that's really the only reason people were saying, or are saying, you retire potentially because you've been on a battlefield of 50 fights, all of them being wars, and you because it looked like you were done. And I know you get quite cross, both of you, about the armchair pundits and people that have never laced up gloves and people that have never put their ass in a ring, to paraphrase you.
Right.
But that's the why people. So can you see why people might have said that?
I mean, I understand why people say certain things, but, as a fighter, we can only take certain things that people say like a grain of salt because, like you said, you guys haven't scrapped up a glove, you haven't been in the ring, you don't know what it takes to get yourself together 6 to 8 months. Some go longer, and to prepare yourself mentally, physically, emotionally for a fight that could last 1 second or 12 or go the whole 12 rounds.
Minutes, yeah.
You know what I mean? So with that being said, I walk by faith and not by sight. I understand that God don't put no more on me than I can bear. And by me still having the mindset and the willingness and the heart to still want to go and do it, that's what's going to lead me to. I still have ambitions. I still have goals. I still see myself doing what I've set to do in this business before. People fail to realize that I started this sport at 21, this business at 21. People fail to realize I was, although I was in the Olympics, I was the only one to medal for my country, but I was the least experienced out of the whole the tournament of people in there. I was still working my way up while all the other guys that was already established, they'd have been here multiple
Not dissimilar
times.
to him though, right? Because neither one of you had massive amateur careers. You started, you went first into a ring at 19, didn't you, Derek?
Yeah, 19 years.
So you're not dissimilar.
I think the difficult thing to give up, though, isn't it, is that training, that in the gym, that smell, the smelling the arena, all of that, the buzz.
Drake was good, homie.
Derek, that you
Rhyme
talked
squad
about how
for life,
emotional it's
you
going to
know
be for you, 50th and final fight and all that, and it's going to be
Still
difficult
80
to
people
walk
in. Hit
away
that
from
like
that.
button, sub
And
to the
Deontay,
channel, y'all.
the
Support
reason
the
you got
grind
into
as we
boxing
wrap
was to
up.
support your daughter.
I just like this
at the time,
energy.
right?
I love
and
Wilder
you went
energy.
and you've achieved what you've achieved, and
You
you reached
snap
the
the
pinnacle of
checks,
the
Simon
sport. You
Jordan,
win the
for that
world titles,
ignorance,
you get the
man.
fame, you get the glory, you get the money. Where does the driving force come from now?
Well, as you describe the path that has happened with me, especially like you said with my daughter, I got in this business only because of her. So I was really willing to risk my life for my child, to build money for her condition. So that lets you know my character about how I feel as a man, as a father, first and foremost. And then getting into this business, it's a love-hate relationship in this business.
How did how did boxing come into your mind though? Like you say, like, you know, you're thinking like the way to support your child and who needs support, you know, you need to make big money. Why choose boxing?
I chose boxing.
He says you nice on this channel. What happened to all the racist stuff, Wilder stuff from earlier? I don't know what you're talking about, but we get into this interview. I'm gonna cover what's ever in this interview. If there's anything else, I might not be sure what you're talking about.
Because I always had skills, you know, far as fighting wise. I put it like this: I never looked for trouble, but trouble always found me. You know, I was always the type of guy that knew what I wanted to do in life. And out of life, you know, coming from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, we knew very little about boxing. I knew nothing about it, you know, but we did have a gym there, you know, come to find out after I joined years later. But I, you know, got into it because of my daughter, and, you know, my whole mentality of where I'm from is all about, you know, American football, you know, and being around the environment and seeing rivals come there, seeing the whole city, you know, get up and be so excited, having the school spirit and come and see it. You know, you only see as a child and want to do it.
Yeah, maybe it's some other stuff that people talking about, because, you know, I don't know. I don't be mad at these boxers, man. These dudes ain't going to be perfect, but, you know, Wilder made some claims. He talked about the shit with Fury in this interview and different things like that. I just wanted to get to it because a lot of people say he crazy, but he say he got a documentary coming out with proof and receipts, and I'm personally waiting for it because he exposed what I already know about Tyson Fury. A lot of people gonna have to apologize, man.
As you see, and, you know, I've always wanted to be a professional athlete. You know, that's always been my thing.
But the question has to be, Deontay, and I understand and appreciate all that, and that's a wonderful testament to your character. But you're 40 years of age now.
Yes.
You've won the world title. You've had your adversities. You've had your challenges. You've had issues in your personal life, which we'll touch upon very briefly in a second. But why are you fighting now?
We love it. You know, it's a love-hate relationship. You know, for me, and another, not only just because I love it, but for me, ever since 12 years old, I've always been doing something for people. I've always been taking care of people. You know, even when getting into the business, I said I did it for my daughter. And so I did it very well. You know, I told her that I would be able to support her beyond her belief. I told her that when she was 1 year old. And I've done that.
And you've achieved that.
I've achieved that. So at this point in time in my life, I'm selfish.
It's about you.
I've been selfless for a long time, since 12. And it's all about me. I've never done nothing for myself. It's always been for people. And when you have a good heart and you do so much for people, that's, you know, and that
people take advantage.
Always get taken advantage of. You know,
it's a difficult industry to enter, though, isn't it? Because you enter this injury not knowing what it is. It's the Wild West, and you go, you find out, you put a lot of trust in people, and you find out then that trust goes. You know, there's a lot of betrayal and all the rest
Spencer,
of it.
that's not unique to boxing, is it?
Well,
every
yeah, but it's worse in boxing.
Yeah, no,
it's worse in boxing.
It's worse in
boxing. Is all scumbags.
Yes, it is.
Try
scumbags.
Try it in a professional football club.
No,
you'll have the same thing.
Scumbags.
But
yeah.
Derek, I mean,
For who claim my projection. Yeah, man, for me, I don't know, man. I don't know. Cause I have to know more of what you know, all of what you speaking of. You know, it's a lot of stuff out there. A lot of people kind of stopped supporting him when he started making them claims about the cheating with the gloves and all the different things like that. But this video that was out for years, you know, exposed Tyson Fury with the glove situation. You seen it in the fight with Christian Hammer when the referee grabbed your gloves right before the fight started. He grabbed Tyson Fury glove, knew something was wrong, and made him rewrap. You know what I mean? He had to take the glove off and rewrap his hand and all that. So the dude has shown, you know, that he can't be trustworthy in the past. And then this video I'm gonna play once this is over, that jog everybody's memory. I remember the sparring partner, Nicholas Asbury, that exposed him. He made the whole video, documented it. He told them, yeah, hey, if I'm lying, why don't y'all sue me? He showed the padding that was removed out of the gloves and all of that shit. So it's tough, man. And I did some more research, and it's a gym that teaches them how to hit with your hand partially in the glove, and it's shown that that part of your hand could do more damage than the fist. It was a bunch of shit. The egg weight, I'm telling you, dude was breaking it down. Nicholas Asbury was like, he sparred with Tyson Fury. He said, yo, he noticed he ain't got no real crazy power, but he said he noticed one of the times in sparring, he threw a punch, and he said he heard like a ding, and he said they was making jokes. He said if something about it felt different, like the end of the punch, and he said they said something to the effect about like trying to target his temple. And it was, you know, something about the egg weights that Shai was talking about. I'm telling you, it was a lot. That shit was well documented. And nobody could refute what this dude was saying. He showed the evidence and everything. He said when he called him out, he said Tyson Fury was looking embarrassed, looking stupid. He said his team was trying to calm him down and tell him, hey, man, we just wanted Tyson Fury to have more confidence in the right hand. So they was basically admitting to doing fuck shit to a dude in sparring, bro. That's nasty work, bro. It's irrefutable. Like, nobody never came out and say, yo, this dude is alive. And, you know, no defamation lawsuits, no nothing. Like, that shit's still up on the internet. I got one video. I'm going to play it after this is over. I'm going to try to play this through. It's almost halfway through. So y'all bear with me. Still 80 people here. Hit that like button, y'all. Sub to the channel. Keep supporting the grind. We going to keep building, man. Big shout out to my dog, man, Ocean Dreamer, man. Hitting that cash app, man. Much love, much appreciation. To the queen, by the way, man. Shout out to the queen. I don't want to say your official name, but Ocean Dreamer. Much love and much appreciation. True supporter. I appreciate the love. Shout out to the queen. Let me give her
and we ain't never got a boxing game. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to the Queen Ocean Dreamer. Much love, much appreciation for that dub in the cash. I appreciate the love. Already, deadly game. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to show y'all the clip. I'm going to try to play this through, y'all. Big shout out to the Queen, man. Truly appreciate the support.
I hate to ask this question because I always hate commentators that ask people negative questions.
So go on, because
we know that you're going to potentially retire, Derek. You've told us you're going to retire. If you lose this fight, which you're not contemplating now, is retirement the option for you as well, Deontay?
Not for me.
Come on.
No, if you lose, you won't be retiring.
I mean, well, you know, I can't see it. I can't see as far as I can throw in that situation.
Trying to go nowhere.
But I can only go as
you take a longer break. You take a longer break.
And I don't fear retirement because I don't see myself losing at all. You know?
Well, that's fair enough. But you and your retirement charade, right? You've been saying you're going to retire for the last 4 or 5 fights. You go into
let me
finish the question. You can smack me about afterwards. You beat this guy. Yeah. You put this name on your record, right? And it opens up an opportunity for you to fight for a world title. Are you telling me somebody that stepped in the ring twice to win world titles, someone that's got a renaissance now that's so popular, that's on a good run of form, despite his missus wearing the pants in the house, are going to not fight again for a world title opportunity if you beat this guy? Is that what you're seriously telling me, Derek?
I whooped this guy's booty. Yeah. I am hanging it out, bro. I'm done. You're missing the point, Simon.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I want to explain.
I would have a bet with you.
No. Listen. We've seen it so many times. I think only one fighter in the United Kingdom has retired, never came back.
Joe Kawasaki.
Joe Kawasaki.
And Lennox as well.
Do you understand?
And Lennox as well.
And Lennox, yeah. No, but Lennox is Canadian.
Okay, I'll let you tell him that, right? He's Canadian when he loses, right?
He's Canadian, yeah. But why can't I just... You see, that's the problem with you guys. You don't understand. I am gonna...
And real quick, you know what? It's something about this Tyson Fury stuff. I know it's hard to believe because it seemed like bogus claims, but it's a lot of information. And you get to digging, it's a bit of a rabbit hole with that whole teaching with the glove hat on shit. But bro, it's one thing when losing, like he's lost before. He got lost bad to Big Bang Zane. He's taking bad losses outside of the Fury, right? That was a terrible loss, man. He looked bad. But Joseph Parker, another loss, right? Looked bad. People made it about him not being able to lose. Maybe he's a great actor, or maybe in his mind he's delusional, right? And I'll just entertain that for conversation purposes. but the amount of energy that he showed when dude tried to force the Tyson Fury conversation, it's something about that to me that's very genuine. And I hope it all comes to the forefront with the documentary when he present the artifacts, as he called it, right? I hope everything makes more sense, because that's real energy, like real, I want to say disgust. Like, bro, don't bring that dude up to me. Like, I could relate to that energy. It's one person that if they're brought up to me, I'm probably going to show that kind of energy that Wilder was showing. Like, you're going to see me kind of get a little, you get me a little agitated, right? Or very agitated. And it's something about that. With me knowing the experience I got with that individual, it's a bad one. And I don't rock with him for a reason. And it's like, bringing it up is deeper than the loss. Y'all making it about somebody not being able to take a loss. Like, I don't think it's that. I think it's how he lost and the things that played into the loss, right? That people are ignoring. Like, I don't care what you say. The irony in it that the guy that punches the hardest, that's looked at as one of the hardest punching heavyweights in the history of the sport, if not the hardest, right? Has a dent in his head by a guy that wasn't known as a puncher. I don't give a damn what nobody say. That is crazy to me. And then they try to say, oh, you really believe he got a dent in his head? It's documented and you can see this shit. You really can see it. I'm surprised he's still fighting, bro. That's why I was like, man, that's crazy. That's why when he hang about, I'm gonna be cool. But I'm just throwing that out there. So Wilder gonna have to make the case for himself. I can't make it all for him, but it's some things that just make you scratch your head and look a little bit, raise an eyebrow to, like, man, something just don't make sense. The irony in the guy that punches the hardest is not the one that punched the dent in his head, in somebody's head, but got one punched in his. It's crazy. Leonard was good with it, fam. Shout out to B More in the building. Know what I mean? Be more in the building. Let's keep going, man. We got a little bit more of this.
Win this fight, and I'm gonna walk off and go home.
But I know how difficult it is for you to walk away from the sport, because I know how passionate you are with the sport.
It's not
Derek,
difficult,
it's
bro.
It's not as easy as that, bro. It is as easy, because when you said you was going to walk away and it was your last dance last time, and there was a lot of emotions in the ring and tears and whatnot, and you didn't want to miss this whole atmosphere, it's going to be even bigger this time.
Yeah, but I told everybody at 50 fights and I'm out. Yeah, that was 40, 48, 49. Yeah, so I was very emotional, do you understand? Because if I had lost that fight, there was no point of doing number 50. Yeah.
Well, we will see. It'll be a nice position for you to be in. With all due respect to you, Dante, I hope he's in that position that he goes out with a win and sails off into the sunset. Talk to me about your alter ego. Talk to me about the Bronze Bomber, this character. Talk to me about ayahuasca, because you going on this little journey. I remember watching an episode of The Sopranos when James Gandolfini goes into the desert and takes some peyote and comes back with a whole new world view. DMT, which is a component part of ayahuasca, is one of those things that takes a personality, strips it back, removes its ego, and turns it into a completely different person. You said on the discussion with Rick Reno, going into the fights that you had with Joseph Parker, and it was after the Zhili Zhang, you realised that you weren't together, your mind wasn't right, your mind was gone. I would have thought, with all due respect, you might have realised that in the Joseph Parker fight, but notwithstanding it, you got to that epiphany after the Zhili Zhang fight. How can you, after taking that experience, and I know people that have done this, right, and I know what it's done for them, and to some extent to them. If you pare back the ego of a fighter, it's a component part of you guys. It's what makes you so unique. Can you get back to what was this wrecking machine, this, you know, I don't like to use the word killing machine because I think it's thrown around too easily. Is that gone now, or are you going to get it? Can it come back?
I mean, it's in me. It's in me and on me. You know, during the time, you know, even with the Joseph Parker thing, you know, me and Joseph were good friends as well. We've talked many times, and I don't have to tell him nothing. He'll tell you yourself that wasn't you. We've talked in New York about it.
But that's
the
point, isn't it?
Yeah, for
but
sure.
That's directly must be correlated to this Zen-like navel-gazing experience you went on to for whatever reason you did it, and probably to do with your personal life.
But it has nothing to do with ayahuasca. That's the thing about it. It has nothing to do with ayahuasca. Ayahuasca didn't take me out of my zone of thing. You know, ayahuasca actually made me feel better. You know what I mean? It actually made me happier. I've said that before.
But that's its job, because it strips you back.
Yeah, it made me, and I needed that happiness in my life at that moment in time. You know, ayahuasca, you don't know what you're gonna get. You don't know what you're gonna get when you do it, but you will leave with everything you need. That's for sure. And I'm looking to do it again as well at some point in time. You know, it's a beautiful experience. You know, come on with it, bro.
All our
It'll be
DP's
beautiful.
clean.
You know?
You like that ayahuasca.
But listen, we
Looking
talked about in
forward to
Dubai,
doing
and
it
you know, you
again.
talked
Fuck
about
y'all
that
talking
not
about.
being the reason for you losing that killing
Not at all.
but you said that it was more about your personal life and the betrayal that was going in and around you, not just in the boxing world, but with family members, etc., etc., etc. And that's all behind you now. So we'll see the old Deontay Wilder. Is that the case?
That's what we're looking for. You know, I don't want the old Deontay Wilder. I want the new one.
All right.
You know
And
what
what
I
is
mean?
the new one?
Well, we have to find out and see. That's the whole thing, you know. That's why I think this is the
Wilder
perfect
trying to
opponent
get
for me to reveal that.
Wilder
you know.
enjoy his
Feel
experience.
different. You know, I even sound different. My mindset is different. People really don't know what I've been through because I don't express myself in my personal life to people. Even when people, like I've said, 99% of things that have been said negative about me is not true because people don't know me in that sense. When I box and after a fight, I'm MIA. Nobody hear of me. I'm barely on social media. I don't really do that. When people say things about me, I don't take initiative and use my platform to come out and defend myself, which leaves speculations about things or nobody really knows. So they only taking what is being heard or told and
But
not
also,
doing
Deontay,
homework.
they're also taking what they see, mate. So if they see you go into a fight and they expect what they've seen previously.
Correct.
And they see you walk into Joseph Parker, and I made this comment, and you're not going to like me for it. I made a comment about Prince, the artist, who was normally the artist formerly known as Prince, and I described you as the fighter formerly known as Deontay Wilder, because what I saw in the fight against Joseph Parker and Zhili Zhang was a fighter that was gone.
It was.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's something that I could respect about any man that's gonna be straight up. But it's a certain like amount of disrespect that comes with telling somebody the way that this dude is talking. Like, you're not gonna like me for it. Well, why even insult him by saying it? Dumbass dude. Like, this is dudes like I know you ain't had a lot of fights in your life, and I'm telling you, this is the part about boxing that's gonna always frustrate me. It's the people that I know for a fact if they got into a fist fight, they look like some stir-fry shit. They'd be scary. They be having the toughest criticism. You soft ass dude. And that accent pissing me off a little bit. So I can't wait till this shit over. Asking dumbass question. What you gotta see? Yeah, right. You know, I refer to you as the artist and the boxer, the fighter formerly known as Deontay Wilder. That's fucking disrespectful, bro. We don't know him as nothing else but Deontay Wilder. Idiot, but you are still some, I don't know if it's that dumbass accent and them dumbass glasses that you look like you got out of a cereal box that made you go ahead and say the shit you just said to him. That's why I be getting mad, and I'm glad he spazzed out a little bit. This dude is the asshole. And it be these guys that you be ready to lay hands on. They get on these platforms, and they know they got an audience, and that's the highlight of their day, seeing how they could get under the skin of the guests and be disrespectful toward a guy that did some shit that you could only sit behind your fucking desk and talk about doing. That's why I be having respect for the way I call box. That's why I don't call fighters bums. That's why I don't sit up here and slander guys. I have no room, no energy for that shit. Like, I'm telling you, boxing would be a much better sport if the people that had the big platforms actually use the platforms to educate and grow the sport. All people care about is their opinions, their criticism, and having the next hot take. So everybody think they keeping it real on boxing. When reality, you part of what's wrong because you guys are old media disguised as new media, tearing the sport down with different platforms. And that shit is disrespectful. So miss me with all that. The fighter formerly known as Deontay Wilder, he should have reached over there and grabbed you by your little ass neck. And then you wouldn't have been saying that. Like, it's that I get it, the criticism, but y'all always want to take it just a bit. They be teetering on that line of, should I just slap you and in the interview, pull them fucking glasses off and crumble them and throw them in your lap to let you know not to play with me? You get me? That's why Wilder got to ignore it. This smart mouth ass dude, like, I like it when he do it when people deserve it, but don't grill the fighters. When he grilled Eddie Hearn for the topic he was grilling Eddie Hearn, I respected that. That's different. So to a degree, he don't got no favorites. If he on your ass, he gonna be on your ass. So I ain't gonna lie about that. You get what I'm saying? He gonna always be Deontay Wilder, bro. Is he Deontay Wilder in his prime? Absolutely not. But who gonna be in a prime after 50 fights in? 50 fights in. Nah, I would never call him a bum. He had to, he had his day, man. A prime of your career, you get it. Be here today and gone tomorrow. The heavyweight division in boxing as a whole, since Wilder has been on the decline or the tail end of his career, has not been the same. The excitement has not been the same, especially in the heavyweight division, since he ain't been the guy yelling bomb squad, giving you those viral knockouts. So I just respect the man too much to call him the fighter formerly known as Deontay Wilder, because that's meant as disrespect. This is why, and this is the thing. He set it up by letting you know you're not about to like what I say, and I'm about to disrespect you. You get what I'm saying? It's crazy to me. It's weird, yo. It's weird.
He was.
Nothing left.
He was not there. When the bell rang, it was like a hypnosis state. I would go back into something like, I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, what confuses me with people, you know, especially in boxing, you know, all my career, they say, oh, he can't fight, he can't do this, he, you know, he's not good or whatever. And then fast forward to this, it's like we want him to go back how he used to be. He ain't as good as he used to be. What is it? Was I good or not? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Man, talk that shit. Wilder, was I good or not? Y'all was saying I couldn't box and I only had the right hand. Now you fast forward to now, y'all telling me y'all want me to go back to how I used to be. Make it make sense, man. And then remember that I want a body on my record, and they were saying he need to be out of boxing and all that shit. Get me? Come on, man. But AJ could say the same thing and everybody all smiles, man. Make it make sense, bro. Y'all don't know if he was good or not. Let me say this for everybody. You don't get a bronze medal in the Olympics being a bum. And he wasn't knocking everybody out in the Olympics, so miss me with that. He didn't do that till he turned pro. You do not bronze, you don't medal in the Olympic on any level being a bum, not knowing how to box. He picked up boxing in like 2021. Late as hell. He was working 2 jobs. He's a fucking anomaly, and I'm going to always rock with him as such. He is the closest thing that you got to a video game character. Before he took any loss, the last time you seen a record like that currently was on Fight Night somewhere on a video game. This dude will really get in there and stretch you and then dance about it. Putting dudes to sleep. Fire all types of viral highlight reel knockouts. To pick up boxing this late to make it to the Olympics, he could have stopped right there and he was successful, bro. Never mind 10 title defenses. Make it make sense. And that Tyson Fury shit that y'all give him the most criticism about, somebody please tell me what Tyson Fury's biggest win is. And then you take that off his resume, and what do you got? You got a very subpar individual. He got beat up by a much smaller Usyk because he wasn't cheating then. He ain't had no magic gloves. I ain't even gonna get into it. He ain't had no assistance with Usyk. Miss me with that shit, man. Everything this man saying is not bogus. This the same dude that paid a farmer to say that he ate boar nuts. This is the same guy that y'all said didn't have phony gloves, but he paid tens of thousands of dollars to get a photographer to remove the photos off the internet, scrub them off the internet. You can't make this shit up. That is a fact. He paid Tyson Fury, cheating ass, paid tens of thousands of dollars to get them gloves removed, the ones that was showing his handprint and all that funny shit. Yeah, if you didn't cheat, why do you invest that much money into removing photos and trying to scrub them off the internet? But Wilder's some type of sore loser, and he lying about everything. All the while, Tyson Fury is cheating and laughing in y'all face because y'all too simple to believe that somebody would cheat in boxing. The dude is not a stand-up guy. I'm sorry. Many things, he might be a solid father, but in the sport of boxing, he's a scumbag. The man removed padding from a sparring partner, bro. They wasn't feeding the dude and all of that. They didn't let him know when he was going to spar. Then you had the nerve to put egg weights in there. Then he exposed you. He showed the whole world the boxing gloves that you use in sparring that look like an old worn-in couch cushion. That shit look crazy, bro. I'm going to always rock with Wilder. Everything he not saying is crazy, bro. Just pay attention. Dudes, don't be solid. On one end, we'll say how grimy boxing is and how it's a grimy ass sport. It's a dangerous sport. You can't trust it. It's snakes in the business, right? But then when he tell you that some snake shit happened, we like, oh nah, he crazy, man. He just take your knockout like a man. I ain't trying to hear that. I said just like Devin Haney, it wasn't the loss that he couldn't accept. It was the unfair advantage that Ryan had in his system that he couldn't accept, losing like that. Osterine, and y'all just want me to be cool with getting fucked up. No. This dude had padding removed out of the gloves and some more shit going on, and y'all want me to just be cool with it. So you can say what you want, but I ain't no fool. I'm not blind, and I followed this situation closely. This dude paid a farmer to say he boar nuts. Is why he tested positive. You get what I'm saying? This dude paid a photographer to remove photos.
He was trying to publicly intimidate a guy. You get what I'm saying? He had a lot of shit going on with him. He's not a trustworthy guy, and I don't give a damn what fans say. I don't care. You can call it what you want. That dude, you seen it in the Christian Hammer fight as well. Why else would he have to be stopped and made to rewrap his hands? Why? Why would he have to do that? He looked like he got caught cheating right there, doing some funny shit. I don't trust the dude. I don't think he's solid like that. And you can say what you want. He a piece of shit. This is the same dude that was saying Usyk was on steroids. Mind you, he popped for some shit before. Usyk never had, but this is the same dude that was calling Usyk a steroided middleweight. Y'all remember? And that the pot calling the kettle black, man, miss me with that shit. He's not a solid dude the way people make it seem. And I'm going to always rock with Wilder, win, lose, or draw. I don't give a damn that he lost, but I do give a damn if he got cheated in any of this shit while he lost. Facts is sack chaser, eating boar nuts. You know you crazy when you were willing to pay somebody to say you ate boar testicles, bro. And then when you do the homework, y'all, you find out that over there in the UK, they don't even have boar over there. So where is he getting boar at in the UK? Come on, man. The light was good with it, fam. I ain't just talking no bullshit. This situation forced me to do homework. I'm telling you, do your own homework before you come to any conclusion. It's a bit of a rabbit hole. You're going to find some shit. You'll find out that it's a gym that teach that technique that he was doing, slapping with the glove. Then he was doing that same shit in sparring with Nicholas Asbury, and he caught on to it, bro. Caught him, and he called him out, and he exposed him on YouTube years ago, and people act like that shit don't exist. That's the part that pissed me off. But I'm going to play. It's a few more minutes of this. I'm going to play it, and we're going to get up out of here. There's still 90 people in the building. Hit that like button.
Are you in a position where you think now that you will be the best version of...
That's why he always retire, Reef. I ain't letting him off the hook. Why you think he retire all the time, Reef? When you retire, you can't be tested. When you retire, you can't be tested. That's why you think he retired conveniently all the time,
you want
man.
the best
Come on,
one
miss me with that shit. It's the
you
same dude that was 300 plus pounds, what? Suicidal and all what? The next thing you know, he in fight shape. Yeah, all right, whatever.
You want
I'm
beat
tired
the
of
best
playing
version of
games with
Deontay
y'all.
Wilder,
That
don't you?
dude ain't trustworthy, bro.
Me.
There's a lot of signs with him that ain't
Listen, I
solid,
don't want
bro.
any Deontay Wilder, but I prefer the album. This new Deontay Wilder.
And Usyk beat his ass.
like navel gazing.
Usyk beat his ass.
Listen, listen, this boxing.
And the truth be told, yo, if he would have been counted out in the first fight and not given that long ass count, the dude went to sleep. He even said it. He went to sleep. The man was unconscious. They gave him a long ass count. It would have never been no second fight, nor no trilogy. And it take a real boxing fan to admit that shit. He got a long ass count. And even in the last fight, he got a long ass count again. All he did was get his dude breaks. He was asleep, bro. Jay Nady let this man wake up from the dead. The man was asleep, unconscious for a few seconds. The fight is supposed to be waved off, period. You don't get to go to sleep in a boxing ring and then get to wake back up because I like you. Get out of here. If that was anybody else, guarantee you, Wilder would have hit the deck like that. Eyes would have went closed. He'd have been asleep. They would have waved that shit off immediately. He gave that big cheating ass dude a chance to back. Thanks, babe. Gave him a chance to bounce back, and it saved him. I don't care what nobody say. That was a long ass count, and he was asleep, straight like that. And then they had the nerve to give him another long count in the third fight. Nasty work, bro. Nasty work.
As this guy
Nasty
right now,
work.
he's in the process of healing. You know, if you understand, he's been healing through this podcast, saying his problems, and that's cool. That's part of healing. You understand? So, April 4th, it's gonna be electric at the arena, O2 Arena. So
Listen, the environment is a great environment. British boxing fans are fabulous. You know, it's an interesting one for Deontay because I don't know if he's ever going to walk into an arena where he's going to have such a partisan crowd. And that's going to be an interesting experience for you because, as I said, he's a national treasure. I think he should be buried.
Well,
but as a national treasure, in some people's minds, he's a valuable asset and the fans love him.
To this day,
I wanted to move you on to
Arturo,
Tyson Fury.
14 seconds. Tell him, John.
You don't want to talk about him.
No, you
Tell
can't.
me I'm lying about that. Tell me I'm lying about that long ass phantom count that he got twice. Still to this day, and Tyson would have beat Buster Douglas if it wasn't for them phantom ass counts, bogus ass referees, man. Get what I'm saying? And Wilder got some of that work because they wanted him to lose. He was, I'm gonna talk my shit. He was way too confident. He got that melanin. He outspoken, and he was sleeping shit, knocking out everybody. And they knew it. In order for them, Tyson was the great white hope, and his ass was sleep flat on his back, and they revived him from the dead. Tyson Fury was knocked out like the rest of Wilder opponents. his whole career goes a different way if they don't cheat him. Chew on them apples. I don't want to hear shit about the second and third fight because it shouldn't have been no second nor third fight because he was knocked out in the first one. Missed me with that. They found a way to get the Great White Hope in there to beat this melanated, outspoken, strong-ass dude. Tired of him knocking guys out and then dancing, making a fool out of these guys. He was smoking shit. And that's exactly what they did, bro. Sucker shit, man. Sucker shit. They had to cheat him to get that title up out his hands. I don't care what nobody say. I watched his fights. I counted 2. I seen it. Fury admitted to being asleep. I don't understand how you even got the chance to do this. Heavyweight boxing. One punch could kill you. So you telling me I punch you so hard that you go to sleep for a few seconds, and you telling me that you allow that guy to wake back up and continue a fight? Make it make sense. Wilder would never be given that kind of grace. Never. Case in point, Danny Jacobs, in his first loss of his career, he got laid out flat by Dimitri Peral, and he tried to get up. The referee pushed him back down and didn't even let him get up and waved the fight off. Get what I'm saying? Where was that energy for Wilder and Fury in the first fight? Where was that energy? They let this man get all the way back up. He was asleep. That fight was supposed to be waved off. You don't get to go unconscious in a fight on your back and still be allowed to get up with a long count on top of that. Miss me with that shit. Wilder's whole career could have went different if it wasn't for this big cheating ass gypsy. And if you ain't got to like what I'm saying, but I'm standing on it, I don't think that dude is solid. I'm sorry, I don't. Too many funny instances with him, and it's all documented. The only people that ignore it is the people that want to shit on Wilder. It's not about the loss. We see our fighters lose all the time. I'm a Mike Tyson fan. He got his ass beat plenty of times, and I had to sit there and be cool with it. So at the end of the day, it's not about the loss, but it's the circumstances surrounding the loss, the shit that you can't account for, the shit that leave you scratching your head, man. And again, I can't wait to see what documentary what he got and the information that he present. They're gonna have a lot. They're gonna have to walk back a lot of that shit they said about Wilder, man. I don't care what you say. Fury was asleep just like the rest of them opponents was, and they found a way. Man, Jay Nady looked at that dude and said, man, if you ain't really dead, are you? Let the man recover from a damn nap is wild. So shout out to Wilder. He had a successful career. He been fulfilled his promise to his daughter 30 times over, probably at this point. He don't need the money. So y'all could harp all y'all want and how he ain't the same guy. His money up. He still got his faculties. He good. He doing this out of the love and for the people that still rock with him. So hey, man, y'all try to get him up out of here with the Fury shit, and he's still here. They gave that man a statue because they rock with him. They know authentic when they see it. Shout out to Tuscaloosa because y'all got a real champion, win, lose, or draw in Deontay Wilder, man. Hit that like button, y'all. Still 80-something people.
At all. Understand that.
No, fair enough.
All right, then. So let's move on. It's all about David Chisora. That's it.
I understand that.
Look,
I understand that.
Look, back, baby.
The only
Y'all
reason,
understand that? You better be. April the 4th is going down.
The only reason
at the O2, you better
hell
be
with
there.
the Wilder haters,
You'll be a square.
The only
Black
reason I
Escalade. We ain't hearing none of that
it's
Wilder
part
hate.
of the shtick that goes with you. And I missed you first time around when you came in here 3 years ago, when you were in your pomp 4 years ago, doing Bomb Squad and all that sort of stuff. And
Look,
I've
doing
always
Bomb
wanted to have a
Squad, he
conversation
still
with
do
you
that.
because
You
you've made...
see how this dude is he an asshole, to say the least. I mean, he an asshole with everybody. So I guess I can respect that to a degree. He's just a natural born asshole, but he a little smart asshole. That's why Wilder's fast.
About Fury. I have my own views on Fury. And you've called him a cheat. And it leads me
the biggest in boxing.
Yeah, but it leads me to a conclusion.
Biggest in boxing. If somebody practicing, taking their stuff out of their gloves in training, what you think they can do in the fight?
Yeah, but
that's all I got to say about that.
I want to put something to you about you, right? And Fury just happens to be the hook for it.
That's all I got to say about him.
You talked about being cheated in that fight. You talked about water being spiked. You talked about your Game of Thrones outfit being too heavy for you.
I didn't say that.
You said it was too heavy for you.
I didn't say that.
Okay,
nah,
well,
he
I might be
didn't
wrong
say
on
that.
One.
And that's still to this day, nobody ever heard him say the outfit was too heavy. They just pushed that shit because they wanted to make this man look bad. It was a plot. I don't care what nobody in boxing tell me. They wanted this man to hell up off the throne. He was too loud, proud, confident. He was telling you what he was going to do, and he was going out there and doing it and dancing around. They hated that shit. They hated it. I don't care, and I'm saying it. The system ain't like they ain't want Wilder winning the way he was winning. I'm telling you. I refuse to see it any other way, bro. The shit that they allowed to happen, it told me all I needed to know. It took a while for me to come to that conclusion, but after a while, I was like, yeah, whenever you like this, they needed to humble him, and they found a way to do it. They had to pry his belt on some cheating shit.
Y'all took a journalist that said something because y'all, you know, everybody wanted to come in. Oh, why did boom, boom, boom?
You talked about a long count.
You know,
704, what
and then
it
you
do,
talked
homie?
about the trainers, Mark Breland not being good enough.
No, I ain't say he wasn't good enough.
So what I'm asking you in all of this is, it sounds.
Now you're not asking him. See, that's the thing. That's why I don't like these dudes. You're sitting up here telling him what he said, and he's telling you he didn't say it. You still gonna tell him what he said. That's the problem. Where did you hear out his mouth that he said the suit was too heavy? Where did you hear out his mouth that he said the trainer wasn't good enough? He didn't say that, goofy man. That's the shit, though, man. That's why he spazzed, yo. Y'all be having people here with the intentions for this shit to go left, and shit could have really went left. Like I said, if he'd have grabbed you by your little ass neck, and you'd have probably been up there shook. Know what I'm saying? Looking for somebody to bail you
given
out.
the character that you are, that's like a little bit flaky. You lost those fights, and those fights were lost. And you saying that someone like Fury cheated you in those fights.
He said you lost those fights. Those fights were lost. Like you repeated the same shit twice.
I think
bro.
it's kind of disappointing to me
can say
about
what
you because
want. I know the truth. I have the facts.
Okay.
Understand that. But I got the facts of it.
No, fair enough.
I got the proof. I got the people to tell it.
And we'll look forward to seeing
Understand that.
You think this man gonna get this mad this many years later and just some lie? Like the same guy that had a damn dent in his head is just up here mad for no reason because he can't take a loss. This many years later, this the only dude he mad about beating him, Tyson Fury. Now Joseph Parker, right? Now Zilly Zhang that knocked him out, had him spent him around, had him looking crazy. He ain't mad at none of these dudes, but he just mad at Fury. He picking on Fury, a guy that's a known cheater. Make it make sense, bro. The evidence is there. Y'all just don't want to see it, bro. Y'all don't want to see it. That man ain't got that kind of emotion for nothing. That dude is a cheater, and he protected by the system. I don't give a what nobody says. That's why we're so glad when Usyk beat his big cheating ass.
And it's the truth. I risk my life for you's entertainment to see.
No, absolutely.
So why I ain't never lied about none in this business. You can believe what? Why is it so hard to believe a black man than a white man? You know what I mean? Why is it so hard to believe a black man than a white man?
Why you don't believe it?
Why is it?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go on.
So we can go there.
First and foremost, it's got nothing to do with color.
No, it does. This whole country
got something to do with it.
This whole
I swear to God, bro. I hate when they say it don't got nothing to do with color because they be lying. Them be the main ones. You know what it is, bro. You know what it is. You know why you try to take the interview in this direction. You trying to ask some stuff and then force shit on him that he never said based on them weak ass articles you read being written by people that didn't like him to begin with, bro. They never wanted him in a position on the throne. They was mad, and he took that shit. He took y'all on the run. 10 title defenses. Go argue with your mammies. He was knocking everything and everybody out. Viral style, highlight reel knockouts, and then he was dancing on y'all asses and yelling bomb squad, and y'all ain't like it. Ain't like it. Knocking people out, yelling bomb squad, dancing on you. Know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Freakish athlete, anomaly in the sport. He gonna be respected on this platform always. Win, lose, or draw. So what? He ain't duck shit. Nobody. He took Fury to court because Fury was trying to get out of giving him the rematch in the third fight. All of y'all talk all that Fury shit. He had to take the man to court. They had a whole case going on to get that third fight. Never forget, for somebody that got their ass beaten as a sore loser and can't take a loss, he sure went through everything to get that third fight. Miss me with that shit.
You think you pan out? You think you have you done had a great life? You think your life has been like mine?
Listen,
tell him, get his ass,
you got white privilege, brother.
Oh, don't start.
I ain't never had that.
Don't start
I'm a black man with dark skin. Ain't nothing ever been given to me. I done had to kick in every opportunity that I've had.
Look, Derek likes
that's
this.
what it is.
Derek likes
y'all don't understand. Maybe y'all don't talk about this shit in this country.
Yes, we do, mate.
But when you get me in here, I speak the peace. I speak the truth.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you.
Yeah, go on.
That's what they don't like, bro. They want him to shut up right now. They would want nothing more. That's why Derek Chisora is sitting back loving it, because he know Wilder talking. He know he talking some real shit. I don't care what he say. He know he talking some real shit. Then when you start throwing that shit in their face, see, the thing is, they don't like to be held accountable, bro. They like to sit up with their fucking clipboards and they notes and sit there with they noses turned up, frowning their face at people. And when they get called out for their bullshit, they try to act like you crazy for calling it out. Hell no, call their ass out, Wilder.
Y'all got the wrong person.
Go on.
How is Derek Chisora then, out of curiosity, given he's a black man, a national treasure in this country then? It's not about colour. You called somebody a cheat. I asked you a question.
Oh, come on. You have a whole lot of black people around this.
the question.
Thank
Like
you.
the question.
Stop,
You
bro.
like the question. All right,
Yeah,
I moved
go
on.
Stop
from it.
it.
No, I moved on.
I want to pull it back in.
Stand
Derek, let me
back
ask
on.
you a question. I want to ask you a question
Stand me
about
on that,
fight
man.
week. Deontay, let me just get into Derek about fight week. Now,
Let me
both of
calm
you are known to be dynamic in fight week. We just seen a little taster of that
Man,
right now
come
with
on,
Deontay
man. Y'all
Wilder.
can't tell, man.
So the bronze bomber, there he is.
Yeah, so
Come on, man.
Come on, we can have a disagreement,
You think
can't
your
we?
life as a little boy and I bet your view as a little boy is totally different than my view as a little
Maybe.
boy. Most black people, why we
Can we move
so
on from
into
that?
it with each other
Deontay.
because we have PTSD.
Deontay.
We done been through so much
Okay.
so much
Hey, you wanted to move on, right?
Come on, man. It's hard to move on when you don't know the truth, and that's when I come in and try to give you a vision, a little insight of what we go through as black people, man.
I got it.
You don't get it.
Well, okay.
None of y'all get it.
Where do you want me to go?
Y'all don't get it.
Got
And
it.
that's the problem. You think you get what you don't understand.
Okay.
Why is it so hard?
And look, real quick, why he get mad, bro? Because it's like on one end, you try to ask questions that's going to lead to a certain point, and then when he tell you what it is, you trying to question him. Which one is it? Do you have questions that you want him to answer, or do you got questions just for him to answer it, for you to answer the questions on what you think? We don't care what you think. You just asked him. Why is it so hard for people to believe that Tyson Fury cheated when the evidence is out there? It's really out there. All you got to do is open your eyes. That shit is crazy to me. That's why he get that emotional, bro. I feel him. Derek Chisora sitting there smiling. He know, bro. Y'all don't know what we go through. You sitting over there with a fucking clipboard, whatever, some notes in front of your face. You know what I'm saying? Trying to judge me for telling y'all that this dude cheated. I'm telling y'all what it was. I went through it. The dude ain't solid, bro. I don't care what nobody say. If he'd do it in sparring, he'd do it in a real fight. If they'd teach it in the gym, he'd try it in a real fight, bro. Get out of here, man.
Y'all act, man, let me I'm out there. Get up out this bitch.
This is a little chaser of what we're going to get. Both of you guys are big characters. It's going to be explosive, right? I mean, I don't even have to ask this guy because I've just got a little taster of that. But come on.
Man.
Both of you guys are big in the fight week. Let's pull it back into the fight. Let's talk about the fight.
It's hard to put it back. I'm from the South. You understand?
Come on, let's pull it back into the
Yeah,
fight.
man. That's the thing, yo. It's like, look, when they talk about that Tyson Fury fight, it's like a certain amount of trauma that comes out with that, man. And I hear that. I hear that with Wilder, bro. Something that shit really strike a chord. Like, don't ask me about this cheating ass dude and then try to tell me about him. Yeah, ain't none of y'all had to fight him 3 times. He a piece of shit. I had to take him to court to get my 3rd fight. Like they ain't cheat me the first one. Come on, man. I think people forgot about that. All that trolling and playing around. These dudes was going back and forth to court for him to get a fight that he should have gotten with no problem. But when it was his time to return the favor and offer the rematch, and he could have took his title after that first fight and went on with his career, he gave him the run back. Tyson Fury gets it and tries to get out of the 3rd fight. Never forget that, all y'all Tyson Fury fans, for that big, goofy, cheating ass dude, man. Get his ass wild. This the last 2 minutes or so of this, y'all.
I got it. Another situation. I said I didn't want to talk about the situation. Now you got me riled up.
Fair enough.
Right. Wilder's back. I feel shit. You understand me?
I got it.
You don't mean that, man.
Okay, stop
man,
shouting at me.
Let me get the out of here, bro. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Talking about my peoples and all that shit. It's hard to believe a black man and a white man. The cheated. Tell him to sue me so I can show the facts early. Because when the documentary and everything, the story come out, I'm going to show everything.
Fantastic.
I'm going to get all
Look
the
how
people
scared
that
they is. Y'all talk all that shit. Now y'all surrounding him. You could critique the black man, but when he start bucking up, it's like y'all got to surround him now. He ain't going to do nothing to his little ass Simon Jordan. Calm down. Know what I'm saying? Look at y'all now. Y'all nervous.
All the people that's in the inside. He got
it's
people
cool when y'all criticize him
with
with your nose turned up.
I don't about that.
Out of here, man.
I don't about it. I said we didn't want to bring him up in the first place. It ain't got shit to do with him.
Fair enough.
The you talking about?
He say fair enough, but then keep bringing it up. This is what I don't. That's why I don't respect these idiots. Because he told you from the rip. You seen that was like opening an old wound, peeling the scab off an old wound. But you keep trying to force a Tyson Fury conversation. How the fuck are we on Tyson Fury? Last time we seen him, he was getting beat up by Usyk. Why are you asking him about Wilder? That's years ago. That shit sell. Goofy man. He fighting Chisora. Why are you asking him about Fury? We don't even care about Fury. And he told you to leave it alone. Then you're going to say fair enough and you're going to go right back to it. Goofy ass dudes. I'm glad he spazzed on you like that. Get they goofy asses off, man. They know what they be doing when they get people up here. They think it's because it's their platforms. They don't got to respect the guests, man. Respect the guests, man. You trying to criticize that man and ask some questions all in the same breath, bro. Get your ass out of here. Bet you ain't never put no gloves on. I bet you that dude ain't never put no gloves on. They start getting all uncomfortable. Now security want to surround him when he buck up. He told you to leave that shit alone. You don't want to. And the problem I got with it, why I get mad with Wilder, because this is the thing. If he, I can see, you see that it's pissing him off, but you want to ask about it and then tell him about it. You want to ask him about his truth and then try to tell him what his truth is. Which one are you doing? Are you asking the questions or answering them too? That's only an asshole to do that. Ask a question and then answer it too. You don't give your point of view. He up there to speak his truth. You don't have a truth. You didn't fight. You don't know what he talking about and where he coming from. Just let him tell his truth and move on. But that's the problem. That's why you get mad. You try to tell him what it is and what it's not. I'm like, bro, I got proof. This big cheating ass dude. So again, Tyson Fury has been caught in the past for cheating. The fact that people ignore it is disgusting to me. That goes to show you how much they don't like Wilder. That's why he be on that wave, that kind of energy that he just showed with dude. Our people, he talk like that because he sit there and they look at him with their noses turned up like he ain't who he is because he lost the fight. So you got Derek Chisora over there lost how many fights? How many fights did Derek Chisora lose? Seriously. And they love him, right? So you gonna give Wilder that same respect, goofy? That's what I'm on. So shout out to Bomb Squad. I'm gonna always be a fan. I'm gonna always support that dude. He a real one. This been a dope live, man. Appreciate all the support, everybody that tuned in to the end of the show. I appreciate every last one of y'all. Still got over 70 people here. Make sure you sub to the channel, hit that like button, turn the notifications on, hype the lives. We just had another dope build in the books. Let's see what Wilder and Chisora look like. I like Chisora win, lose, or draw because he a dog. He'll get in there and fight. He don't care. He don't care. Derek Chisora understand that it's a fight, and in a fight you could win or you could lose. You might even could tie if it's that close, right? But he don't care. The outcome don't determine him. It's never been a loss in Derek Chisora's career that defined him. That's why I rock with him. Win, lose, or draw. I can see why he a fan favorite. I'm just here to support boxing, so I rock with Wilder. The only thing about Fury that I don't like is them situations that clearly exist that people act like don't. And real quick, I'll play this quick video with the glove situation. It's one of the short versions, and if anybody got questions, we can get into the longer versions tomorrow because Dante's Boxing Nation, shout out to him, DBN had covered this way back then. It was like, I don't know, it's been years ago. It's a lot of years since then, but you know, this stuff was well documented. This dude ain't been solid. You know what I'm saying? My thing is this. He ain't have no excuses for Joseph Parker and other losses. Why just Fury? You get what I'm saying? You ever ask yourself, why just Fury? He's just salty about Fury, right? So that's what I'll say. But last video for the live, man, and we'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Hit that like button. Shout out to Hair Grease. Hit that like button. Turn that music off. Look at this shit, y'all.
And these are his bag. His sparring
gloves. Look, y'all.
He's sparring with.
Look.
As you can see,
that shit look like a worn-in couch cushion. Look at the gloves, y'all. Look at the gloves.
Of his.
Look at the gloves, y'all.
I could touch my other side of my finger with this, and there's shit in the middle of the glove.
Shit missing from the middle of the glove. Badly, blatantly removed.
He must not know, does he? Does he? What? Oh, he does not know. Look at this, man. And then, hold on. These are the sparring gloves they told me they got for me. These thick ass. Look at. Hold on. Let's see. Watch the squeeze. Going nowhere.
Difference. So again, where Wilder Fury don't cheat, Wilder just making excuses. People at where they at?
Watch.
Where they at?
Get the fuck.
Yeah, Truth tearing their ass up, huh? Truth tearing you up, man. So go ahead and argue that. Now go ahead. What you gonna say? Those wasn't how can we tell that it was one with Fury? You ever ask yourself why he ain't sued? No defamation for Nicholas Asbury. That's the boxer that was in the picture, that was in the video talking about it. No lawsuit for Wilder, no defamation, no none of this. You ever ask yourself why? You ever ask why? Why did he pay tens of thousands of dollars to get photos removed from the internet? Why did he do that? Why was he paying a farmer money to say that he tested positive because he ate bad boar nuts and shit like that? Why was he doing that? Just to find out boar is not even where he's from, right? the shit goes on and on. It's a bit of a rabbit hole, but for the real ones, the like real information, it is what it is. That shit was well documented way before Wilder that he was playing around with the gloves. So tell me Wilder don't know what he talking about. Tell me we ain't see the dude knuckles or hands and shit in the glove when he was laid out flat. That's why he was trying to get the photos removed. Tell me you wasn't seeing knuckle prints and all of that in the gloves. Miss me with that, man. That dude full of it. It is what it is, and it's all good because, you know, it all caught up to him at the end of the day. He couldn't pull that shit with Usyk. He got his ass whooped back to back, and I'm cool. Shout out to Wilder and Derek Chisora. They both fighting in their 50th fight. I wouldn't mind seeing both retire after that, but if they both continue on, Chisora said he done. Wilder said he got more. So we gonna say shout out to boxing. We just gave boxing his just due. Shout out to Toro. You already know, man. Yeah, we seen them prints, bro, and that's paid tens of thousands of dollars to get the photos removed offline so people wouldn't talk about it. You get what I'm saying? But Wilder's a liar. You get what I'm saying? The dude is guilty as hell if you just paid attention. So it is what it is. And with that, we just gave boxing his just due. We got plenty more to talk about tomorrow. Some stuff that we ain't get into, we're going to get into tomorrow. A couple videos from Tim Bradley. Some stuff. We got a boxing scene breakdown that we're going to do as well. We got some stuff. We're going to keep big. We're going to keep building, y'all. Appreciate you, Shawa, and everybody that tuned in, rocked out to the end of the show. Be over 4 hours in. Appreciate all the love, all the support. Hit the like button. Turn your notifications on. Sub to the channel. Share the live. Hype the live. And we're going to build tomorrow, man. I don't think Wilder sound crazy. I think Wilder been through some things. He only sound crazy if you're not trying to listen to him. You got to be willing to listen to him, Robert. Got to hear him out. Hear him out. And hear all this stuff. I just played the video. Rewind it live a little bit and see the video. And that's where it started with the glove shit. But again, y'all, much love to everybody. Y'all enjoy the rest of this Thursday. And I will see all of y'all tomorrow, man. Peace.
Representing Brick City, Shakur.
Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination. It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting him with straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're gonna give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just Due.